The sun shone high in the sky, illuminating the clear blue waters that yielded to a massive silver yacht. Noble families exchanged pleasantries as they approached an unimaginably large crescent-shaped island. The captain stood stoically at the helm of the ship. Clothed in formal navy attire, his uniform was a crisp scene of whites, blacks, and golds. His right-hand man and friend of many years stood respectfully by his side, looking out at the opening gates that connected the ends of the island. "Looks like another successful trip to Focus Academy, Captain." The captain, being a man of few words, simply grunted. Back within the levels of the yacht, the facade of politeness was slowly fading as the heavy atmosphere of competition solidified in the air. "I have the utmost confidence in my son," spoke a towering man who easily stood past 2 meters tall. A short Asian man stood with hands clasped behind his back, chuckling. "Your Storm family sure seems to have a lot of backbone when you aren't hiding with your tail between your legs." Nearby, a beautiful dark-skinned lady with sharp silver eyes slowly tilted a glass of sparkling wine to her full lips before saying, "That reminds me, how is the Ragnar family doing?" "You!" The towering man seemed to almost lose his temper before slowly reining himself in. To the surprise of those around him, he instead smiled and stroked his well-kept beard. "I guess all these years of teasing has finally made you grow numb to it." Storm. A handsome man strolled into the group of nobles wearing a bewitching smile and hiding shining golden eyes behind crystal-framed glasses. "Ah, Sapientia. Not at all. It's just that this year's round of opening ceremony performances will end with my Storm family receiving the highest glory. This should be disputed among the younger generation. After all, it won't be us going up there. You may be right, but I'll smile from the sidelines nonetheless. We'll soon see who among the new batch is most talented." The tall man turned back to the elegant lady and short Asian man before plastering a smug smile on his masculine features. "From what I hear, our children might not even stand a chance. Delia of the Paishaniva family and Mayumi of the Kami family are said to be well past their years." The lady took yet another sip of wine. The Asian man shot a glance over. "I didn't know that the Duco family was so fond of giving up before putting up a fight." A light laughter filled the floor. "Don't mistake my intentions by. I've simply been suppressing information on my little fire spark. You should all warn your children to not be arrogant. Usually, it's only the founding families of the school who participate in this event. However, remember that a commoner actually passed the test this year." The handsome man spoke before allowing his voice to trail off. The silence of palpable. Their apprehension was understandable. As an appeasement to the mortal governments, the martial world issues a sort of bridge to allow students of common birth into their ranks. Over the centuries, this test has become more of a formality. Since no one ever passed, it was, instead, a sign of good faith that the two worlds could continue to coexist. "Do you think their bloodlines could be awakening?" Storm whispered in a hushed voice. "Don't be ridiculous. We already checked his background." With the suppress, Duco cut herself off, instead deciding to take another sip of wine. Sighing, the Asian man turned to leave before pausing for one final word. "This is the first time we've allowed a commoner to participate in the opening ceremonies. It may be surprising that he passed, but it's not as though the test was very difficult to begin with." After a small pause, he continued. "You all know very well that we didn't need to go so far as to allow him to participate in the opening ceremony. So, you all know very well why we displayed upon him this kindness. Don't overreach without cause and poke a bear we shouldn't." The nobles didn't have much to worry about. With no family backing, it would be impossible for this commoner to do much of anything. However, these nobles had lived for many years and had come to learn that variables could destroy even the most carefully laid out plans. If this child truly was a genius, one worthy of joining a side or even main branch of a noted family, he could tip the delicate balance of their martial world. Usually, they would simply use their overwhelming power to stop this boy from joining, or even falsify the test results. But the testing process wasn't only overseen by them. Families from schools around the universe had access to the results. If they tampered, it would only raise the interest of those families to recruit the commoner behind their backs. Even just killing him wasn't an option because a war with the human world wasn't something they could divert their attention to. It wasn't as though the mortal world was filled with pushovers. In fact, the country this commoner came from was more than capable of posing a threat to them. In the end, they decided to admit him to the school. After all, even if he was a genius now, without proper resources he could be easily stifled. The nobles dispersed, each unconsciously erasing the child from their minds. His 15 minutes of fame were up to them. Dark horse or not, a commoner could never compare to geniuses raised by their families. Oblivious to his impact, a lean, light-skinned boy rocked in a small wooden boat attached by a line to the back of the massive silver yacht. He slowly awoke from his nap to find that he had glided through the gates along with the ship. He jumped up, almost forgetting where he was. Steadying himself, he looked around. His eyes were large, sparkling a light hazel before tapering into a light green to gray color. Given his age, his muscles weren't well developed, but they rippled with a youthful vigor that could only be gained through intensive training. That said, he was tall, being about 1.9 meters in height already despite being only 16 years old. His features had a certain immature and budding handsomeness to them, considering his partial African origin. His hair curled on his head, only shifting slightly in the wind and shining in hints of brown, red, and gold. But what threw the guards on the walls of the gate off the most was the fact that, other than his twin wristbands, he wore nothing else to cover himself. Who the hell is that kid? The guards were about to jump into action when they were stopped by their acting commander. Leave him be. The captain of that ship already informed us about him. He couldn't pay to be on the ship, so he followed behind. Is he from a branch family that lost the backing of their main branch? The guard who cried out asked. No. From what I hear, he's the first commoner they've allowed into Focus Academy. The surrounding guards were stunned. Being from branch families themselves, they were all too aware of how difficult it was to survive in that school without proper backing. But even they had some, regardless of how small it might be. To join the school with no family in the martial world, that was something they couldn't imagine doing. The boy continued to scan his surroundings before smiling a wide smile. He waved to the guards on the wall before jumping into the Crescent Island's inner lake. He jumped. Even the commander was stunned this time. This kid was just too much. It may seem like he had made it into the academy, but the area within the Crescent Moon Island still spanned hundreds of kilometers. If he left the lead of the silver yacht now, he wouldn't make it to the opening ceremony being held in a few days without help. The commander assumed that because the boy was attached to the back of the ship, he couldn't see the far distance that still needed to be traveled to reach the academy. The commander shook his head. It's better if he learns early of the large world he just stepped into. I hear that the nobles are actually letting him participate in the opening ceremony. It's obvious their intentions aren't pure. Don't help him. There are no life-ending dangers in the lake anyway. It's better if he misses out that sort of humiliation. With that, he walked away. The boy had not a care in the world. It had been a long trip, so he decided to clean himself up a bit and get in some exercise. In his mind, the distance to the center of the lake wasn't that far anyway. It should be about 300 kilometers from here to the center from the information I gathered. Should take about 4 days. The boy smiled a bright smile while reclining in the lake. He spun around and kicked himself into a freestyle swim. Let's see if I can do it in 3. What the commander didn't know is that the boy knew the distance and was quite confident in his ability to make it. However, what the boy hadn't counted on was the density of the water. When he began his swim, the boy frowned. This wasn't the first time he had swam a long distance. Yet, this time felt completely different. This water. His confusion was warranted. For water to be as clear as this, it should mean that most of the life within it was gone. He could see hundreds of meters below the surface, and yet, instead of the lack of additional substances making it easier to swim, he found it exceedingly difficult. He dipped his tongue in the water. It's not salty? Although this body of water was usually called Crescent Lake, it wasn't cut off from the ocean outside. If the gates didn't have passageways for the water, they would be too difficult to open and cause a massive wave each time they were used. So, for this water to be so weighty and yet not salty and still be devoid of life, it was definitely a mystery. By the boy's calculations, he had 5 days to make it to the opening ceremony. The boy grinned, an arrogant disdain for the world flashing across his immature features. If it wasn't at least this difficult, your so-called Focus Academy wouldn't be worthy of Diane Sicharo. At dawn on the 5th day of his swim, Dian was greeted with a scene that made him forget the pain in his tired limbs. From about 10 kilometers away, he saw 3 risings of about 20 meters each, implanted directly into the water. They were covered in tiles of hexagonal stainless steel that reflected the orange hues of the early morning sun, and topped with a combination of small villages and endless lush greenery. But what caught Dian's attention the most was the skyscraper that was even further ahead. It reached a height of at least 2,000 meters. Covered by endless glass, it had a dominatingly beautiful sheen to it. But what shocked Dian was the fact that each of the 3 risings were connected to each other by underwater passageways. Dian was stunned. Why are there passages underwater? He dived down and nearly took a breath. The 3 risings were actually 6. Further beyond the area where Dian had seen the skyscraper were 3 more identical risings. The 6 formed a perfect hexagonal pattern around the base of the skyscraper. The reason why they were connected by underwater tunnels was because the risings weren't the end of them. While the tops of the risings had fields, forests, and small villages, they merely topped off impressive underwater structures. The 6 risings were actually miniature versions of the massive 2,000-meter skyscraper, just flipped upside down. They stretched at least 1,000 meters below the surface and were made up entirely of glass with stainless steel accents. Seems that these 6 subskyscrapers are not only connected to each other, but also the skyscraper in the middle of them by these underwater passageways. The ceremony is probably held in the middle. Dian mused about whether you could really call an underwater building a skyscraper as he pushed himself forward. Knowing he had a few hours left, Dian decided to swim as fast as he could towards one of the risings that was mostly forest. He shook his head, chuckling to himself. After all, he couldn't very well step into a village with no clothes on. He would have to change first. I'll have to scale the 20-meter rising. Considering I could make out the shape of the tiles that made up the rising from this far away, it's safe to say that they're massive. That'll make climbing more difficult. Around noon, Dian sighed. Sometimes he hated being right. He was just a half-meter from the top of the rising he had chosen. Because of the size of the tiles, he had to alternate between a weird spider crawl between the tiles and climbing up the incline of its sides. Dian reached up, flexed his back with all his remaining strength, and hoisted himself up. He jumped over the barrier and fell about 3 meters. Luckily, he was prepared for this and ducked off into a roll to ease the impact. Finally, Dian roared at the top of his burning lungs before dropping his hands to his knees and taking deep breaths. He was about to raise his head when he felt cold metal rest on his shoulder. For fuck's sake, Dian muttered to himself before even looking up. Explain or your head flies. The voice sounded so melodic that Dian almost couldn't take it seriously. However, Dian had more thoughts than that running through his head. He had already understood his situation. This girl sounded like she was about his age, yet she had a weapon capable of killing him from the looks of it. That probably means she goes to this school. Dian smiled. This would make finding his way much simpler. So, instead of answering, he flicked his wrist, calling upon a control panel, and selected a sleek black bag. Well, I could explain, or I could put my clothes on. Which do you prefer? Dian said while looking up. Without hesitation, the girl responded, expertly hiding the surprise she held at the device Dian just used. I prefer both. Dian was a bit surprised. It didn't usually take much to fluster teenage girls. He thought it would only be easier if he was naked, but this girl seemed different. It's not within me to disappoint such a pretty lady, Dian said while unzipping the bag. He slipped on his boxers and a crisp white shirt. He pulled up light blue jeans and rolled up the hems before slipping on a sky blue dress shirt that he kept unbuttoned. While rolling up his sleeves, Dian finally got a good look at the girl holding a sword to his throat. He slipped on some black flip-flops while doing nothing to hide the glint of attraction in his eye. Before, he had called her a pretty lady just to try and fluster her, but now, if he said it again, he'd mean it. Her skin had a tan sheen to it that had to be of Hispanic origin. Dian couldn't figure out if her eyes were a pale green or a dim hazel, and that only served to transfix him even more. Her hair flowed in the wind well past her shoulders with a sense of a golden blonde permeating its light brown. Her lips were as full as her facial features. Everything about her was warm and inviting. Well, except for the killing blade in her hand. My guards will be here soon considering how loudly you screamed. So you have about 10 more seconds to convince me not to kill you. She spoke in a steady tone as if unbothered by the scene she had just witnessed. Diane was about to speak when the wind carried her scent to him. Kiwi and strawberries. Excellent choice. The girl raised her eyebrows before realizing what he meant. She pressed the side of the sword more firmly into Diane's shoulder. Diane didn't seem to notice as he continued. I doubt you have guards coming honestly. If you do, you should consider firing them. The girl sighed. Maybe so, but that's not going to stop me from killing you. Diane smiled. This girl really was quite intelligent. Instead of denying it, she played an even stronger card. She already understood that anyone of minimal intelligence would be able to tell that any type of guard should have long been present. Since you've piqued my interest, I'll tell you. I'm a student here. In fact, the entrance ceremony should be soon. Could I bother you to take me there? What kind of joke is that? Piqued your interest? You're clearly just trying to use me to get where you need to go. Now answer my questions. Where did you come from? And why did you enter through the fence instead of the normal passageways? I actually arrived by the silver yacht. Well, I arrived by small dinghy attached to a silver yacht. Unfortunately, they didn't accept commoner paper. And since I didn't have any energy stones, I couldn't afford the ride. But I left them by the gates and decided to swim here instead. Ridiculous, there's a 300 kilometers distance from here to the gates. And these waters aren't something just anyone can swim through. Especially not for a first-year student like you. Now I'll ask again, and for the last time, where did you come from? And how did you get in through the fence? Diane, having finally caught his breath, took another deep one before standing to his full height. Ignoring the sword pressed to his shoulder and up against his throat, he spoke. I'm actually quite interested in that. Why was the water so heavy? Took me a full 5 days to get here. I'm exhausted. You must be tired of living, the girl said with her eyes narrowing. Listen, I know it isn't exactly a great vote of confidence for our first meeting to start with you seeing me in all my glory, but tell me the truth, Diane said, leaning in ever so slightly. Am I adequate? The girl rolled her eyes. How shameless was this guy? She had already decided he wasn't a threat despite being a full head shorter. So she retracted her sword and put it into its sheath. She swept her hands over her white training uniform and removed a hairband from her wrist to tie up her hair. Seeing her actions, Diane took a bit of time to take in his surroundings. They stood in a rare clearing of land at the edge of a dense forest. The grass seemed to be pressed down and broken, with even some portions being ripped up entirely. She must use this area to train. Considering the marks, it's best not to provoke this beauty too much, Diane said while smiling to himself. I'm Diane. It's nice to meet you. What family do you come from? I assume you're a member of one of the smaller branches since I've never seen you. She decided to ignore his entrance and the fact he said he swam here. In her mind, if Diane was telling the truth, it probably had something to do with that weird device on his wrist. In the martial arts world, they had interspatial products in a myriad of forms. However, they all relied on energy and senses. But when Diane used his, she felt no fluctuations. In fact, it was just like any other piece of technology. Sakaro. I've never heard of it. But then she gasped and looked at Diane more deeply than she had before. Is something wrong? Diane said with his usual casual smile. So you're the commoner they allowed in. My father told me about you, she said absent-mindedly. Diane laughed. Commoner? If he was back on the mortal world, who didn't look up to him in awe? Never in his life had he been called anything remotely close to common. The girl said nothing as she continued to look at Diane. May I ask for your name, milady? It would be a high honor for a commoner such as myself. Delia Patieniva. Delia led Diane through the forest, walking a step behind him just in case her assessment was wrong. Diane didn't find this to be too vexing. It would be more suspicious if she wasn't cautious of him. So, are you going to tell me what's so special about the lake? Diane looked back down toward Delia, who had her eyes focus on the trail in front of them. Considering you couldn't immediately tell, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Try me. Diane smirked. It had been a long time since he hadn't understood something. On the off chance that he really didn't, it would only fuel his curiosity. Delia looked up at Diane and shook her head. In her eyes, he was a cocky boy who was a little too flirtatious. If he knew who her father was, or how easily she could kill him, he wouldn't be so casual. Simply put, everything in the universe has a will. The will of a lake is to be calm and serene. If you're swimming through it, you're obviously going against its will, so it will just as obviously fight back. Diane gave her a blank look before closing his eyes. To Delia, this was an obvious sign she was correct. He didn't understand. Just as she was about to tell him to forget it, Diane opened his eyes. Interesting. He looked away. Delia shook her head. Who is he trying to fool? I came to the school on the request of my mother. All she told me was that it was a completely different world with a new branch of science to explore. This will you mentioned must have something to do with what my mother spoke about. Diane's eyes seemed to glaze over as he continued down the path. Delia found this to be a bit mysterious. If he was from a commoner's family, there's no way his mother could know anything tangible about the martial world. However, calling what they practiced a new form of science would be exactly how any commoner would describe it. Although, in Delia's opinion, it would be more accurate to call it the oldest form of science. As if hearing Delia's thoughts, Diane spoke again. You probably think of it as the oldest form of science, right? Judging by how you described the lake, everything must have a will. Assuming this to be true, that would go right up to the expanse of the universe. Which probably means that if the will of the lake is so tangible, it can be said the most tangible will is the universe itself. Delia's eyes widened before she settled into a smile. Maybe he's smarter than I gave him credit for. He's still a little incorrect, though. Maybe I'll help him out this time. Before she could speak, Diane continued. But I've been to and swam in many lakes, and I've never felt like that before. Which means it has something to do with your world specifically. Diane paused. Which means one of two things. Either this is some sort of supreme lake that all other lakes bow to, or the true supreme power is found in the practitioners in your martial world, where you exert your will to manipulate other wills found in the world. To deduce that from a couple sentences. It seems like he doesn't need my help after all. You seem quite capable. So, you should now understand why I don't believe you crossed the lake yourself. Not to even mention that you supposedly did it in 5 days. Diane gave her a mysterious smile. Maybe my will is more supreme than the lake's. Or that technology on your wrist is. Delia said defiantly. To cross the lake in such a short time without the help of a device like the silver yacht, for example, is impossible. It would take a ridiculously high level of innate talent. However, according to the test he passed to come here, he was just barely average. On top of this, considering he just gained the most basic of understanding of the martial world, his innate talent would have to be even higher to compensate for his lack of understanding of how to counter the lake. Diane looked down at his wrists and smiled. Have you never seen these before? Interesting. Delia understood immediately what his words implied. She didn't understand their function, so therefore her guess had been incorrect. He must be bluffing. Diane flicked his wrist and pulled out a steaming brown bag of burritos before looking at Delia. Want one? No thank you. That isn't what an athlete should be eating. She shook her head firmly. Suit yourself. Diane began eating. Delia's eyes widened again. How can he eat so much and still be so fit? Diane must have finished 5-foot-long burritos in their half-an-hour walk to the center of the forest. This wouldn't have been so surprising if they hadn't also been the width of his arms. Diane flicked his wrists again and selected a white pearl before popping it into his mouth. He held it there as they approached a large tree before swallowing it. Delia looked at him confused. You swallowed a pearl? I can see you're a glutton, but for inanimate objects too. Diane chuckled. I love a beautiful lady with a sense of humor. That was a cleaning pearl. I can't very well go to such an important event with bad breath. Delia looked away to a hidden control panel on the large tree, ignoring his comment. Diane looked amused at her reaction before his eyes focused. They have the technology to build such a high-tech elevator within a tree, to sustain underwater architecture, and to overcome the will of a lake with a yacht, yet they don't know anything about storage bans and cleaning pearls. How odd. Do you know how much time we have until the ceremony? In fact, are you attending? Diane asked as they stepped into the tree. The tube fit the mood of the skyscrapers and risings. The ceiling and floor were fitted with miniature hexagonal tiling. Fitted in between them was a glass cylinder with yet another control panel built into it. The ceremony won't begin until tonight. I am also about to attend my first year here, so I will also be participating. Delia paused as though she was deciding whether or not it was right for her to continue. But in the end she sighed. I'm not sure if you're aware, so I'll let you know that this opening ceremony is taken quite seriously by the 6 pillar families of the school. Usually, only chosen among those 6 families can participate, not even subfamilies can have their children perform. The fact that you've been allowed is a gesture of good faith to the human world. I hope you don't embarrass yourself with your antics. Diane looked at her calmly before replying. Perform? What are you talking about? Delia looked stunned. You don't even know that you're meant to display your talents at the opening ceremony? This is supposed to be an opportunity to entice mentors and by extension resources from the school. Delia shook her head in pity. He's already behind in resources because his family isn't of the martial world. If he doesn't perform well, hasn't he already lost? Interesting. So, this is how your martial world works. I guess it's not too far off from the real world. The elite display their talents while the poor never get the chance. Diane didn't show much of a reaction. If only your chosen are usually allowed to participate, then how do those from subfamilies get backing? Delia looked at him. That's his first thought? Members of subfamilies join the factions of the chosen and gain resources by proxy. Diane nodded but didn't say anything else. Delia refrained from speaking as well. There was no point. Even if he had come prepared with something, it would have been meaningless. If he hadn't met Delia, he wouldn't even have the most basic of understanding of the martial world. To now be expected to wow experts was too much. That's probably why the families agreed to allow him to perform in the first place. He's going to embarrass himself. Diane was deep in thought before he looked up with wide eyes. The elevator had come out of the metallic tunnel it was following to reveal the expanse of the underwater skyscraper. The building was filled with students ranging from his age to about 20. The blue lake layered the building with a constant light blue hue that gave the building a calm feeling. But what really caught his eye was the massive wall of books. Even as the elevator continued down, a continuous wall of books was seen off to Diane's right. That must be a library that spans through multiple floors. Diane guessed. We have a few hours, right? I'd like to visit that library. Is it possible? You haven't received your identification materials yet, but I can lend you one of mine. You'll have to return it to me at the ceremony. Delia wouldn't usually do this, but she felt bad about what was about to happen to Diane. She understood the people who seemed the strongest on the outside were often the weakest in the face of true trials. I hope this helps, she thought, hiding the emotion in her eyes. You're quite nice for a noble woman, Diane said, smiling down at her. I'll return the favor when I can. The sadness in her eyes hadn't escaped Diane's gaze. Regardless of his intelligence, it was impossible to tell what the root of the problem was. But he was keenly aware that he was being pitted. Considering her response when I asked about the lake, this will she spoke of is not something that's easy to understand. Yet, the fact this opening ceremony is meant to judge the chosen of this generation means this understanding of will is without a doubt of utmost importance. I have about 12 hours until the ceremony begins. Interesting. Wanting to make a fool out of me, huh? Diane's gaze flickered, a smoldering volcano laying dormant within their depths. Delia and Diane stepped out and into the lowest level of the underwater skyscraper. This library is massive. It spans the entire right side of this structure. 1,000 meters worth of books? That's wild. Diane looked up in awe. This library is actually just one of 6. Each of the 6 pillars has an entire half dedicated to one. That's in addition to the main library in the center pillar. Although that one is much smaller. Delia spoke as if understanding Diane's intrigue. Having used a special entrance within the elevator, they stood in front of a desk much too grand to just be a reception desk. A light and airy yet masculine voice rang out. Delia, it's nice to see you. And who's this friend of yours? Walking around with boys already, HM? I'm not sure what the head would think about that. Diane looked away from the massive desk and endless books to see a computer screen looking back at him. Within it was a well-dressed scrawny man with crystal-framed glasses. His golden eyes shone with an unconcealed humor in light of his teasing. She's actually already seen me naked. She's quite the wild one. Diane beamed at the monitor. Oh my, You're quite fearless. I like you. My name is Libro. It's rare to find someone willing to tease Delia. Libro chuckled. Delia brought her sword hilt to Diane's side, causing him to almost keel over. This is the strength of a 16-year-old girl? Diane looked over at her, but she was already pretending like nothing had happened. Diane involuntarily coughed before introducing himself. I'm Diane. It's nice to meet you. Before they could continue their bromance, Delia cut them off. I'm here as a favor to this one. I'm letting him use my identification card for a few hours. She handed the card to Diane. With that, she turned to leave. I'm looking forward to seeing you again, Diane said while watching her receding figure. Delia continued on, pretending like she hadn't heard him speak. As the elevator doors were closing, Delia spoke again. The ceremony is being held in the center pillar. Ask Libro how to get there. What an interesting beauty. I wonder if there are any more like her here. Diane smiled. So, Libro, I have a few questions for you, Diane said while turning back to the monitor. In fact, could I bother you to give me a quick summary of what this library provides? Libro smiled. You must be the commoner I've heard so much about. They said you ran away, but it looks like that was wrong. You can't have been hanging out with the young mistress this whole time, right? Diane grinned. A man can't kiss and tell, now can he? Libro's airy laughter seemed to fill the library, causing the students that had been drifting around to look over before shaking their heads and going back to what they were doing. It seems they were used to Libro's personality. Seems like that beauty has quite the high position here. Despite his casual appearance, Diane continued to analyze everything he could. This library, as you probably saw, is split into 100 levels for a total of 600 among the outer pillars. I'm responsible for all levels, which is why I sit behind this computer screen. Diane's eyes widened. In charge of 600 levels by yourself? Even with monitors, that would be impossible. The levels you're able to access depend on your identification card. Since the young mistress gave you hers, you have access to all 600 outer levels. But even she doesn't have access to the inner levels yet. A first-year student with almost unlimited access. If I'm right, her father must be head of one of the pillar families. Patieniva, she said. Though you have Delia's access for now, you most likely won't in the future. Usual first-year students have access to the first 10 levels at the most, but even that's in rare cases. Most are usually stuck at the minimum 1 level. How do you increase the levels you have access to? You can do it by performing well at the opening ceremony. Although that's usually reserved for pillar family chosen, I hear they've made an exception for you. In addition, you can be promoted through grades by passing your end-of-year exams. You can participate in challenges and tournaments throughout the year. There's also the possibility of ranking well in the numerous leaderboards and doing well in a faction you create or join. Factions again? Diane couldn't hold back his smile. These next few years were going to be fun. Although it's the goal of most branch family students to gain access to higher levels in the outer pillars, the true treasure is within the inner pillar. There are no rules for how to gain access to it. Just be outstanding. Just be outstanding. You don't have to tell me twice. Now, what were your questions? I have a theory about this. Will your martial world harps on? Diane spoke thoughtfully, allowing his eyes to lose their focus. Will? Ah, I understand. Delia must have dumbed it down for him. If your world is proficient at manipulating these wills, then it stands to reason that your creations would hold them too, correct? Libro let a small smile creep onto his lips. That would indeed be an accurate deduction. So your books would hold them. So, if I decided to understand the will of the book instead of reading it, my understanding would probably be far deeper and I might even save some time. Libro was shocked. I'm not sure a beginner like you would be able to do something like that. That's a speed reading technique that does indeed exist, but it requires at least a basic understanding of martial theory and a powerful soul. Considering your explanation, you may have accurately stepped through into an initial understanding, but that's all it is. You'll need a much deeper understanding to even attempt to understand the technique. Diane only smiled. I'd like a book on this speed reading technique, the most basic books you have on martial world theory, as well as a rule and culture book for this school and society. Also, if you have a book of the current factions in this school, I'd appreciate that as well. Libro curtly nodded. His job was to help students find the books they needed and guide them through when they were lost. It seemed that Diane was set on this path, and the choices of books he made were decent enough. As Libro fiddled with something on his side of the screen to track down the books Diane asked for, Diane continued to look around. This truly was the first time he'd seen such a grand library. It wouldn't even be fair to compare this to that library, Diane thought, taking in a deep breath. On either side of the elevator door was an expanse of glass going from one side of the building to the next. Diane noticed small cuts which he recognized as other doorways once he watched a student step through one. He nodded to himself. It made sense for there to be more entrances than just the one elevator. The desk in front of him seemed more like a display of wealth than anything else. It was made in ancient wood that breathed an air of nature into the already book-like smell of the library. The carvings on it swirled and dipped into a fantastic pattern. Diane almost couldn't resist touching it. I wonder what the other side of the building holds. Libro looked up, and in a display of what Diane assumed was his view of grandeur, slammed a final button that opened up a chasm in the large desk. 14 books flew up and out at Diane as he scrambled to catch them. You're pretty sinister, Diane said while laughing and catching the last book. How else would I have fun all day? This control room isn't exactly comfy, Libro said with a mysterious smile. Diane was once again given another shock while looking down at the books. They were all written by the same person? Ah, the Xianxia family, Libro said in reminiscence. I still remember the day I earned my crystal glasses. So it's a family. They own the monopoly on information? If only the books on martial theory were written by them, it'd be one thing. But the rule book, the culture book, the speed reading technique, and the book of factions too. That's utter nonsense. No one sees an issue with this. The Xianxia family is actually one of the few families with multiple main branches. We're basically responsible for all research and development in the martial world for this universe. If you want to become a researcher, you join the family. If you're good enough, you become part of a main branch. Not many other families even think about giving that chance. Libro sighed in pride. It can't possibly be that no one who's ever made a discovery has chosen not to join the family, right? Diane was confused. This one family can't have written every book for the martial world. Well, the Xianxia family is the leading expert, meaning any new book that will be published must pass through a subsidiary branch at a minimum. The higher the ranking of the Xianxia branch that approves it, the more reliable, rare, and sought after the book is. Every book will say Xianxia on the cover, but you can find the true writer on the inside. The only exception would be techniques. But obviously, speed reading is a technique that would be highly beneficial to a researching family. So it's not a surprise that it was created by us as well. Diane nodded. He found this world fascinating. To have a single family monopolize information would cause an outcry in his world, but it was perfectly normal here. Thank you for your help, Libro, Diane said sincerely as he walked to the end of the desk and passed it to look for a place to read. Libro shut off the monitor and switched his view to the cameras of the base floor library. He was interested in seeing how Diane would approach this and if he could really understand in the short time he had left. If he reads the speed reading book first in over-eagerness, he'll end up wasting all 12 hours he has left trying to understand. Let's see if he makes the right choice. Diane walked through one of the main aisles of books and ladders to find a small pond flowing with odd golden water. Ignoring the glances of curiosity from the surrounding students, he picked a meditation platform and sat down. The speed reading book requires a basic understanding of martial theory. So it's clear that I'll have to read the basic books first. Even if it takes most of the time I have left, I'll have to finish at least 2 before reading the speed reading book and trying to finish the last ones. Libro smiled as he watched Diane pick up the basics of martial theory book. Delia sure knows how to pick him. Delia would probably hit him in the side with her sword too if she had heard that thought. Libro chuckled to himself and watched the future bloom right in front of him. In the lowest level of the center pillar laid a massive room of ceremony. Carpets of lavender and crimson bathed the floor, almost fighting against the blue hues that washed in from the surrounding lake. The grand room was the only level of the center pillar and skyscraper that was submerged underwater and had a ceiling of at least 30 meters in height. Strong and sturdy silver pillars carved with intricate patterns followed the room's circular shape, Pillar after pillar gave the room a dominating feel that was only interrupted by the gaps allowed for the 6 entrances that connected the outer pillars. The designs of the silver pillars seemed to hold up the ceiling by merging with it, continuing the captivating carvings to lead to a massive chandelier. Many circular tables filled the grand room, bathed in cloths that matched the carpet's blood-red design. Elaborate floral decorations and candles graced the centers of these tables, displaying never-ending wealth. At the end of this room laid a wide set of stairs that led to 6 thrones. Familiar faces that had graced the silver yacht sat there, once again feigning politeness. The beautiful dark-skinned Duco spoke. "Patieniva, your daughter has grown to be quite beautiful." A strong and stoic man sat on one of the 2 center thrones. His skin had a deep olive color that seemed to complement Delia's. His eyes glowed a murky brown that was worn with age. His beard was marvelous, flowing a deep brown that was accented with whites. His hair was of medium length, combed over and well kept. Just like the other family head, he wore robes fitting of their stature. A flowing red robe with a chain of gold that held the symbol of focus at its middle. He smiled. "Indeed she has. I hear Pharaoh has grown to be quite dependable. The Duco family will have good times ahead." Duco smiled, appreciating the compliment but being inwardly surprised. She had gone through quite a few measures to keep Pharaoh's potential hidden, but it seemed that the head of the Patieniva family had seen through her. A tall and sharp Asian man, whose face still contained his youthful vigor, walked up to the nobles before placing himself on the last throne beside Patieniva. He nodded in greeting before closing his eyes and preparing for the ceremony to begin. The shorter Asian man glanced at him before turning away. "It seems the Kami family head has come. Now that we're all here, we can begin." "Correct, headmaster." Delia's father nodded in agreement. His eyes scanned the room as if looking for something before landing on his daughter, who sat at a table with the other chosen of the pillar families. Delia gave him a pointed look that conveyed her message. Delia's father understood. "I guess he's not coming," he said in a soft voice. "No matter." He stood, and the pressure in the room seemed to increase immensely. Everyone stopped what they were doing and silence reigned. The soft swaying of the ceiling's chandelier made the room's only sound, filling the room with a faint twinkling sound. Despite being the best teachers Focus Academy had to offer, they didn't dare breath a word when the headmaster spoke. "Today, we've gathered in honor of the opening of a new year at our Focus Academy. As is customary, the chosen of our families will display their talents for us today to showcase their level of understanding of martial theory." He turned to look at the table of youths, sparing a quick glance at the empty seat. "I'm sure you all understand the importance of this event. You only get one chance, and in many ways it will decide your path for at least the next 10 years. Stay resolute. Be confident. Display your focus. We will all bear witness to the level of will you can display." A towering teen who was almost an exact replica of the towering man from the yacht stood, his blue eyes flashing with a competitive light. "It would be an honor if you would allow me to go first, headmaster." The teen clasped his hands and bowed. Patieniva nodded before returning to his throne. The tables, chairs, and people were picked up by some unknown force and guided to the edges of the room. You would be hard-pressed to tell what was happening if you had your eyes closed. However, those well-trained eyes could tell that this was related to a formation created by someone skilled in the soul path. A platform raised itself about 3 feet in the center of the now open space, allowing the tall boy to stride forward with confidence and hop onto it. "Spear!" the boy shouted in a voice much deeper than what it should have been for his age. A black carbon spear began to materialize, its tip shining with a silver sharpness as lightning crackled along its handle. The nobles nodded in appreciation. "He's able to call upon the elements." Although faint, this is proof of at least a basic understanding of the will of lightning, at least the first of the 9 levels. Something that was commendable for such a youth. A mentor of Focus Academy chortled, stroking his beard. This would have been impressive enough to gain quite a few sponsors, but Family Headstorm's smile only grew larger. Clouds began to materialize as the youth spun his spear. He moved swiftly, with an agility that shouldn't be possible with his size. The crackles of lightning within the dark clouds grew more and more pronounced until the youth reached the apex of his movements. "Ha!" the boy roared. A thick bolt of lightning descended onto the platform, falling directly onto the tip of the sword as the youth swept his spear for the final time. Headmaster Paishaniva quickly waved his hand, forming a barrier around the platform. The barrier rippled and distorted as the youth stabbed forward, but remained firm in the end. Sweat rolled down the youth's brow, but a proud smile bloomed on his immature features. "I am Hawkstorm. Remember my name." The barrier dematerialized as Hawk stepped off the platform. A booming laughter filled the room. "Ha ha! Well done, son." The nobles were stunned. That technique was at least at the small success level of a common grade technique. Hawk was at the second or even third-year level, a genius indeed. A 16-year-old at such an advanced level. "You've raised quite the successor, Storm." Family head by chuckled. Storm beamed, looking off at his son proudly. A fair-skinned Asian girl stood after Hawk took his seat. She strode forward with elegant steps, her features beautiful and her demeanor domineering. The room seemed to be washed with a white light that flowed from the young lady's flowing sundress. She stood even shorter than Delia, and her eyes shone a violet that was only more pronounced because of her swaying jet-black hair. A translucent compass lit her feet as she used it to float onto the stage. The nobles received their second shock of the night, and it was Bai's turn to smile this time. "The feng shui compass, Bai. Where have you been hiding this gem?" Duco spoke out, her silver eyes shining to disbelief. The compass beneath the beautiful girl's feet grew in size to perfectly fit the elevated platform before she bowed. "My name is Bai Meiying. I look forward to the coming years," she said in a sweet voice. Her compass shrunk and guided her back to her seat where she sat still smiling. Although an understanding of the elements is considered great within the martial world, an understanding of something more abstract like the compass Meiying used supersedes its difficulty by several folds. This is because, although will is abundant, it is also limited. Elements are easier to understand because their existence is infinite and supported by the will of everything. However, a feng shui compass has limited will supporting it because it is a practice only seen in a small portion of the world. For a child as young as Meiying to carve out a place for herself in the will of the feng shui compass was unheard of. To be competing for the will of the compass against experts well beyond her years, and to be able to expand it as far as she did, she is without a doubt a future pillar of our alliance. Storm spoke in disbelief. He had been confident that his son would be most impressive, but it seemed that he had counted on too much. The youths came up one after another, displaying talents far beyond their years. Pharaoh Duco displayed his shape-shifting ability. His will of the eagle, wolf, and bear shook all in attendance. To understand not one, but 3 wills at such a young age was simply outrageous. Kami Mayumi was equally as impressive. His unceasingly calm demeanor as he pulled on his bow and arrow was unmatched through at least 4th years. A chill filled the room as he pierced target after target. Even his cold father opened his eyes and gave him a curt nod before Mayumi returned to his seat. Afterwards, a small boy with black-framed glasses walked to the stage. He was meek and frail, but his golden eyes shone with a keen intelligence. "Calligraphy," he called out in a soft shout. A kneeling table materialized along with a rolled piece of thick paper and a glass container of ink with an elegant brush leaning within it. The boy kneeled and set himself. In the next moment his meekness disappeared. His eyes grew sharp as he opened the paper and lifted the brush in one swift motion. The nobles held their breath. All think the same thing, the will of words. The boy began writing with strokes as sharp as his eyes. His brow furrowed as he leaned in with the utmost concentration. A soft wind seemed to sweep the room as he finished his final swipe of the brush. "My name is Pertinacis Sapientia. Today I give you this word, genius." "How bold." A mentor responsible for caring for the inner libraries took a keen interest in Pertinacis. The ceremonial hall washed over in a radiant light as Pertinacis turned over his work for show. In that instant, everyone felt the will of his word, the overbearing pursuit of knowledge and the perseverance to achieve the ultimate goal. Truly genius. To convey emotion and by extension change the will of those around you is something even 5th and 6th year students of Focus Academy can't do. Mayumi reached this realm partially by washing us over with his cold intent. But Pertinacis has his feet firmly planted in this realm. Truly astounding. The headmaster spoke his words of appreciation. The handsome man who wore the crystal-framed glasses smiled at his son as Pertinacis walked off the stage. Pertinacis walked to the steps at the end of the hall before respectfully bowing and continuing. He handed the paper to his father before heading back to his seat. Well done. Family head Sapientia spoke softly. Delia broke out of her concentration to stand once Pertinacis sat. Brown gold hair flowing, her eyes sharpened. She wore a beautiful black skirt that had layered folds. Her black stockings were stretched by her toned legs and ended in black flats. The neck of her pale pink blouse wrapped around her shoulders lower than usual, revealing the silver necklace that graced her collarbone. A sword materialized in her hand as ice petals blossomed from her feet. Her pale green eyes iced over into a cold blue. Unlike others, she had no need to call upon the creation formation. The only nobles that remained seated were Cami and Paishaniva, but even Cami's usual calm demeanor was blown over as his eyes snapped open. Duco sucked in a breath. The will of ice manifested changes within her. The nobles were stunned. Although Pharaoh had called upon the will of the eagle, bear, and wolf, the changes were only illusory. The eagle, for example, partially increased his eyesight and agility, the bear his strength, and the wolf his instincts and speed. But Delia was becoming a whole new person. Her hair instantly turned into a bright white. Her skin paled, becoming even fairer than Maying's. Her body shone a bright light before bursting out within her. A layer of frost covered the whole of the ceremony hall. A wall of ice emanated outward as she lightly swung her sword, causing fierce ripples within the barrier. Delia finally closed her eyes, lowering herself to the ground. The cold winds subsided, reducing the chill of the guests in the hall. Her hair returned to its usual golden brown, and her eyes warmed to its usual pale green and hazel color. Her sword disappeared as she returned to her seat. Hawk was the first to compliment her. "You're amazing, Delia. And here I thought I was going to be the best." Admiration, jealousy, and attraction colored his blue eyes. Maying grabbed Delia's arm and pulled her closer. "Stay away, Hawk. I can smell your breath from over here." Delia smiled warmly and looked up at her father, who gave her a nod of approval. "I'm confused, though. Why are there 7 seats here?" Maying whispered into Delia's ear. A complicated expression flashed on Delia's full features before they were interrupted by the whooshing of 6 doors opening. Clapping resounded from the door. Dian stood with his hands clasped together, clearly dressed much too informally. His dress shirt flowed behind him and his crisp white shirt clung to his lean torso as he strolled into the room towards Delia's table without a care in the world. His voice sounded through the quiet hall. "I didn't open the door earlier because I didn't want to interrupt such a spectacular performance. Why didn't you tell me you could get even more beautiful?" Dian stopped in front of Delia and Maying before he grabbed Delia's hand and placed her identity card within it. Dian let go as his eyes flashed with interest when he looked over at the beautiful Asian girl holding onto Delia. "Wow, you have beautiful friends too." Dian's laughter filled the hall as if oblivious to the pressure that was building on the stage behind him. Back in the control room, Libro shook his head. "A monster, simply a monster." Dian pulled the empty chair between his legs and leaned his chest on the backrest, sitting behind the 2 girls. "What's your name?" Dian asked with a smile, not hiding his roaming gaze. Maying shot a glance at her fuming father before smiling mischievously. "By Maying," she responded in a sweet voice. "Ah, a beautiful name for a beautiful girl. I believe that means beautiful flower, correct?" "How fitting." Maying seemed to be surprised that Dian knew the meaning of her name, but instead of saying anything she raised an eyebrow towards Delia, who was pretending to not notice what he was doing. "You know, you might die," Delia said. "Worried? About me?" "I'm touched," Dian said, shifting his attention away from Maying. "Who do you think you are?" Hawk bellowed. Dian didn't even spare Hawk a glance. "Your card was very useful. Thank you. I gained quite a bit of knowledge." Delia nodded in acknowledgement, then chose to close her eyes. This guy really is shameless. He's going to get himself killed. Hawk was about to stand in rage when Mayumi gripped his shoulder. "What's the use of getting riled up, Hawk?" He looked towards Dian before continuing. "Our pillar families, by the goodness of our hearts, have decided to grace you with a seat amongst us chosen. Don't you think disrupting the proceedings like this is disrespectful? Couldn't have said it better myself. Hawk said, sitting down and crossing his arms like a petulant child. So Maying, how long have you and Delia been friends? She's a bit cold and I could use some help, Diane said while turning his attention back to the beautiful Maying. Maying brought her free hand to her lips and giggled. This guy sure is interesting. I wonder how long it'll be before Dad kills him. It's been so long. Yet even I don't know whether she's interested in boys, Maying said teasingly. No wonder, Diane said while comically bringing his fist to his palm. I had begun to wonder whether I wasn't handsome enough. The pressure in the room was palpable. Maying released Delia, hunching over in a laughter. Delia was still pretending to not hear anything, but her face was at least half a shade redder. He really said that, and in front of my father too, Delia thought in a rage. She took a slow breath, trying to calm herself, and kept her eyes sealed. Mayumi and Hawk were fuming at having been ignored. Pharaoh had a smile on his face, and Pertinacis was reading words that flew by on the lenses of his glasses. Diane finally looked up to the 6 thrones, his eyes glittering when he saw the beautiful dark-skinned family head, something Pharaoh found much less amusing. Duco chuckled. This boy seems to have his eyes set quite high. Cammy had long since reopened his eyes, a sinister aura swirling around him. Sapientia, much like his son, had stopped paying attention. However, the same could not be said of the Patieniva, Storm, and by family heads. The room's guests had begun to struggle to breathe. Everyone was wondering the same thing. Who is this boy? And how has he not long since burst from the pressure? Diane finally spoke. You four seem like you're about to pop a blood vessel. That can't be good at your age. If things continue like this, we could have a messy situation on our hands. What a scandal it would be. 6 elders kill child. How domineering of you. Sapientia finally looked up in shock. The eyes of the rest of the family heads widened. Who do you? I tried to speak before being cut off. Let me stop you right there. That muscle head over there tried to ask the same thing, Diane said, nudging his head towards Hawk. And clearly I ignored him, so why would you try to ask again? The room was astonished. These were grandmasters of the highest level. They hadn't been disrespected in years. And yet this unknown kid had said words they couldn't even imagine thinking. Maying finally stopped laughing. Her usual carefree yet domineering demeanor had been blown over into full-on shock. But then she started laughing inwardly. Teach that old man a lesson before you die then. Diane stood and began walking towards the steps. Unlike Pertinacis, he didn't bow, he instead continued straight up until he was about 5 meters from the thrones. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, If you'd like to know who I am, here I guess I'm a commoner. But, on the other side of the world, I'm son to Saintus Sacharo and General Sacharo. Diane Sacharo at your service. He looked over at Duco before smiling. Sacharo is actually Latin for sugar, he said with a wink. The family heads almost flew out of their thrones. Only Duco and Sapientia looked on in curiosity. Mayumi had had enough. He stood from his chair and touched his earring. A bow and arrow materialized before he took aim for Diane. Just as he was about to loose his shot, Diane looked back at him. Sit! A wild pressure filled the room, suffocating Mayumi and forcing him to cough up blood. Cammy gripped the rest of his chair in uncontrolled anger. The throne disintegrated, leaving him standing. He was about to make strides towards Diane, when he was stopped by Patieniva. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and rematerialize a throne for him to sit on. Wow, this martial world sure is interesting. I can't believe that worked. A suppose chosen with a weaker soul than a commoner. How fascinating. Delia had opened her eyes to see Mayumi keeling over, taking ragged breaths with his bow and arrow long since dropped from his hands. Now, honestly speaking, I'm quite unrefined. That was simply a parlor trick. Any of the 6 of you could kill me, Diane said, looking back at the family heads. In fact, if that idiot with the bow gets up, he could probably kill me too. However, both you and I know quite well why it is you can't kill me, no? If it wasn't for that, would you lofty so-called nobles try such underhanded tricks more befitting a commoner like me? Diane turned and walked off to the center stage. Since none of you truly know me, I'll tell you a little about myself. My name is Diane, like I said. I happen to be 16, and I guess you could say I possess a little intelligence. I love long walks, but not on beaches because sand can get quite annoying. I'm what you all would probably call a commoner. Maybe a couple centuries ago I'd be more reserved, but fortunately, from what I understand, this small school doesn't have the ability to fight against us commoners at the moment. Small school? Rage was filled the room. What are you all getting mad about? If that's all it took for you to get mad, you should have probably fought back long ago. I wonder what the point of funding a school made for elites by elites. They may as well have just used their resources to homeschool their kids. Diane had reached the center of the stage. He stood, looking off into the crowd. The rage was almost immediately calmed. But, unfortunately, I'm not in the habit of helping people who can't help themselves. So instead of wasting my time, I'll just show you what happens when a commoner gets to perform. Those guys sucked anyway. Except for you two, of course. He said, smiling at Delia and Mei, who still hadn't recovered from what was transpiring. Let's see, from what I read, anything I'd like to display my talents with should manifest itself. Correct? Then let's go with this. Piano. Diane spoke softly. A pearly white grand piano began to manifest in front of him as Diane walked toward its bench. Today, I do this because a few people tried to disrespect me. The moment he sat, a wave of light surged through the room, sending a light breeze through the air. Remember my name and who I am. Do not provoke me, and you will not be provoked. This pressure, he hasn't even started playing yet. He shouldn't have any knowledge of how to call upon wills. How is he doing this? Delia was more surprised than anyone. Only she knew the extent his knowledge had reached just a few hours ago. To already have the ability to injure Mayumi and emit the will of music without even playing, it was unprecedented. Diane's eyes sharpened as he raised his hands to the marble keys. The pressure in the room multiplied several folds. The light that had been emitted rushed back towards Diane and merged with him just as he pressed down on the first note. Diane's fingers raced across the keys as a sweet melody rang out. He unleashed his frustration, his pain and his sadness. He closed his eyes, sensing the smell his mother's cooking, feeling her arms around him, hearing her voice ringing out. He could feel his father's bitter training and hear his strict voice. The pressure increased as Diane's fingers forcefully slammed the keys, almost as if to beat the piano into submission. His heart beat faster and faster as he tightened the lids of his eyes to escape from the tears. He heard his father's robust laugh, felt his sturdy shoulders carry him, saw the purity in his brown eyes. Diane thought of the anger he felt. How dare they? This was their last request and you want to run me out of here. The tune immediately changed, multiplying in ferocity. The floors began to rumble and the silver pillars began to shake. Diane slammed his foot down on the rightmost pedal of the piano, layering note after note, chord after chord. The glass windows of the ceremony hall cracked, but Diane didn't stop. No one could move, the captivation of the melody was too much. Patieniva waved his hand, trying to use the same barrier he had before to contain Diane. But it immediately shattered. You want to contain me? The music amplified. People in the hall began to forget if they'd ever heard music before. They tried as hard as they could, but the only melody that filled their minds took the shape of Diane's rage. The glass windows cracked again. He's gaining a monopoly on the will of music. This is ridiculous. Cammy thought. Paisha, we have to stop him. I spoke in anger. No, let him have his temper tantrum. We were in the wrong. We'll stop it if it goes too far. Although the family heads mostly held faces of anger, all of them were truly astonished. They had never felt this type of pressure before from a mere child. Delia stood, walking towards Diane, the pressure not affecting her. She was a bit annoyed to see the same was the case for every other female in the room, but she chalked it up to Diane's shameless attitude. But she couldn't hide were the tears on her face. She didn't know what made Diane so sad and so angry, but she knew that someone should stop him. So, she reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder. Diane stopped playing and opened his reddened eyes. He looked up at Delia, who had tears streaking down her face. He stood immediately and wiped the tears from her cheeks with his thumb. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry. My mom would kill me if she knew about this. Delia didn't say anything, so Diane let her walk back to her seat. Diane looked around the room. It seemed most of the people in the hall had streaks of tears on their face or were fighting to hold them back. Diane's ferocity and sadness disappeared in an instant, replaced by his usual carefree and flirtatious attitude. Then he turned and left, leaving only one thought in everyone's mind. How domineering. Diane walked along a moving floor, heading back to the same pillar he had met Libro in Patieniva pillar. Looking down at the white card in his hand, he sighed. After all that, it seems like I'll be stuck with books on just the first level. He smirked. Delia's never going to fall for me if I have to ask her for help at every turn. Thinking back to Maying, Diane chuckled. She's definitely not simple either. I felt like I was almost being used, but what complaints would I ever have about such a pretty little lady needing my services? Diane's eyes flashed with seriousness. He knew he needed an action plan. For one, the currency system in this martial world was entirely different. Diane was so poor here that he couldn't even afford a ride on the silver yacht. Secondly, there's the matter of access. Being restricted to just the first level wasn't a big deal for now, but considering Diane's speed reading ability, he knew he'd finish the entire first level in about 2 months at the most, and that was if he read things useless to him. Plus, that wasn't accounting for the increase his speed would undergo as he further familiarized himself with the technique. Diane shook his head. These people are so petty. By my performance, I definitely deserve higher floor access. But considering their anger, being frozen out might be the best possible outcome. I'll have to publicize my future accomplishments so that they have no choice but to follow the rules in the future. Diane's eyes glazed over in thought. In truth, he had many ideas, but they needed time to be implemented. With just 1 week before classes started, Diane didn't have much time before his freedom was cut down by almost half. This money thing is going to be an issue. Although Diane had his wristbands to preserve the food he brought from home, considering how much he ate, that would last another 2 weeks at the most. After that, he'd need money to eat. And that's not even speaking on how he would protect himself. Of course, the main way students protected themselves were factions. But, with Diane's pride, he had no intention of asking Delia to join hers. Even if she asked him, his answer would be no. To these people, his arrogance was bordering on stupid. To them, he had a pride he hadn't earned. But only he knew what he had been through in his life. He'd crush them in their own field without relying on anyone else. That said, this didn't mean that Diane didn't have avenues to explore. In addition to student-led factions headed by the Chosen and Pseudo-Chosen, there were so-called secondary profession factions that caught his eye. Usually, students who joined these factions had niche abilities that Chosen factions would seek out. The best factions could permanently employ those of secondary profession factions. From the books Diane read, the library was considered one. But he immediately crossed it off his list. Unfortunately, he didn't do this willingly. According to the faction rules, only those of the Sapientia family could become members. Also, it required having knowledge of the first 600 levels to be admitted. Unlike the student-formed factions that were more free-form, pillar factions had strict rules and guidelines to be met, as well as their own internal ranking systems that provided higher-tier members with extra benefits. Of course, that isn't to say that student-run factions don't have their own admittance tests. They were just seen as generally easier. It was unfortunate that this route was barred to him because this faction provided the easiest path to the inner library. But it couldn't be helped. The next were sports factions. But, as you might imagine, Diane had never heard of these sports before. If it was a simple matter of reading the rules, he would have considered it. However, Diane knew that these sports factions required understanding of the martial world he simply didn't have right now. It might have seemed like Diane magically became a genius of the martial world after just a few hours of reading, but this was a wholly false perception. Firstly, the shout that made Mayumi cough up blood was terrible double-edged sword. After a few hours of reading, Diane learned that his energy cultivation talent was absolutely terrible. However, he surprisingly had what was known as an innate soul. Normally, martial warriors needed to go through various steps to awaken their souls from slumber. Souls would then provide an excellent means of communicating with the heavens and comprehending wills. The problem was that souls were extremely fragile. If Mayumi had been prepared for Diane to do something so stupid as directly attack with his soul, The worst-case scenario would have been Diane's death. Simply put, the stupidity of Diane's actions was the only reason why he was standing right now. In addition, invoking the will of music was something simple for him. Diane had been playing the piano ever since he was tall enough to climb onto the bench that stood in front of his mother's favorite Steinway. The only reason that he didn't produce phenomena like today in the mortal world was because it was devoid of the energy the martial world had. But it wasn't like Diane could carry around a piano where he went. And he had no idea how to attack with it. He could only vaguely affect the emotions of those around him. This said, there was good news too. Although souls were terrible for combat, those talented in the soul path were the staples of secondary professions. Diane had no idea whether he was talented in the soul path or not. Simply having an innate soul wasn't enough of a marker. But what Diane was certain of was that whether he was talented or not, he would grasp this chance. At the very least, he had a little more talent on the soul path than the energy path. There's the alchemy faction, the formation faction, the forging faction, the beast master faction, and the philosophy debate faction. Of those, although the idea of what creatures the martial world piqued Diane's interest, he had no way of knowing how long it would take to make significant contributions to a faction that required raising animals. For all he knew, it could take decades to raise a decent creature. And even then, he would have to give it away for him to garner any of the basic benefits he was looking for. At first, he had thought of the possibility of using beasts as a proxy for his strength, but the time needed was again a barrier, not to mention money. As for the philosophy debate faction, Diane once again had to push the idea away because he simply didn't know enough. It was clear that a faction of philosophy was important to a world based in understanding the wills of things, but without a clear understanding himself, even marginally contributing would be difficult. And the crux of the matter was that if he wanted to profit from joining, it would again take time to build up a reputation, so others would be willing to pay to listen to his lectures. The forging factions was quite a good choice, but it required high cultivation levels to improve at a steady pace. Without appropriate strength, it would be impossible to forge the materials of the martial world, or even handle the environment needed to mold said materials. At the moment, Diane couldn't even sense energies of the martial world. How would he gain enough strength to hammer those godly materials or handle the heat needed to smelt them? This left the alchemy and formation factions. However, Diane felt that there was something severely off-putting about them. It wasn't that anything about them in particular was odd, but rather the fact there existed a faction that combined the both of them. Why do the alchemy and formation factions exist if something like the array alchemy faction does? I don't get it. Diane's brows furrowed as he continued to walk. Plus, according to the Book of Factions, the alchemy and formation factions have dozens of members each, but the array alchemy faction only has 2. Although Diane was confused, he smelt the signs of opportunity. Due to the importance of secondary professions, Libro had warned Diane that they were arrogant and uppity. Maybe a small 2-person faction was exactly what Diane needed to get his feet wet. Still, the question remained, how could you combine formation theory with alchemy theory? Having made his choice, Diane spun on his heels. He could look for his room later, but now it was more important to do more research. So he headed back towards the library. Diane walked into the library to find it to be in the same state he left it in. It must have been almost midnight by now, but it seemed like the students hadn't noticed. Maybe there's some technique that also reduces the amount of sleep you need? Diane had previously thought that this might be a possibility, but since he was on a time crunch, he hadn't asked Libro. Standing in front of the grandiose desk, Diane waved at the monitor. It flickered to life to reveal Libro shaking his head. You're really reckless, you know. Had you misread the situation even a bit, you would be dead. Diane smiled a devious smile. So you have cameras in more areas than just the libraries? Diane shrugged. They wouldn't dare openly harm me unless they want war with the mortal world. A wry smile spread across Libro's lips. Maybe Focus Academy is wary of the mortal world, but the same can't be said for higher echelons of the martial world. You need to be careful. I'll keep that in mind. Diane was well aware of this fact, but he was a person who adapted to the situation while following his principles. If this approach wouldn't have worked, he would have found another. I'm thinking of joining the Array Alchemy faction, so I need whatever books this first-level card you gave me can get on them and their area of expertise. Libro's eyes flashed with something that looked like disappointment. You know, I could put in a good word for you and help you join the library and research faction. Also, the array alchemy faction is. A complicated look graced his features, taking over the disappointment. Thank you, Libro, Diane said sincerely. But I don't think I'd like to join the Xianxia family. Libro sighed. I understand. If you ever change your mind in the future, we're always looking for intelligent lads like you. Libro really was disappointed. He had just watched Diane learn a speed-reading technique that only the top percentage of the Xianxia family knew. He had only given it to Diane to help Delia fulfill her favor, and because he never thought he'd be able to learn it. Now, an elite technique of the Xianxia family was out in the world, and the person who had it wasn't willing to join them. But Diane, there are other factions you could join. The array alchemy faction is dead in the water. Not to even mention the fact that since you only have access to the first floor, none of their advanced techniques aren't available to you. Even if you had Delia's card, you would be at a loss. Focus Academy doesn't have a single advanced technique with connection to the array alchemy faction regardless of floor. Diane was sad to hear this, but he had no choice. Only a faction like this would, for one, accept him and also have a low requirement for cultivation. He had limited options. I get it, Diane said softly. Although the fact the entire academy doesn't have any advanced techniques is surprising, I'll have to continue forward with them. The array alchemy faction had 2 members, one of which was barely at the lower common grade threshold, while the head barely touched upon the door of the high common grade. Considering the heads of the alchemy and formation factions had all broken into the practitioner grade, this showing was simply too pitiful. I won't deny that the theory behind array alchemy has supreme value. But there's a reason that there's a taboo on combining alchemy and formation theory. They're too difficult to learn alone, let alone fusing them. Libro shook his head. Diane smiled. I can't begin my road in the martial world yet because I don't want to begin without the proper cultivation technique. And even if I had one, my talent in energy cultivation seems to be pitiful. But array alchemy from the lower to peak common grade doesn't require my power being high. I only need an understanding of plants, array theory, a refined soul, and plenty of practice drawing arrays and grafting plants together. I can do this. He looked at Libro, eyes burning with determination. Libro's eyes softened. I'll make an exception. Since even the so-called array alchemists of our school don't check out these books, I'll give you a copy of every array alchemy-related book we have at Focus Academy. And I'll toss in the alchemy and formation theory exclusive books for the first 10 floors. Diane smiled brightly, feeling very thankful to Libro. However, what he didn't know was that Libro was keeping a harsh reality secret from him. In the martial world, all 3 paths, the energy, body, and soul, were connected. Currently, Diane had an innate soul awakened, which made him lucky, but only insofar as a 1/5 probability was concerned. When all was said and done, Diane's soul was at the lower foundation stage. This meant he could practice array alchemy to the lower common grade. However, if he wanted to progress to the middle common grade, he needed a middle foundation stage soul. The body, energy, and the soul were all connected. If the body was not powerful enough, one could not house more powerful energy nor a more powerful soul. Simply put, if Diane wanted to progress along the soul path, he had to either progress along the arduously difficult and ignored body path, or learn to leap over the hurdle of his poor talent and use the auxiliary ability of energy cultivation to temper his body. Either way, it was impossible to rely on the soul path alone. Yet that was all he had. Sitting by the pond at the center of the library, Diane immediately began poring through the books Libro helped him get. Although Diane's memory was never photographic, he was still proud of it. If he, at any point, understood a topic, it would be unlikely that he would forget it. This was something that helped him greatly in the mortal world where he often spent much of his days coding. That said, this was taken to an all-new level with the speed-reading technique. By using the Xianxia family's technique, Diane was able to understand the will of the books he wanted to read without even opening the cover. This essentially led to an even deeper understanding than he could have gained by normal methods. As such, the things he learned were engraved into his brain. As long as he put them to practice, he would be unlikely to ever lose this knowledge. If he could gain a cultivation method, his capacity to use the technique would increase. He may even be able to speed read multiple high-level books at a time. Dian was in awe of the knowledge he was gaining. Array alchemy allowed a myriad of things, from setting up protection and slaughter arrays to grafting together simple plants to form more complex ones. Even just one aspect led to infinite possibilities. For example, scientifically speaking, grafting meant using special means to splice the DNA of various plants together to form a new plant sharing the properties of the grafted DNA, or even creating all new properties not shared by any of the plants used to create it. By using the martial world's methods, the new plant would even be available immediately without the growth or wait time. Obviously, grafting was a solely array alchemy-based concept. This was because it required knowledge of formations to break down and meld plants together safely. However, formation masters obviously never had any use for plants. They focused more so on concepts of feng shui and memorized what symbols capable of altering the laws of the universe in a finite space. No wonder why no one wants to join this faction. The complexity is without bounds. Theoretically, there's an infinite amount of knowledge to gain, which means any regular student would never feel like they made any real progress. But this only made Dian smile. He had always hated biology. But this perspective on it was completely new and intriguing to him. It lit a fire under him that he had only felt when he was training or sitting behind a computer screen. There was something that made Dian even more excited, though. He technically might not need to read the books on the highest levels of the library. He found that the avenue for applying mortal world knowledge to the martial world was boundless. These so-called common grade plants? At the very least, the lower common grade ilk could be found in the mortal world. This must be hard to do for other array alchemists because they don't have the human world knowledge that I have. Plus, the knowledge that I don't have. Dian looked down at his twin silver bracelets with an excited glint in his eye. I can always look it up. This thought gave Dian a new level of understanding. Both the martial and mortal world had their own advantages. Although he didn't understand why his world was devoid of energy, it was good that his experiences could still help him. Since they wanted to look down on commoners, he'd use his commoner knowledge to get a leg up. Before Dian even noticed, 2 days had passed by before he finished speed reading the hundreds of books on common plants. This was when Dian noticed a problem with his speed reading method. I have all of this knowledge, but it isn't organized. It's almost like if I want to recall something, I have to close my eyes and reread the hundreds of volumes I just went through to find the answer. This isn't good. The knowledge I've gained is useless like this. Frustrated, Dian carried the books back to the wooden desk in sets of 10. What a waste of 2 days. I'm tired as all hell and I smell horrible. Dian had long since taken off his previously unbuttoned dress shirt and switched his rolled-up jeans for a pair of gray sweats, but he still felt uncomfortable. Dian looked up as the monitor flickered. You seem tired. Libro pinched his nose. I can almost smell you from here. Go rest. I'll let you take the books on array theory with you. Dian flicked his wrist, too tired to answer. He created a new folder called Array Theory and slotted the other set of hundreds of books into his storage bands. What an interesting device. Doesn't seem very efficient, though. Libro snickered. Yeah. I'm sure you know what problems I'm having. Do you have a solution? In terms of your need for rest and showers, those won't be resolved until you reach a higher cultivation level. Your brain's capacity is still too weak to go without rest. In terms of the speed reading technique, I'm sure a genius like you will figure it out. Libro smiled deviously. I can't just give him all the answers. This is my family's secret technique after all. If I wasn't Crystal Glass's level, I'd be afraid of being killed for even thinking of giving him this technique. My only saving grace is that I didn't give him the full technique. Dian sighed. Fine, I guess. Thank for your help. This would probably have been a lot harder without you. Libro was a bit surprised by Dian's sincere thanks, but he took it in stride as he watched Dian sluggishly head towards his dorm room. On the top floor of the center pillar, the family heads met in a spacious office. Reminiscent of the ceremony hall, the room was filled with somber light. A fireplace raged off to the right, flickering soft embers that lit the dark room. Drapes of maroon covered the large windows, resonating with the dark wood floor. A large desk partially hid Paishaniva's figure as he faced away from the other family heads and towards the covered windows. The other family heads sat on black couches surrounding the fireplace, letting silence reign the room. Cammy was the first to speak, fury coating his words. "I won't let this stand. My boy still hasn't recovered. Disregarding the pain he's been in, the expense of the medicine needed to ensure these wounds would have no impact on his future is astronomical. Don't act rashly, Cammy. If your boy hadn't tried to kill the commoner, he would have never suffered." Paishaniva's voice was understanding but firm. He couldn't allow Cammy's hate to fester. "I don't care. Since when has the Cammy family ever needed permission to kill? He'll pay for this humiliation." Duco spoke. "Don't forget why he gained the quota to perform in the first place, Cammy. The boy may be mediocre here, but he is of great value to the commoners. In fact, he's quite the celebrity in the mortal world. If they learn of him being killed, and especially so soon after coming to us, it will start a war. Duco is right, we have other issues to deal with. Warring with the commoners is not something we can afford, and it seems like the boy knows this. Plus, considering the dangerous missions Focus Academy students undergo from the 4th grade onwards, he might just die naturally." I spoke out in agreement. Sapientia's light laughter filled the room in hopes of cutting through the tension. "From what I can garner, this boy might not continue to be mediocre for long," he said in reply to Duco's comment. "I see that our resident librarian has already taken a liking to him." "What?" Cammy's anger spiked. The importance of the library to this school couldn't be understated. If Diane somehow managed to get Libro to his side as a mentor or friend, his progress would be much faster. "Not to worry, Cammy, Libro wouldn't break the rules of the academy." Although it seems that Paishaniva's daughter gave the boy access to the first 600 levels for a few hours. Delia's father stiffened at these words. Cammy sighed in relief. No one could do anything with just a few hours, even with access to 600 levels. I wouldn't be too relieved if I were you. It seems like one of the techniques he learned was my clan's speed reading technique." "Learned? Don't play with the Sapientia. You just said he only had a few hours. What do you mean learned? And such a high-level technique at that," Storm said, breaking his silence. Sapientia sighed. "It seems he has quite some affinity for my clan's techniques. You know, the mortal world has always fascinated me. Their capacity for thinking and research is in some ways far beyond our own." Cammy's fists tightened. In reality, it seemed odd for experts of their stature to be so concerned with a boy. However, there were very strict taboos on the interaction between the martial and mortal world. The ceremonial talent check they allowed the mortal world every 5 years was never meant to actually turn out any talents. They couldn't understand how Diane had passed. Paishaniva's voice rang out. "The larger school alliances are putting too much pressure on us. We may have many promising geniuses in this generation, but past years have only had maybe 1 or 2. If we want this school to survive, and thereby secure the future of our families, we shouldn't be ostracizing geniuses. The boy is intelligent. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find out that there would be other schools willing to recruit him. Schools more willing to ignore the taboos. I suggest we move away from a plan to stifle him ourselves. The students of this school will be more than enough to do that. That way, if he succeeds despite that, we have a genius. If he fails, then we'd have gotten rid of a problem. We have other matters to attend to, such as preparing our family's geniuses for the Alliance ranking tournament and..." Although Paishaniva didn't speak the last parts of his thoughts, the other family heads knew fully well what he was referring to. Aside from this, the truth was that the family heads only acted against Diane because it was the easiest and most direct way. If he was embarrassed into leaving without them having to lift a finger, it would have been their best-case scenario. They had no way of guessing he'd have met Delia to give him access to the library, or even that he'd be able to learn what he learned in such a short time. Cammy swallowed his anger, choosing to believe his son would get his own revenge. As the pressure in the room subsided, the family heads nodded in resolve. It wasn't worth it to act themselves. They knew that Diane would be slowed by his own lack of resources. In fact, he wouldn't even be afforded a decent cultivation technique since the one demonstrated in the coming classes would be the most basic and crude version possible. Even the family heads didn't know what calamities lay ahead of them. All they knew was that power trumps everything. And right now, they didn't have enough of it. Diane's feet dragged across the floor as he weaved through the bustling pillar. As far as he knew, there were 6 sub-pillars and a center one. Each of the 6 sub-pillars were named after the pillar families, and Diane was just lucky enough to be assigned a dorm in the Patieniva pillar. Hopefully this means I can avoid too much trouble for the time being. Aside from this moment of temporary relief, something else confused Diane. There were just too many students. Are their families really this large? If they're all really part of the pillar families, this is going to be harder than I thought. Diane finally made it to the other half of the pillar after descending to the bottom floor. The large space narrowed into a hallway that led into a lounging area. A pond identical to the one in the library graced the center, allowing a few students to meditate around it on the available platforms. Looking at the water, it didn't seem to be water at all. Diane hadn't paid much attention to it before, but the pond gave off an ethereal feel. The substance inside it ebbed and flowed but seemed to have no real mass. It was almost like a gas sometimes and other times like a liquid. But its most defining characteristic was its golden color. What an interesting pond. It would have to be artificial for it to be here, but it seems so real, Diane thought in a trance. He walked slowly to the edge and stretched out his hand to dip it in. What are you doing? Diane snapped out of his trance to see a tall red-headed girl with her hands on her curved hips. The influx of tight leather cleared up his cloudy vision instantly. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You clearly have no cultivation and you clearly see no one else around you touching the energy currents, but you think a first year like you can? You must be trying really hard to implode from the inside out. You should already know about the dangers of the ponds. It's the first thing they teach you at orientation, and it should be something you would have learned even before coming here. In fact, why aren't you wearing your student-issued robes? What about your emblem? Faction affiliation? Do you even go here? Diane didn't seem to be listening. His eyes kept scanning over the voluptuous woman in front of him. Diane had never been one with any real tact. Coupled with his immaturity, he stood no chance against the girl in front of him. That wasn't even considering that fact she was wearing tight leather short shorts and a crop top. I sure am glad I came to this academy, Diane said while finally looking up from his daze. Ignoring the fact this girl was nagging him despite clearly not wearing a uniform herself. PFT, you're so weak yet you have time to think of frivolous things. Remove me from your thoughts. You think I'd want a man who I could beat without lifting a single finger? Snickers filled the lounge as a group of 3 male students wearing yellow robes reminiscent of traditional Chinese Chong Pao. Do you need us to handle this weakling, Ava? Ava looked over in disgust. Clearly not. Diane seemed unbothered by what was going on as he continued to smile. Beat me without lifting a finger? Maybe so. But what if I beat you? Would that be enough for you to take me as your man? Ava turned to Diane and raised an eyebrow. Diane continued as if not sensing the 3 boys staring daggers at the side of his face. Probably not, right? Although I know nothing much about this school, I'm fairly certain that you aren't the strongest. If being stronger than you was all it took, wouldn't you already have a man? So why not overlook my weakness and have a chat with me? Even the hostility of the 3 boys was stifled as silence reigned the lounge. Whispers came soon after. First he tried to kill himself with the pond, and now he's messing with Ava. Does this kid have a death wish? He's new. He clearly doesn't know what's going on. What an idiot. I hope you enjoyed your barely over a decade-old life. With Ava's temper, she really might kill you personally. Not the strongest? Maybe, but that's only because of her age. Obviously, she meant being stronger than her while being of her grade. Who does he think he is? Finally, the leader of the 3 boys couldn't hold back anymore and charged forward. This is Ava Sicarius. She ranks amongst the top one of last year's juniors, and you dare flirt with her? Who are you? What is your family name? Who gave you such courage? Diane flicked his wrists. A metal skateboard without wheels appeared, allowing him to hop onto it. He shot into the air just out of reach. Ava's eyes glowed with curiosity. Although he's weak, he sure has some interesting things on him. He may be quite smart too. Darius wouldn't dare jump at him while he's hovering over the pond. If he missed, that would mean his death. I guess he isn't just a handsome face. Come down here and fight like a man. Darius boomed in anger. The truth was that he was a little flustered. He had never seen the device Diane had pulled out. It was impossible for cultivators to fly until they reached the legendary Essence Gatherer realm. But there wasn't even a single such expert in the whole of this academy. The only exception were beast tamers who happened to tame winged creatures, but due to the danger of such a thing, only high-ranking beast masters would dare to risk taking a beast into the air for fear of dying. No thank you, you seem a bit angry and I'm weak, remember? But if Miss Ava wanted to come up with me, I wouldn't mind, Diane said with a smile. A devilish smile appeared on Ava's face as a wrapped whip appeared in her hand. I would love to come up with you, why don't you come down a bit? She doesn't look too happy, Diane thought with a shudder. I don't usually make it a point to disappoint beauties, but I'll have to make an exception today. I'll see you around, little Ava. A look of disdain appeared on Ava's face. Who are you calling little Ava? Unfurling her whip with an elegant flick, she shot a beam of energy directly at Diane's receding back. But, before it could reach him, it sent ripples across a translucent energy shield. That whip? Something seems off, thought Diane. You're right in being agitated when I call you little Ava. Diane smirked lewdly, involuntarily stealing a glance at Ava's chest. It seemed it could pop the seams of her leather crop top at any moment. Big Ava is definitely more apropos, Diane shouted as he entered another hallway, riding quickly towards his room. Torrents of red flooded Ava's chest as she heaved breaths in anger. I'll teach him a lesson soon enough. A cold wind made Diane shiver as he flew away. That was too close. Luckily, the protection I built into this board is able to stop the energy they use, or else I'd be screwed. This hoverboard was one of Diane's personal inventions. The energy shield was actually meant to stop debris and air from affecting him when he flew at high speeds, but today it saved him from injury. That aside, it seems like there are other families in this school. But most importantly, it seems like I missed orientation, so I have no clue what's going on. Damn it, Libro, you should have said something. Maybe the fact a pond with no warning labels could kill me would have been a nice tip to give. After weaving around aimlessly for a while and ensuring that no one followed him to his room, Diane finally came to a stop along a row of metal doors. After finding the one appropriately labeled for himself, he flashed his card along a panel before entering. A sea of blue assaulted his senses as he once again found himself looking at large panels of glass facing the focus lake. The room was decently sized at about 20 square meters. There was a bed, a meditation platform, a closet built into a side wall, as well as an empty bookcase. Diane was happy to find white robes lying on his bed. They looked exactly like the robes those 3 boys from earlier had on, aside from the color. Maybe he had cursed Libro a little too soon. Diane pulled out a small metal disc and threw it at his door. That should protect me for the time being. Even if they find my room, they shouldn't be able to get in. This'll allow me to practice and sleep in peace. Diane threw his robes into the closet while walking towards the one door he had yet to explore. Inside, he found a bathroom which he was quite content with. After a shower, he sat down to think about the past events. What intrigued him the most was the pond. It's odd, even in all of the basic books I've read, there was nothing about an energy-filled pond. And even if there was, why would it be dangerous to touch? I assume it might be because of an influx of energy my body wouldn't be able to handle. The truth of the matter wasn't far from what Diane thought. You could consider the energy in the pond as electricity, except in this case, the best conductor was the human body and not metal. If Diane had touched the pond without sufficient cultivation to handle the influx of energy, he would have imploded, similar to a piece of metal heating up due to too much current. Diane shivered when he thought of this. Seems like I came quite close to dying today. I need to be more careful in the future. I'll also need to thank her properly. Setting aside his curiosity towards the pond and its origins, Diane slipped on some comfortable gray sweatpants and a new white shirt. Soon, he had hopped into bed and fallen into a deep sleep. Libro looked away from the computer monitor and sighed. It's going to be a really long road for him if he insists on continuing. Uncle, why are you so invested? You understand the divide between the mortal world and cultivation world better than anyone else. It's impossible for him to succeed. The fact he could even come here at all is a miracle enough. We can't possibly expect more. If Diane was there, he would have noted that the one who spoke was pertinacious. He was currently giving his uncle an odd look. He didn't quite understand why his uncle was so interested in this Dian. Of course, Pertinacis had personally witnessed Dian's performance that day. But, after calmly analyzing what happened, he realized that the feat of defeating Mayumi definitely couldn't be replicated. And likewise, he also concluded much like Dian did that the latter couldn't possibly lug around a piano everywhere, right? He wasn't exactly wrong in his assessment. The mortal world and the martial world shared the same planet, each on their own half, but they might as well have been from two completely different worlds. If it wasn't for the fact that the mortal world didn't have any cultivation energy, thus making it worthless in their eyes, the mortals would have already been wiped from existence long ago. Who knew how Dian even managed to awaken a small ability to cultivate? Pertinacis, how long did it take you to master the speed reading technique? Rather than answering the question, Libro asked another of his own. I haven't. Why would you ask me that, uncle? You know, only crystal-level family members have mastered the first level of the technique. Clearly, I haven't even reached that level, let alone mastered it. You should tease someone else if you're bored. Pertinacis had always been like this. He was a very by-the-books type of person. He didn't even seem embarrassed as he spoke, just stating the fact casually. It took Dian less than an hour to reach a rudimentary understand of the first level, and that was only because that was the only part of the technique I gave him. If he was in our family, he'd already be crystal level. What? Pertinacis looked to his uncle in shock. Libro seemed to get some satisfaction from watching his stoic nephew finally show a hint of emotion. He didn't act his age at all. An unassuming girl at the corner of the monitoring room looked up from her book. She had her brunette hair was up in a bun. Her golden eyes were sparkling through her carbon-framed glasses. She wore a cheongsam that was a beautiful purple with white lilies. It clung to her thighs closely, outlining her perfect figure. Her lips were full, painted with a bright red that complemented her fair skin. Her beauty was, without a doubt, beyond words, as if her mere presence placed untold pressure on the world around her to worship in praise. Somehow, though, this beauty seemed to be dulled due to her slightly pale appearance. The young girl's gentle voice spoke out. You gave the technique to him, uncle? Hearing such a question, Libro couldn't help but blush slightly. I did. I'm embarrassed to say that the only reason was because he asked for it. I found it quite impressive that someone who had never had contact with the martial world before would be able to assume such a technique existed, so I gave him a chance. Never did I think he'd actually be able to master it in such a short time. His talent is astounding. Father might not be too pleased about that, the girl in purple replied lightly. Haha. I've never seen you so worried about a boy, my dear Madeline. Madeline didn't seem too embarrassed by what her uncle was saying. She only smiled lightly, her aura like a refreshing dew. Unlike her younger brother, Pertinacis, she had the calm sort of temperament that wasn't afraid to open itself up to the world. A soft laughter filled the room. You're always so intent on playing matchmaker, uncle. But of course, there's nothing I want to see more than my beautiful nieces with a worthy man. Nieces? Did you have another one? Madeline said, laughing again. Libro looked over mysteriously. Our little Princess Delia, and the little fox Maying, seemed to be interested in him as well. Delia, sitting across from Madeline and next to Maying, looked over. Don't joke around like that, Uncle Libro. We're only friends. Maying giggled as she continued fiddling with a strange compass she had in front of her. Madeline looked over at them questioningly. Don't look at me like that, big sister. How could I be with a man weaker than me? We should stand as equals at the very least. Running around, chasing skirts like that without having any power of his own. It's pathetic. Plus, even if he was that strong, I have no interest in that sort of thing, Delia said, rolling her eyes. Libro clicked his tongue. I don't know if you're right about that, Delia. Chasing skirts is the way of all men. Some just have more boldness than others. But not all men can spend days on end buried in their studies, especially not with a mortal body. Delia froze. The whetstone she was using to sharpen her sword radiated a crisp metallic sound. Libro smiled knowingly. If he doesn't die first, you may not be stronger than him for too long. You all heard it. He could have taken the slight the pillar heads prepared for him with a lowered head and a closed mouth, yet he didn't. Determination is exactly what you need to be strong. Mei's eyes sparkled with interest. She knew her friend better than anyone else and was well aware Delia felt somewhat indignant for Diane as well. But, when it came to the matters of the martial world, there was also not many people who understood its cruelty more than Delia. You're going to need to be honest with yourself, you know you're a softie. You've been trying to be someone you aren't since your mom went missing. It hurts me that all I can do is watch from the side. Maybe running away from new relationships is exactly what you don't need. Mei thought to herself. It was quite baffling. It seemed that the one who looked to be the most childish amongst them was maybe the most mature. Libro turned to a monitor with a pensive look on his face. All he saw was static. The interference wasn't allowing him to see into the room. It seems like his technology is quite interesting. Let's hope he's okay. Madeline curiously observed the few who were the closest to her. Her blood brother, 2 young girls she saw as her own little sisters, her blood uncle. Each and every one of them was somehow thinking about a mortal boy who had only just appeared in their lives. Logically, he should have been nothing more than a blip, but he already had such a hold on them. She couldn't help but to be curious. She wondered if her path would ever cross with this Diane Sicharo. Diane yawned, his eyes slowly opening to the expansive blue of Focus Lake. He had to admit that the scenery here was quite beautiful. He felt that his mortal world should definitely consider building more underwater structures like this. Remembering the events of the past few days, though, Diane's gaze grew cold. If the others who had known him as a skirt-chasing joker saw him now, it would be hard to say if they'd recognize him at all. Jumping out of bed, the coldness in Diane's eyes seemed to vanish as he clapped his hands together. I am so hungry. After taking a quick shower, Diane threw on some black sweats and a new white tee. He rolled up his sweats to about mid-calf, then hopped back onto his bed. Flicking his wrists, he, as fast as his hands would allow, pulled out a week's worth of food and started eating. Soon afterwards, Diane patted his stomach and let out a satisfied burp. He fell backwards onto his bed, feeling refreshed. Alright, first things first, I'll have to figure out how to fix this speed reading technique problem before reading the books on arrays. I suspect Libro didn't give me the full technique. If the Xianxia family was so generous, they wouldn't force all research to be under their name. Not to mention, I wouldn't have seen so many students reading books the normal way in the library. Libro had no way of knowing that Diane would be able to see through him with such a simple deduction. Who knew how he'd react if he knew? Diane pushed himself up and crossed his legs, meditating on the matter. He had gotten in the habit of meditation due to his father. His old man was always a stoic and quiet one, the kind of military man who didn't seem to know how to smile. But he had taught Diane many things before his death, things Diane would never forget. Of course, there were quite a few things Diane ignored as well. His father was a man who always emphasized the importance of hierarchy and listening to your superiors. Unfortunately, his son was too headstrong to even consider doing any of that. It wasn't long after Lionel started his meditation that he realized something astonishing. That's odd. The books I read seemed to be organized just like regular memories would be. Don't tell me that sleep was the answer, that makes no sense. Diane thought of many possibilities. Did he have a breakthrough in cultivation? Did the technique just take time to take proper effect? Or maybe it really was sleep, but he didn't find any of the answers to be suitable. The speed reading technique, from Diane's understanding, was a low-level soul technique. Low-level soul techniques were exceedingly more complex than regular energy or body cultivation methods because the soul was an enigma for many in the martial arts world. That thought alone seemed to remove the possibility of a breakthrough in cultivation, resulting in his now more organized memory of the plants. The spontaneous breakthrough of the soul? If Diane even thought of mentioning this, he'd get laughed out of any room. All signs pointed toward the technique just needing time. But something was telling Diane that it wasn't that simple. An incomplete technique wouldn't find itself whole that easily, and that was the main problem. Diane assumed the issue stemmed from the incomplete technique, so it suddenly being perfect now was just odd. Thinking to this point, Diane decided not to waste unnecessary thoughts on something he didn't have enough information on. Another one of his father's teachings. So, he decided to begin speed reading the books on arrays to test the technique some more. Maybe this time he would be able to see what changes there might be and come to a better conclusion. Hundreds of books appeared in Diane's room. After reaching for the first, his body trembled with another astonishing discovery. It's much faster than before, and it's already part of my memories. Dian was astounded, and he had every right to be. The reason he started with the plant books was because they were much simpler and much less about theories and abstract concepts. A book on plants simply pointed out the unique characteristics of the plants, what it could be used for, and what properties you would want or avoid when mixing it with other plants. The more complex books simply detailed the plant's information to the cellular level to give an array alchemist the most in-depth overview possible. This was in fact the most important aspect of grasping plant grafting. But array theory was many times more complex. It was often the reason why there were no real array alchemists in Focus Academy. Not only were the concepts beyond the scope of what most could understand, Dian had just found out that it had insane requirements for the soul and even required a trait most martial artists didn't have: the aurora. This was all to say that since array theory books were much more complex, it should have taken him longer to get through a single book. But somehow it took him less than a single minute. Unfortunately for Dian, even though this should have been great news for him, the information about this so-called aurora was brand new to him. Damn it, if I had known array theory had such strict requirements, I would have chosen another faction. Awakening this mind's eye nonsense requires so many resources. If I had this much money, I wouldn't be joining such a rundown faction. I'd be traveling the martial world looking for the best cultivation methods. Dian almost felt like flipping a table. The more he learned about the mind's eye, the more he wanted to shed tears. This mind's eye would be so useful: increased insight to wills, access to a sixth sense, upgraded intelligence, not to mention it would make soul cultivation so much easier. Maybe I could one day triple cultivate soul, body, and energy. Dian suddenly froze. Slap. Dian's hand slapped his forehead. I am such an idiot. Mind's eye, soul cultivation. My unexplained increased efficiency in speed reading. The technique suddenly becoming whole? Maybe? Dian dove into the piles of books, seemingly looking for one in particular. Ah, here it is. Dian held a book up called Awakening Your Aurora for Dummies. Dian shook his head. Seems like the martial world steals things from the human world too. Dian was a bit confused at first by the title, but he then found out after speed reading the book that mind's eye was a colloquial term for aurora. They were interchangeable. The book was broken up into two sections: an awakening section and a sensing section. The more Dian read, the brighter his gaze became. I see. So, innate auroras are possible as well. Those with innate auroras experience a smoother path and greater talent in soul cultivation. But, according to the book, the heavens are fair. If you think you've been snubbed, awaken your own aurora and challenge the skies. So, the question is, was my mind's eye innate, or did something else awaken it? One way to find out. Dian placed the book down and kept his eyes closed, focusing on an abstract inner world. A golden flame flooded his senses. He seemed to sense everything in the room even without his eyes. It was almost as if the sense was a superior one, making all others obsolete. Gold. Having an innate soul was just a 1 in 5 chance. But an innate aurora? Even amongst a billion, there might not even be a single one. This gold light that flooded Dian's senses? This was exactly the marker of the pinnacle talent of the soul. Dian clenched his fists tighter. His body might be weak and his energy cultivation talent might be poor, but his soul stood above on a plane of its own. It seemed he finally had some capital to stand in this world. When Dian calmed, he came to a realization. A golden hue in one's aurora denoted an innate one, whereas a white light denoted a forcibly awakened one. The fact that Dian's aurora had already awoken meant that he had had his aurora before even coming to the academy. Now that he thought about it, that had to be the only way he managed to enter the academy at all. Since the mortal world and martial world shared a planet, they had some loose relations. One of their traditions was the testing of willing participants to be taken into the martial world. Without suspense, all failed. It was simply impossible for a mortal to be born with cultivation talent. So, as the years passed, the tradition became more of a formality than anything else. In fact, no small number of people made fun of those who even cared to continue trying to pass this test of talent. Eventually, those even deemed to try were looked down upon. That was until Dian somehow managed to break a failure streak that had lasted hundreds of years. Remembering these memories, Diane couldn't help but sigh, a rare somber expression on his face. "Are you doing all right, Clara?" Diane furiously shook his head, trying to shed himself of such thoughts. Clearing his mind, he managed to regain his focus. In all his excitement, Diane had forgotten to even consider what level of strength his soul had reached. He had originally assumed that he was simply at the lowest level, but that was when he remembered that he had an innate soul. The most common types of innate souls were ones birthed into the lower foundation stage. Of the 20% of people who would be born with such a soul, over 90% of them would be born at this stage. Diane wasn't sure if he was among this 90% or not. Unfortunately, Diane was having a harsh time gauging his level. Unlike the foundation stage for energy cultivation, which had very clear and obvious dividing lines, the path for soul cultivation seemed to be more arbitrary. I might be able to deduce my true level by another method. For example, if there's an array that can only be drawn with a certain level of strength. Diane nodded to himself. This would theoretically be possible. The only issue was that Diane didn't know how to draw any arrays just yet. Felt like there was just one headache after another. As though that wasn't already bad enough. If it was hard to find energy cultivation methods, it's going to be even harder to find soul cultivation ones. How am I even going to improve from now on? Diane had finally deduced the reason speed reading had become easier to him. His soul had grown in strength. If he understood correctly, it was likely because he had drained himself completely using the speed reading technique previously. After sleeping, his soul naturally grew. This was a similar concept to body weight training, except for the soul. The good news was that this affirmed Diane's talent. The bad news was that doing things this way was much slower than having a real technique. This left him with yet another dilemma. Diane's brows furrowed. He kept running into roadblocks. Wait a minute, maybe array theory can tide me over for the time being. My aurora is powerful and I have array explanations up to the 9th common grade, only a step away from the practitioner array alchemist ranks. If I'm able to master some of these arrays, I'll have some capital to defend myself and I'll simultaneously be able to deduce what level my soul is at. The secondary profession grades, at least as far as Focus Academy was concerned, was split into common grade, practitioner grade, and finally, master grade. Common grade professionals were able to make suitable pills, formations, and weapons, depending on the profession, of course, for foundational stage warriors. The first common grade could make things for first foundational stage warriors and so on. So Diane got to work. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that the soul wasn't very conducive to battle. Many used it as a supplement, but it was never the main source of combat strength. The soul was simply too fragile. But even if Diane did know this, what other choice did he have? As soon as he read his first book on the martial world, Diane had already decided to become the ever-elusive perfect expert who practiced all three martial doctrines: body, soul, and energy. Originally, his plan was to begin with the conventional energy method, because body and soul cultivators were in the heavy minority, so he had conceded that it would only be realistic if he were to start with energy. But now everything was different. He couldn't start on the crazy plan he had pushed to the back of his mind. That said, Diane wasn't exactly at a loss. Unknowingly, by ignoring the energy cultivation path for now, he was helping himself. To be the perfect martial artist, you had to start with the perfect base. But, unfortunately, no one could because of eroding talent one would experience as one aged. The foundation stage was about preparing your body to accept greater forms of energy from the higher stages of cultivation. But, because martial talent eroded as people aged, most were forced to begin cultivating before their bodies fully matured. The result was that their foundations weren't as solid as they could be. This was the unfortunate trade-off for having higher martial talent during cultivation. Those from really large sects and academies could partially fix these faulty foundations with exotic fruits and pills. They would both begin to cultivate early and consume these fruits to offset the deficiency of their youthful bodies. But they'd never be the perfect selves they could have been. That said, there also existed another group. True geniuses believed in themselves. They tempered their wills, deepened their understandings of secondary occupations and cultivation, delved into their auras, and sharpened their understanding of battle without cultivating. These geniuses didn't begin energy cultivating until they were 13 or older. some not even until they reached their peak levels of physical maturity at 18. Those that waited until their bodies matured at 18 were the greatest geniuses the martial world had to offer. While the strength between a mortal 5-year-old and a mortal 18-year-old might seem negligible to martial artists, only the ignorant would think this. Cultivation is about exponential increases based on your foundation. Even a marginally better foundation would lead to massively large strength differences among martial artists. If you couple this with the special physiques these geniuses were born with and tempering that push the mortal body to the limit, the peak of these patient geniuses is unassailable to the normal. Dian had unknowingly stepped into a realm only the peak-level geniuses of the martial world would even think of attempting to join. But the problem was, those geniuses had unshakable sects and clans backing them, while Dian could only rely on himself. And that's where array alchemy became his hope. Not only would it allow him to better temper his wills because of his aurora, it would also earn him the money he'd need to temper his body to peak form and make up for his weak mortal upbringing. How fascinating to reach the best foundation in energy cultivation. Patience is needed. But it doesn't seem like the same is true of soul and body cultivation. A gleam could be seen in Dian's eyes as he greedily sped through all of the books Libro had lent him. By the time he was finished, the once bright blue in his room had become dark and he could no longer see up to the surface of the lake. By that point, Dian was absolutely certain. His soul had somehow already reached the peak of the foundation stage, something that would shock the elders of Focus Academy should they know about it. But, despite the good news, he had a frown on his face. Damn it! How am I supposed to protect myself with arrays if the normal time to set one up exceeds multiple hours for most? It only took Dian a day to run into the second reason soul cultivators were so weak in battle. No one was going to sit and wait for you to finish drawing your arrays. Many needed special materials to be completed, especially large-scale ones. As for ones that didn't require any materials, they were always much weaker than those that could be built with them. To make matters worse, even if the array didn't need materials, it would not only be weaker, but that wouldn't change the fact the time needed would still be far too long to be used in battle. This is ridiculous. Every time I think I have a solution, a new problem appears. Who's going to wait for me to set up an array during battle? I could technically preemptively set them up, but that leads to too many variables. Plus, they dissipate over time. Mine might last longer than the usual due to my innate aurora, but it still won't last forever. If I run out in battle, it'll be the death of me. This split minds technique I found might help, but it doesn't cut the time down by enough. But this time, Dian didn't allow himself to get frustrated. He had created many things in the human world. This was why the Pillar family leaders knew they couldn't kill him openly without starting a war. The hovering board, the protective disc, the cleansing pill, were all creations from his own school of thought. So now he just had to do it again. This wasn't a problem of lacking information. Rather, this time he had all the information he needed, he just needed to find a new way to manipulate it. This was exactly what Dian did best. Really, Dian? You're about to try to create a new branch in a school of thought that has existed for millions of years? You're quite bold, Dian said to himself while a bright smile appeared on his face. He seemed to be reprimanding himself, but his grin told a different story. Arrays might be complex and abstract, but no more so than a computer program would be. It's just a complex series of commands written via a different medium than I'm used to. Just like some code is more efficient than others, I can rework arrays that have been written in an overly complex language and simplify it. Like writing an essay with just the thesis or writing a sentence with just a word. This sounded ridiculous in the context of a normal language. But when it came to coding, it happened all the time. What an inexperienced and untalented coder might take 100 lines to write could be done in just 10 by a true elite. Dian closed his eyes in contemplation. He knew this would be difficult, and he obviously couldn't do this with every array formation. As his aurora increased in strength along with his soul, he'd be able to draw more complex ones faster. But, for now, he had to focus on the simpler arrays so that speed could be ensured. The bad news was that this meant that Dian wouldn't be able to draw Tier 9 common grade arrays, despite the fact his soul was powerful enough to do so. But he couldn't very well win every battle, right? Everything came with give and take. If Dian wanted speed now, he would have to give up strength. This was the only way he would be able to protect himself. To be viable in battle, I need to be able to draw the array in my mind's eye and cast it in fractions of a second. If I recall the speed little. I mean Big Ava cracked her whip with, I need to at least be able to react to something like that. If others heard Diane's thoughts, they would think he was crazy. Ava wasn't just an upper-year student, she was an elite amongst them. To expect to accomplish such a thing as a first year. Well, it was ridiculous. However, Diane's mind continued to churn. Surprisingly, there are quite a few I might be able to pull this off with, but let's begin with 3, a defensive array, an amplification array, and a hardening array. I'll focus on their Tier 1 common grade versions for now, then work my way up. Lay a foundation, then build. This is the way the best code is built. I can make up for their lack of power by stacking them if need be. With the defensive array, I'll be able to have some extra defense, and I'll be able to step into the air to escape if necessary if I use them like stairs. With the amplification array, I can up my speed and power, but since that would be limited by the durability of my body, I'll have to use the hardening array to reduce the stress on my bones and muscles. Diane believed that the trifecta of these 3 would allow him the flexibility he needed in battle. The first thing Diane did before even attempting to simplify the arrays was to take out large sheets of paper and draw them out. He tried multiple times before he perfected the changes in intensity and intent through each stroke. The sun was already high in the sky by the time he had finished, and he surprisingly wasn't tired. Seems like my increased soul strength had some extra benefits too, Diane thought with a smile. 3 large sheets of paper hung from his walls as Diane looked them over. A smirk emerged on his face as his eyes flashed with enlightenment. Before he worked on his simplified arrays, a cold light flashed through Diane's eyes as he thought of something else. There was only one rule in the martial world. Just one that dictated every and anything, everything by absolute power or absolute sympathy. This was the mantra of Focus Academy and a line that stuck with Diane. Remembering it now as he was on the precipice of grasping strength of his own was truly telling. In that case, I'll grasp the things I want with my own strength, Diane said with a mysterious glint in his eyes. He looked through his dark window towards the center pillar. Sympathy? Was he, Diane Sacharo, a man who would wait for such a thing? First, I'll take all your money. Then, I'll sneak into your off-limits library since there's no rules, right? Then, I'll kill your so-called geniuses. I'll turn your school upside down and crush anyone who gets in my way. One would never think that Diane was a child who was raised in the mortal world. He spoke of killing as though it was just another action. The thought of one day having to do so didn't even faze him. The walls of the school seemed to want to crash down around him, but only time would tell who would be crushing who. To him, this place was nothing but a stepping stone. The windows groaned as a cold killing intent filled the room. The look in his eyes was demonic. The air was heavy and the atmosphere dark. Then it all disappeared. A smile once again appeared on Diane's face as he focused himself back towards his arrays. I think I'll this new form of array alchemy. Speed arraying, Diane said with a light chuckle. With a flick of his wrist, he began to fill his walls with the calculations of a madman. Diane walked out of his room with his classic sweats and tea. The clicking of his flip-flops followed him as he walked through the hallway. He easily ignored the weird looks he was getting. Thinking back to the map of the school he had memorized, he knew that the array alchemy faction should be in a small corner on the library side of the Paishaniva pillar. Ridiculous. Usual pillar factions have an entire floor to themselves, maybe even multiple floors, but they get a small corner. Diane walked to the library to find the usual large desk and massive black monitor. As he was about to walk past it, a flash caught his eye as the monitor flicked on. I was wondering if you were dead, said Libro with a massive smile on his face. Me? Dead? Never, Diane grinned, plus it's only been a few days. Did you miss me so much? A few days? It's been almost 3 weeks. You must have really been out of it. Diane started. 3 weeks. Did I sleep for longer than I thought I did? Who knows how long it took for my soul to improve like it did? That seems to be the only explanation. Otherwise, it wouldn't possibly take that long. Diane recovered quickly though. Maybe I was busy figuring out how to complete the incomplete technique you gave me. A mysterious smile creeped across his face. You. Interesting, it seems I've underestimated you yet again. Libro shook his head. He should stop giving such a monster any boundaries at all. Of course, he would have realized the technique was incomplete. It was a simple deduction if he thought about it. You'd be surprised how proficient I am now. I can even speed read multiple books at a time if I spread my consciousness. Spread your consciousness. Libro looked at Diane in confusion before a sudden realization hit him. Innate aurora. The sixth sense. Monster. This was the only way to gain sixth sense so early on. Maybe Diane wasn't even aware of what he was saying. Usually, sixth sense would only appear after. Libro shook his head, not even wanting to think about it. But this young man is still too naive. If he goes around flaunting his abilities so wildly, there'll only be two possible outcomes. Either he's dismissed as a lunatic, or he'll be dissected like a lab rat. What Libro didn't know was that considering Diane's personality, even if he knew how rare his abilities were, he would probably flaunt them even more. Before Libro could even speak again, Diane had already waved goodbye and leaped over the desk, too lazy to walk around it. Walking to the further corner of the library, Libro found a door with a shabby sign above it reading, Array Alchemy Faction. He lightly knocked and waited patiently. A while went by, so Diane decided to knock again. But before he could, the door swung open. A disheveled man appeared wearing a worn-out red elder's robe. His hair was erratic and charred black in some places, but you could barely tell that burnt portions from the normal brunette color. His beard was massive but somehow not long. Coupled with his hair, it was almost like his face was encased in a sphere of burnt hair. If you really focused, you could tell he was a lot younger than he seemed to be. But his disposition was that of an old eccentric despite probably not being much older than 30 years old. Eli? You've grown taller. I thought you were already here. Diane had a weird look on his face as he looked at the man he assumed headed the Array Alchemy faction. No, Senior, I'm Diane. I came to join. Join? An incredulous look passed through the elder's face. Almost as if he had never heard something so ridiculous. But he quickly recovered. 2 first years want to join? This must be a blessing from the heavens. Come. I've been in need of help for so long. Diane awkwardly scratched the back of his head before following the elder in. Seems like the Array Alchemist faction needs even more help than I thought. The inside of the faction was a mess of paper, inks, and torn-up plants. The room was about double the size of Diane's, but for an entire faction it seemed lackluster. In the corner, Diane found a skinny boy picking seeds off of withered plants and dropping them into a crafted basket. Diane didn't need to guess much to know that this young man must have been the Eli that weird elder mentioned. Diane could only imagine how the latter managed to confuse him for this scrawny boy when they had been in the same room together just now. Eli wiped sweat off of his brow before looking up. A look of surprise flashed across his face. He seemed to be in complete shock that another person would actually appear here. It looked like he hadn't been tricked into coming to this place and was actually aware of what he had gotten himself into. Diane smiled. What a weird faction. The student is here, but the elder got the door? I might like it here. I'm here to help in whatever way I can. Elder, sorry Senior, I'm not sure of your name. The elder waved his hands while looking down at his notes. Don't call me elder. You can just call me Uncle Ale. That's what Eli calls me. Diane clasped his hands respectfully. It's nice to meet you, Uncle Ale. Diane then turned toward Eli and stretched out a hand. Hello. You can call me Diane. Eli somewhat shyly stretched out a hand. He panicked when he realized his palm was covered in ink and plant juices. But Diane didn't mind as he clasped down before Elite could retreat. Diane grinned. We're both men. There's no need to worry about such petty things. Eli smiled bashfully. If Diane didn't know better, he would think that Eli was a girl in disguise. But, with his newfound sixth sense, he was certain that this wasn't a beauty. Diane chuckled. He didn't mind that Eli was so reserved. Diane was a person who always acted on his first instinct. He did as he pleased, hated as he wished, and loved as his loins dictated. At least that was what he liked to think. Either way, Eli's pure disposition was quite to his liking. Maybe it was because of the harsh reality this academy had been slapping him with ever since he came here. But he liked the idea of a person without schemes. Yes, you can call me Eli. Eli squeezed out, though he was immediately embarrassed since Uncle Ale had already introduced him. Diane laughed, not minding at all. Uncle Ale gazed toward Diane, his gaze surprisingly clear at that moment. Compared to his original bumbling self, this was a striking contrast. He wondered if this young man really knew what it meant to join this faction. Uncle Ale shook his head and smiled. We haven't had many members at all, and we don't have much to offer. But we'll be a family here. I won't tolerate any nonsense. It takes years of study to succeed here. It'll be slow. But if you work hard, you'll see that there's no other secondary occupation that can compare. We're defenders, healers, and fighters. We're romantics, demons, and gods. There's no comparison. A blacksmith can only forge. An herb expert's best use is in their tea. A beast tamer spends their time in shit-filled stalls. There's no occupation as noble or as important as ours. Uncle Ale looked up with a serious expression, almost as if to tell Diane he meant every word he said. He was pleasantly surprised to not find any disbelief in Diane's eyes. Since Diane had decided to do something, it would of course have to be the best. He didn't find Uncle Ale's words to be too over the top at all, though he did feel the old, or rather middle-aged man was more eccentric than even he had assumed initially. This wasn't because of Uncle Ale's determination, but rather because his choice of words just felt stale. Almost as though he had been teleported from 20 years in the past and hadn't quite caught up with today's language just yet. Uncle Ale, not knowing Diane's true thoughts, felt very pleased with himself as he continued. Tell me about your experience so I can see where I should start you off at. Eli has quite a bit of understanding about plants because of his family, so he can already be considered half a first common level array alchemist. That meaning that he has all the necessary knowledge for the alchemy portion, but not the array portion. Although his plant knowledge surpasses the first common level, he hasn't met the other requirements. Diane pondered for a bit. I have read and memorized every book on plants and arrays in this school, so my knowledge should cover up to the 5th common level of array alchemy. I've awakened my aurora and can also form my aurora flame already as well. Oh, and I'm proficient with 3 first common level arrays. The aurora flame was a special construct of the aurora and could be considered to be the manifestation of its energy. Unlike other flames, the aurora flame didn't have any intrinsically offensive properties, nor was it even hot. Depending on the wielder, an aurora flame would have many potential abilities called characteristics. That said, a universal characteristic of the aurora flame was its healing characteristic. It was this characteristic that allowed array alchemists to splice and mend together herbs without issue. Diane looked up from his thoughts to find Uncle Ale and Eli looking at him like he was some sort of zoo animal. Which family do you come from? Uncle Ale was under the impression that Diane was just a commoner. What noble from a prestigious family would ever come to their faction? But it was easier to believe that Diane was from some prominent family than to believe he could awaken his aurora and aurora flame without guidance. Just the expense required alone would be astronomical. Even Uncle Ale had only partially opened his aurora to this point. Diane smiled and said nothing. Instead, he flicked his wrists, letting 3 complex arrays spin across the top of his hands. What kind of nonsense is this? Are you trying to play tricks with my eyes? I'm not as old as I look, you know. Eli tugged on Diane's shirt and whispered, You shouldn't use array plates to try and fool Uncle Ale, Diane. His eyes are sharp. Eli quickly tried to help Diane. They were the only 2 students in this faction, and he didn't want to lose a potential friend so quickly. He knew his uncle's temperament, and Ale most definitely wouldn't allow Diane to keep playing around like this. Array plates. Of course, you're using array plates, Uncle Ale said in disgust. How else could you form arrays so quickly? If you want to flaunt your riches, do so somewhere else. I only accept those who are serious about learning. Diane came to a sudden realization. Oh, I understand. Instead of speaking further, Diane placed his hands in front of him and his eyes flashed with a golden light. What? Innate aurora? Eli whispered in agitation. A complex array began forming in front of Diane. Lights swirled as the gentle hum of soul energy filled the air. The lines thickened and thinned. They crossed and diverged. The starting point of the drawing seemed to come from 8 separate origins, almost as if 8 minds were working on finishing the array together. This, the split minds drawing technique. He's barely past 16. How is he doing this? With this technique, at least I won't need to stand for hours doing one formation. I can only split my mind 8 ways for now, but hopefully I'll be able to do more in the future. Half an hour later, the hum ceased and a deathly quiet filled the room. But before anyone could comment, chimes that seemed to come from the heavens resonated with the array. The array began to shake with happiness, bowing to thank its maker. It's the perfection realm. Uncle Ale didn't know if his eyes and ears were deceiving him, but he seemed to get younger by 10 years. His eyes shone with a bright light he hadn't had in decades. When an array perfectly resonated with heaven's intent, the bells of the realm of perfection rang. This wasn't held to just array alchemy, this occurred for every secondary occupation when a task was complete to such an extent. Although Diane only received one chime and it was restricted to just a few kilometers, the fact he used the split mind technique and just his age alone, in fact, was enough to shock anyone. Outside the room, the whole school vibrated in resonance with the chime. Everyone looked up, having no idea where this was coming from. Patieniva looked up from his desk, a look of disbelief coming across his face. Delia wiped sweat off her brow while holding her sword steady, trying to feel the vibrations of the chime. Who was it? Madeline looked past her uncle and to the monitor, watching Diane's golden-hued eyes with curiosity. A smile crossed her fairy-like features as no one could tell what she was thinking. Libro closed his eyes and shook his head. Monster! For those brief moments, the entire academy seemed to have come to a grinding halt. Everyone basked in the beautiful sound, wondering just who it was had succeeded in the impossible. Back in the room, Uncle Ale and Eli looked happy beyond words. This is the resurrection of our faction. Uncle Ale stood in agitation. Although you haven't been officially recognized by an array alchemy guild, your level of expertise is at the very least at the peak of the first common level. And that's probably an underestimation. Eli couldn't hold back his smile. For some reason, he felt very happy right now. It was only long after the two calmed that Uncle Ale began to ask questions. Wait, if you could do that, why would you use array plates? Questioned Uncle Ale. It's not good to rely on them, you know. Diane scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't use an array plate. I just simplified the array so I could draw it in the least amount of time. I can't afford a good cultivation technique right now, so I wanted to learn array alchemy to protect myself. The look on Uncle Ale's face was priceless. He shook his head as his lips trembled into a bitter smile. I guess it's really true. Not everyone is born equal. You geniuses will be the end of me. Diane raised an eyebrow. He had a feeling Uncle Ale wasn't talking about him anymore. Uncle Ale shook his head. It's such a shame to waste such a well-made formation, regardless of the fact it only took you a half hour to make. Here, Uncle Ale handed Diane a formation plate. Diane looked up in surprise. Then a grin spread across his face. This should sell for quite a lot, right, Uncle Ale? Let's turn the school upside down. Uncle Ale looked at Diane like he was looking at a monster, but then he smiled too. It seems like the heavens haven't forgotten about our little faction. Ava? Hello? A small hand waved in front of Ava's blue eyes. Oh hey, what were you saying? Ava and a girl about her age sat at a cafeteria table together, talking amongst each other. Well, it seemed that the girl spent quite a lot of time talking, but Ava seemed to be absent-minded. Still, even in such a state, her tight leather clothing made the boys and even some girls in the area steal several glances. The girl gave Ava a weird look. You've been out of it for a while. I was trying to tell you about my cultivation manual. I suggest you switch. The foundation stage is all about preparing your body to sustain the influx of energy that comes with the meridian formation stage, but how could you expect my dainty body to accept so much extra muscle? Can't I be a martial artist and stay elegant at the same time? It's like the martial gods have no remorse for the feelings of women. I asked Elder Lena for help and she suggested a change for me. The muscle you gain is much less obvious, but the trade-off is that surpassing the third and fourth layer is much harder. You know, the first layer is building strength and the second is about building flesh, so this cultivation method spends less on those, and the trade-off is more time spent building your bones and marrow. I could use some extra oomph in my hip bones. I'm trying to be as curvy as you. Hey, are you listening? The girl, who had begun to ramble again, realized that Ava had grown dazed once more. Oh yeah, I was listening. What if you become big bone though? Don't be ridiculous, the technique is about increasing bone density and durability. It's just changing the matter that makes up bones. Size won't change noticeably. I was joking about my hips. The girl sighed. Something big must have happened for you to be so out of it. Tell your bestie. Who do I have to beat up? Stop it, Tammy. It's nothing like that. I was just thinking about Darius and his antics recently. Darius Storm? I heard that someone was ballsy enough to provoke him? Some first year, if I remember correctly. Ava sighed. He's from a family I've never heard of honestly. Diane Sacharo. Have you heard of him? If Diane had been there, he would have been stunned. He had long since forgotten about this Darius person and had no idea the latter was looking for him. And not only that, apparently the news had been spread quite far. Sacharo? None of the Marshall families that go to this school share that family name, I don't think. Tammy's eyes glazed over in thought. Oh, but I did hear a rumor the other day. A rumor? What about? I hear the academy accepted a student from the human world, Tammy said in a hushed voice. The human world? That would explain a lot. So, the rumor is true? Well, I think so. He had all of this weird technology I've never seen before. Even a weird disc that stopped about 50% of my strength without a scratch. 50%? Tammy said in shock. That's not even the end of it. The reason I think you're right is because he had no cultivation whatsoever. Even those from the weakest of families have at least stepped into the lower tier of the first foundation layer, but he showed no signs of ever having practiced a cultivation method. He's completely green. To come to an academy like this with no cultivation, no backing, and no idea what's going on? He has a death wish. The idiot almost dipped his hand into one of the energy ponds. If it wasn't for me, he'd be dead twice over. A hint of a peculiar light flashed in Tammy's gaze when she heard about Diane's pond incident. Was there really someone so stupid? Twice over? You must have saved him from Darius too, Tammy giggled. You're soft. I didn't know you had a thing for commoners. Ava glared at her friend. Stop it. He's handsome, sure. But there are plenty of handsome guys here. Looking good isn't going to help you when you're lying in the ground dead. Ava looked away when she said this, seemingly trying to think of guys as handsome. But she actually drew a blank. Luckily, Tammy hadn't seemed to notice. Tammy giggled. There's the cold-hearted Ava I know and love. It's already been 3 weeks and I haven't seen him since. That idiot hasn't even shown up to any of his classes and there's already an examination coming up soon. I really don't know what he's thinking. This wasn't normal school. If teachers hated you in Focus Academy, it could very well cost you your life. This was especially so if you had no backing. A mere commoner daring to skip classes? Which teacher would accept that? A serious look suddenly flashed across Tammy's face, abruptly stopping her laughter as though she suddenly remembered something. The tournament is coming up in a few months, you know, Ava. Are you going this time? I know you're strong enough to make it into those big secs. You need to stop holding yourself back because of him. A sad look appeared on Ava's face. He's my brother. I can't just forget about him. 4th years don't just die like that, Tammy. You know, my brother was strong enough to make it into the big secs too. In fact, he already had multiple offers. But he chose to stay here to perfect his wills to a new level because of that place in the center pillar. I know I'm not strong enough to go there yet, but I have to find out what happened. Tears glistened in Ava's eyes, threatening to fall, but she fought them off. I will find out. Tammy looked at the determination in her friend's eyes. I just don't want you to lose so many years of your life. Promise me that you won't spend a 3rd year here. Promise me that you'll participate in the tournament and let those big secs see that you and your big brother are special. A troubled look flashed across Ava's face. She knew her friend was right. People die in the martial world all the time. Not everyone could have a proper burial. She just never thought her brother would be one too. He used to be a shining light in their family, but now, all right, promise. This is the last year I'll spend looking. A smile appeared on Tammy's small face. Her blue eyes and blonde hair bobbed together in excitement. All right, now let's get to the fun stuff. The Pillar family seniors are hosting a party for their juniors, and of course you and I are invited. You because you're a top-ranked and I because I'm obviously ridiculously beautiful. How could you have a party without me? It's in a week and I forbid you to wear leather. Let's go to Buy Peak and look at some dresses. Maybe we can find a cheongsam to match those outrageous curves of yours, Tammy said, pulling her friend along. Ava shook her head in exasperation, but in the end, she just giggled and allowed herself to enjoy the moment. 9, 10. Diane collapsed from a handstand, his back slamming onto the ground of his room. His toned torso was drenched all the way through, far more than one would have expected for a mere 10 reps. But Diane's father had always said it was never about the number of reps or even the amount of weight you used, but rather how much pressure you could put on your muscles. A person who knew how to activate the muscle groups they were targeting well and frequently would benefit far more than a person who simply knew how to push a lot of weight. I'm out of practice. I haven't worked out in too long. Diane had a habit of pushing his body to stay in shape. His father was a military man who raised a son who loved fooling around with computers, so since the old man had lost one battle, he refused to lose the war. From a very young age, the importance of physical activity had been drilled into Diane's skull. But ever since he came to Focus Academy, he had been doing nothing but studying and reading, not to mention his days were recently filled with nothing but drawing on array plates. Diane didn't know why, but every time he picked up a cultivation technique from Focus Academy, he would feel an innate revulsion. Then an impulse would grip him. But rather than this impulse telling him to cultivate, it was telling him to do the exact opposite. Diane couldn't put into words why he felt this way, but one thing he knew was that he trusted himself maybe far more than any person should ever trust in themselves. Since his body told him no, he would listen for no other reason than he was Diane Sicharo. I should see if I can take another swim in Focus Lake. It'll be good cardio. Diane's mind flashed back to the first time he had swam through Focus Lake. That ominous feeling was something he would still sometimes feel. His gaze drifted to the endless blue that shimmered through the large glass pan windows. Diane wondered if this feeling was related to the will of Focus Lake. Was it sentient? Diane shook his head, realizing he didn't have enough information to finish that line of thought. Let's go take a swim, then. Though it seemed like Diane was being proactive, in truth he had no choice. Practically all training facilities were barred from him. His clearance level was too low, apparently. Not bothering to take a shower since he was only going for another workout, Diane flipped himself up and opened the door. However, what he hadn't expected to see on the other side was little Ava. Big Ava! Diane's eyes brightened, his grin widening. Ava blinked, her brows raising when she heard the familiar voice. But when she saw Diane shamelessly walking around sweating with his torso completely exposed, she was at a loss for words. Did he never wear the official school uniform? What was going on here exactly? What are you doing? Don't you know there's an exam going on right now? Taking her eyes off of Diane's toned torso, Ava glared at him as though to take out the frustration of her destruction. Diane was surprised by Ava's words. He had no idea such a thing was happening. He hadn't even known that classes had started. As one might expect, no one had informed him about any of this. However, his surprise only lasted a moment before he grinned again. I don't mind if you look, feel free. Ava blushed profusely when she heard this. Didn't this man know anything about giving a woman some leeway? Did he have to be so blunt? Why would I care for superficial muscles? You don't even have the 10th the strength of a cultivator. You might as well be flower girl. Diane chuckled, not seeming to mind Ava's words in the slightest. As long as you don't have a big brother to chase me away and your father is busy, won't I be just fine? It'll be all right as long as you protect me. Diane wanted to say more, but he felt Ava's expression change when he mentioned a big brother. Seeing that something was wrong, rather than waiting for a response, Diane quickly continued talking. I have a big mouth, don't mind me. I still need your help with this examination. Diane smiled innocently, but Ava looked at him a bit stunned. Of all the words she expected to come out of this playboy, these were the very last. Was she really so obvious? Seeing the almost pleading look in Diane's eyes as though he was afraid she would burst into tears at any moment. Though Ava did burst, but instead into a fit of laughter. It seemed that even this arrogant guy could have such a day. Diane couldn't help but sneak a look at Ava's bountiful chest pushing up against her tight leather chest band as she laughed. Well, aren't you beautiful when you laugh? Diane said with a smile. Ava choked on her laughter and blushed again, but she immediately snapped back. And here I thought you weren't so bad. You still have that glib tongue. The first-year exam is meant to happen about a month after the entrance ceremony to test the progress of students after a few weeks of classes. Don't tell me you haven't been to a single class? It would be impossible for you to not know otherwise. Diane coughed lightly, scratching the back of his head. Classes started. Ava felt like fainting. How long did this boy think the grace period was? Truly wasn't Diane's fault, though. He had been ignored and ostracized. And, as far as he knew, this was how normal schools work. As a preeminent genius of the mortal world, Diane had never gone to public or even private school. He had no idea about the normal schedule of a student. As far as he was concerned, self-study was the norm. After all, it was what he had done all his life. Forget it. You should still have time to make it. If you miss this exam, you'll be expelled from the school and it'll all be over. Diane couldn't help but feel that he was lucky to run into Ava like this. Of course, he had no idea that this was Ava's duty as a leader of the upper years. Managing such matters allowed her to gain the money Diane was slaving to earn practically effortlessly. Just as the pair had set off, though, they just so happened to run into the very man who had been searching for Diane for weeks. Darius locked eyes with Diane, his gaze sharpening. Finally found you. Diane tilted his head in confusion. You are. With how great Diane's memory was, the idea that he didn't remember Darius' face was ridiculous. But, seeing the look on the latter's face after his words made him almost burst into a fit of laughter, making it quite obvious why he would have chosen such words. Darius, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Darius' rage was piqued when he heard Ava's words. Seeing Diane strutting around without a shirt, beside the woman he had been chasing for years now, filled him with a sense of intense jealousy he could hardly control. Ava, you! Seeing Darius' weird reaction, Ava's finger twitched. Why did he look like a husband who had walked in on his wife cheating? If it wasn't for the fact Darius was Tammy's cousin, both of them being from the Storm family, Ava really might have smacked that look off his face right that moment. There was absolutely nothing going on between her and Diane. But she felt even less of a desire to explain this to a man she also had nothing to do with. Ava's only purpose was onefold: to grow strong enough to find out what happened to her brother. Nothing more, nothing less. The men frolicking around her were nothing more than annoying flies. I'm currently on duty, Darius. Ava cut him off. Please get out of the way. Without a choice, Darius and his lackeys could only move to the side. But, even as he watched their back views, his gaze was practically spitting fire. Blue. Red. Yes, boss. The two somewhat burly young men who followed Darius responded immediately. I've waited long enough. I don't want to see either of you rest until I can teach that brat a lesson. I don't care if you have to camp out around the first-year dorms until you find him. Yes, boss. The two replied again without the slightest hint of reluctance. One would have thought that they were robots rather than living, breathing humans. Ava and Diane walked into a broad room with a simple stage ahead. The stage had two elders on it, standing beside stone contraptions that Diane assumed tested strength. From what he had learned from Ava on the way here, the examination should be simple. It was just the task of displaying 1,000 pounds of strength. This would normally be far beyond Diane's means. After all, he was still a growing boy and had yet to practice any cultivation methods whatsoever. But he obviously had his own ideas about all of this. Almost immediately, though, Diane's appearance caused a wave of commotion, obviously not because of himself. Though his entrance ceremony had caused a commotion, only the elite of the elite had been there. These normal first years had no idea what happened that day. Rather, all the commotion was reserved for Ava. It seemed that she was quite famous. Even the first years who had been here for long knew her. Who's the kid walking with senior sister Sicarius? I don't know, but do they seem close to you? He isn't even wearing the school uniform. I thought only the school's geniuses could get away with that? But I've never seen him before. Wait, isn't that the guy whose senior brother Storm has been looking for? Darius Storm? Why is he still alive? I hear he begged for his life, so senior brother Storm decided to let him go after teaching him a lesson. Begged for my life? Diane raised an eyebrow. Ava looked over at Diane, about to comfort him. But, when she saw that he had no reaction, a surprised look covered her face. How pathetic. Senior Sister Sicarius probably feels bad for him. Maybe he just didn't know how to get here. I hear there's a kid who hasn't shown up to any lessons. The general rages about it at the beginning of every class, swearing he'll teach him a lesson. Maybe that's him. Silence. A booming voice filled the auditorium. Just as Diane was about to slip into the crowd, the sea of students parted as one of the elders leaped from the stage, landing directly in front of him. I've never seen you before. You dare to be late. You dare to not wear your school uniform. Let me ask you, do you take me for a joke? A sinister glare was in the elder's gaze. The white of his hair emphasized his green eyes. A long beard swung back and forth with his every word. His wrinkles seemed to focus on his forehead. Must be from decades of frowning, muttered Diane. Usually, a normal human wouldn't have been able to hear his words. Diane was quite used to making snarky comments. It might as well have been his way of life. But he had forgotten that this was basically a world of superhumans. What did you say? Ava, who was standing by Diane, had no words. Would it kill him to not be himself for just a few seconds? Ava felt like slapping her own forehead. She had forgotten to inform Diane about the general. Diane looked into the general's eyes calmly. He didn't seem perturbed by the general's aura in the slightest. Compared to his father's aura, it was nothing more than a joke. In fact, this man would probably piss his pants just standing in front of one of his father's subordinates alone if this was all he had. Sorry, Teach. I was actually bedridden for quite a while. Diane tried to explain the oddity his soul underwent that caused him to sleep for far longer than he thought he had, thus resulting in him missing much of the lessons. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to notice all the weird looks he was getting. What the general hated the most were excuses. No matter how good your story was or how well your dog chewed your homework, it was best to keep it all to yourself for fear of making everything worse. Of course, Diane had no idea about this. The truth of it all was that he had been ostracized by even the teachers, so no one came to inform him of anything. His story about his soul was another good reason, but it was just him giving some face to this general. He had decided to take some of Ava's advice and take a step back for once. But the result was, Ava felt like she was aging rapidly. This guy. The room fell silent after Diane finished his explanation. The general was shaking. His face was turning red and his breathing was becoming hurried. It had been a long time since a student dared to enrage him like this. Wait, General. Please. Ava's voice rung through the room. There is a precedent for missing class due to injury. I can corroborate his story. Diane raised his brows. Seems that Big Ava wasn't so bad after all. Lying through her teeth for his sake. I don't care. Missing a month's worth of classes. Addressing your teacher without respect. Being late to an exam. And worst of all, giving me these bullshit excuses. Leave. You're expelled. Diane raised an eyebrow but didn't really feel too much. Quite frankly, he had had enough of this school. If they were just going to treat him like this, why they would even allow him to come to this academy in the first place was beyond him. Diane rubbed his forehead, a look of annoyance slowly surfacing on his face. As much as he hated the school, he still needed it. He would never reach any of his goals if he couldn't skip through this trial. His first mistake was trying to take a step back in the first place. He didn't have the time nor the patience to take things like Ava wanted him to. Trying to take things that way had landed him in this situation to begin with. So he would just do things his way. The way he had always done them. Are you the general? Or a dancing monkey? How you can call yourself a teacher of anything is beyond me. If it wasn't for Libro, I wouldn't even have a school uniform to wear in the first place, let alone knowing anything about this trashy academy. Clearly, you either know nothing about this or you don't care. Did you reach out when you learned you had a student from the mortal world? I heard that you spent a lot of your class time complaining about me. But did you even look for me outside of class? Did you even try? And you call yourself an educator? Since you, as a teacher, don't care much for your role and speak without checking the facts first, why should I care? Do I really want teachers like you teaching me anything? Diane's voice rung through the room. The elder that remained on the stage raised an eyebrow, looking towards Diane in interest. He has a relationship with Libro? Enough to call him by his first name? He's implying Libro did him a favor? The general was about to burst when the voice of the elder suddenly rung out. Don't listen to the drivel of kids, General. It wouldn't be a good look for people to find out you killed a student because of a few words. There is indeed a precedent for missing time due to severe injury. Since such a golden student of our school has spoken out for him, it can't be a lie, right? The general slowed his breathing. Maybe he was more receptive to words spoken from those he deemed as his equal. But none of that meant that he really intended on letting things go like this. He really had the intention of kill Diane where he stood, but the sudden interference of this elder had already cut that path off for him. In that case, there were any myriad of ways he could use to make this little bastard suffer. There still must be a punishment. Expelling you makes things too easy. Since you said you don't need a teacher like me, you must be fairly powerful, right? The whispers filled the room. What is the general talking about? That kid clearly has no cultivation. He can't possibly be strong. Your punishment is quite simple. If you can't produce 1,500 pounds of force on the detection stones, don't think of escaping punishment. The general smirked. Let's see how you get out of this one. I noticed you have no cultivation, but there must be a reason you made it into this school, so since you might have innate physical strength, I bumped it up to 1,500 pounds. There's no way an innate physical strength can give that much of a boost. Take this as punishment for disrespecting me. Diane looked over to the general, seemingly understanding what he was thinking. With a light smile he said, "Oh, that's it? Sure, why not? But why not make it more interesting? Why not have a bet?" "A bet? What could a kid like you have that I could possibly want?" "I'm sure you'll see soon enough. But let's just do it with money, how about it? I bet you 10,000 profound stones that I can reach the mark you set." 10,000? That's not a small number, even for an elder. The room rang out with hushed whispers. Ava felt like fainting. This kid is so troublesome. Does he think he can embarrass the general into saying no to the bet as a moral victory before getting kicked out? He clearly doesn't know about the general's gambling addiction. The general started a bit surprised. But he then smirked. "You think you can play with me? You're a century too young for that." "Sure, 10,000 profound stones. And, since I'm sure you don't have that amount, I'm sure that amount is enough to buy your life. If you lose, you'll be my servant until I get bored of having trash sweep my floors." The general said this with a smirk, but soon his smile froze. Diane began slowly walking towards the stage. Without looking back, his voice faintly rung through the room. "Sure, why not?" For the first time, the general felt a bit nervous. Maybe he just knows being an elder's servant is a better life than what he was leading before? The general thought, trying to comfort himself. Diane reached the stage and clasped his hands towards the other elder. "Thank you for your help, senior. How many attempts do I get?" The elder smiled. "You have 3 attempts to reach the mark. Let's see why Libro is so interested in you." The general looked on with a surprisingly serious look on his face. He had a bad feeling about this. Diane stood in front of a detection stone and took a deep breath. He pivoted his foot and tightened his core. "His form is pretty good," muttered the general. Ava nodded her head in appreciation. Pong! Number flew up, hovering above the stone. 400, 700, 750, 800. He can produce 800 pounds of force. I thought he had no cultivation. 800. Even Diane was surprised. In truth, Diane was expecting 300 to 400 at best. If he focused on his form and got a decent wind-up, he believed he could pass 400 with his body alone. If he used his legs instead of his fist, he was confident in touching at least 200 pounds beyond even that. But this was unexpected even to him. Is this related to my soul? But I didn't read anything about the soul strengthening the body? Diane was right, partially. A soul needs a proper container. Diane knew that he had fallen into a deep sleep, causing him to miscalculate how long he had spent away. But what he hadn't known was why. The truth of the matter was that the body was the soul's vessel. Without a strong enough body, housing a powerful soul was a childish dream. It could be said that the reason why Diane's soul seemingly took a large leap during his sleep was because of two factors: the martial world's environment and the excess chi of his soul. At that moment, something clicked for Diane. He realized that he would soon have to find a method to strengthen his body, or else he would never be able to see the true potential of his soul. Could it be that innate soul was beyond what he thought it was, but his mortal body was holding him back even now? The general smiled. As I thought, he did have innate physical strength. But too bad. It might be enough to pass the regular test, but this bet, though. It's a shame, you have quite a unique body. You'll be a good servant. The general's laughter filled the room. Ava smiled bitterly. He's too reckless. He was too confident. Diane chuckled. Don't be ridiculous. I have 2 more tries. The general chuckled. I'm a teacher. I'm clearly aware that you put your everything into that strike. Unless you magically have a jump in cultivation, you'll have failed in our little bet. But if you want to keep playing, I'll play with you. Go ahead. Diane smiled faintly. There's a reason I have no cultivation, actually. I've spent my time at the academy with the Array Alchemy faction. When I wasn't comatose, that is. Diane's eyes shone a gold light as a magnificent array began to form before him. I'll slow it down so they can see it. But I'll only make it a 2x amplification array, no need to go too hard. I just want to display it a bit. This way, they can't say I cheated like Uncle Ale. A minute later, an array was formed. The amiable elder was trembling. In fact, he hadn't been able to stop himself since the very moment Diane began. Innate aurora, and he formed an array so quickly. But his strength is too weak. If he wanted to pass, he would need to reach 1.875x. But how could that be possible for a brat who just started with array alchemy? Although the amiable elder had some knowledge of arrays, he had no way of telling the array's effectiveness by simply looking at it. He could only wait for Diane to test it out. The general was sweating profusely. Please don't be enough. Please don't be enough. I'm already in debt. I can't handle losing that many profound stones. The only reason I have that much on me now is because I'm working as a bookkeep for the Gambling Association. How would I explain losing all that money? The general was about to tear his beard off his chin. Diane smiled. The amplification array hovered closely to the front of his fist as he prepared to throw a punch. Pong! The numbers flew up. The general almost fainted. 2x effectiveness. 1600 hovered over the detection stones. Diane turned to the crowd and grinned. As you all can see, this is the power of arrays. It can change the fate of a kid with no cultivation like me to one that has the power of a high-tier first-level foundation stage fighter. Almost a peak level 1. Yeah, but you took a minute to draw it. No one will wait for you that long in battle, someone pointed out. The murmuring in the crowd was that of overall agreement. Diane smiled and nodded, expecting this. Well, what if I told you the time it takes me doesn't matter? In fact, all of you can use it too. Silence reigned over the room. Don't be ridiculous. We may not know much about array alchemy, but if it was that easy, everyone would do it. Look at you, you're already in first year, but have no cultivation. How could you have no cultivation if you didn't spend years on array alchemy instead of martial arts? You probably don't know any martial techniques either. The crowd nodded in agreement. There's actually a way for you to become an array alchemist master instantly. Diane flicked his wrists and 10,000 amplification array plates appeared. You could even stack them. Diane's eyes flashed, crushing 2 plate and causing 2 massive amplification arrays appeared. Pong! 2,400. You can become more powerful than a peak first-level foundation stage fighter? How much? No, sell them to me. No. Me. Breathe, breathe. There's plenty to go around. Just 2 profound stones per plate. Although it's expensive, it's a very important life-saving measure. Diane said with a beaming smile. He's really using this exam as a market. Ava shook her head, laughing. She had really gone through a whirlwind of emotions today. Diane was about to explain some more when the crowd surged. Looks like I underestimated the demand. Before even half an hour was through, all of the plates were gone. Some left disappointed as multiple students bought more than one. Since there were thousands of first years, it was inevitable they would run out. Realizing this, Diane smiled. I'll make more soon. The price will always be 2 profound stones for us first years. We have to stick together. I'll hike up the price for the older students so seniors having these plates will be very rare. The crowd cheered. Just as the general was about to sneak away, he felt a tap on his shoulder and he bitterly smiled. Hello, General. I believe we had a bet. A dark look appeared on the general's face, but in light of his reputation, he said nothing, shoving a green ring towards Diane. Here's your money. Before Diane could even look up, he was gone. Looking back down, Diane stretched out his senses and a space of about 3 meters in height, length and width appeared in his mind. Stones were piled up neatly, totaling 10,000. 30,000 profound stones feels good. You really like to make people worry. A melodic voice came from behind Diane. Turning, he saw Ava. All in a day's work. Diane grinned. Having such a beauty worry for me, how could I not be happy? Don't be ridiculous, you have more wealth than even most elders now. And you clearly plan on doing this again. Be careful, you just gave the seniors more reasons to come after you. Diane smiled. You're worried about me? Does that mean you'll give me my date? Don't be ridiculous, you're too weak to be with me? Ava said, rolling her eyes. Diane said nothing, but he secretly nodded. 5th layer of the foundation stage and only 17 years old. Nowadays, Diane found that he could easily see through the cultivations of those in the foundation stage. A quick glance was all it took. Ava was, indeed, a genius of Focus Academy. A short blonde girl walked up behind Ava, grabbing and groping her chest before Diane could say anything more. Diane raised a brow before soaking in the sight. It was one to behold, truly. Did they get bigger again? This is ridiculous. How will you fit in your cheapao? And after all that effort I spent picking out a dress for you. Tsh. The boys watching this scene felt a fire burning in their guts before Ava slapped Tammy's hands away. Stop it, Tammy. We still have to mediate the rest of the exam. This Tammy was actually wearing a green elite student's robe as well. But it seemed like she was in 3rd year. Hello, you must be Diane. I'm Tammy Storm. My little Ava's been talking about you a lot. Tammy watched Diane's reaction, to see if he would react to hearing her last name, but she was surprised to see that he didn't. Nice to meet you, Tammy. I think you're right, little Ava's getting bigger right before us. You're doing the most valuable kind of research in my eyes. Tammy couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter after hearing Diane's words. She had only been curious about the supposed first year from the mortal world, but she hadn't expected him to be so interesting. Diane didn't even get a chance to respond before Tammy swept Ava away, and they were too far away for him to bother. Ava gave him an apologetic smile while waving as well. Diane yawned and started to walk away. I think I'll go for the swim, then take a nap. As Diane was walking away, Tammy was speaking with Ava. He's quite interesting, you know, said Tammy. What do you mean? Well, I let him know what my last name was. But his eyes didn't change despite his grudge with Darius. He's a really pure person, able to separate the deeds of my cousin and me so clearly. He's probably a good person, Tammy said with a smile. Ava gave an odd look to her friend, before shaking her head. I never really understand you. You're a lot deeper than people give you credit for, a lot smarter too. And definitely a lot stronger. Aside from this amplification array, I can also make a hardening and defensive array as well. If we make them to a certain standard, the hardening and defensive arrays each will be able to block an attack from a peak 1st layer of the foundation stage fighter. And the results will be even better if they're stacked. Diane had returned to the Array Alchemy faction. By now, this place was practically his second home. In fact, he probably spent more time here than his own room. The only reason he went back to his dorm nowadays was to pass out and sleep. Now that he didn't have to worry about his teachers harassing him any longer, he dove headfirst into self-study. With the funds Diane had now, he no longer needed to worry about much. He had stopped eating foods from his mortal world and began to ingest the cuisine of the martial world. The result was his body growing steadily more powerful day after day. He found that he was continuously breaking his limits and his soul benefited greatly, improving his array alchemy vastly. Of course, the array alchemy faction benefited greatly as well. If it wasn't for Uncle Ale's insistence, they would have likely already moved away from this shabby location. Eli, I can try and teach you what I know about speed arraying. If you understand, it'll help you once you awaken your own aurora. Until now, Eli still hadn't been able to afford the procedure for awakening his aurora. Though Diane had offered to pay for the start, Eli flatly refused. Eli smiled in gratitude but still shook his head no. Thank you, Diane, but the theories behind your speed arraying are much too abstract for me. Before I could even get there, I'd need to understand the original array to the point where I could do the same as you and draw a 2x amplification. I don't think you know how hard it is for us regular people to do that. But I'll work hard. I want to contribute too. By the end of his words, Eli was smiling bitterly. Even he forgot how much of a monster Diane was after interacting with him day after day. He only now remembered after saying so much. Diane smiled. He had a lot of respect for Eli's mentality. Understanding one's limits was an important characteristic for a man. Though, this was another one of his father's many teachings that Diane always ignored. Don't give me that look, Eli, you're a little monster in your own right. The complexities of a plant pale in comparison to the complexities of raising them. Especially when you have to raise plants of vastly different characteristics together. Eli started before blushing profusely. It seemed he didn't take being praised very well. Eli was the gardener for their small faction. But this task wasn't as debasing as it sounded. Anyone who had ever tried to raise a plant before knew of how much of a headache they could be, and those were mortal world plants. The herbs and vegetation of this martial world were a different monster all to their own. Yet, from what Diane could tell, Eli was so good at this that Uncle Ale didn't need to oversee him at all. Diane had yet to delve into the alchemy path of array alchemy, but he had observed Uncle Ale before and read up a lot on it. In fact, Diane knew that if he wanted to strengthen his body further without a cultivation technique, he would need alchemy. With the knowledge Diane had accumulated, he knew that the herbs one used to concoct were almost as important as the concoction process itself. It could be said that with Eli's understanding of the immortal herbs of this world, Diane wasn't exaggerating in his praise in the slightest. Don't worry, little Diane, I may not be much of an array specialist, but the reason they keep me around this academy is because of my alchemy. Although the purity of my pills can't be said to be top-notch because of the barriers set by a forcibly awakened aurora, I can still forge forth common-level pills with 50% effectiveness. If you can't rely on your Uncle Ale for anything else, you can at least do so for this. Uncle Ale chuckled, his frayed hair suddenly making much more sense. What else could cause such a thing if not pill concocting? The gratitude Diane felt was clear. Although he didn't say anything, the kindness that was shown to him was etched in his heart. If it wasn't for Uncle Ale using funds he had earned through his pill concocting to help him, how could Diane have even afforded all the array plates he sold during the first-year exam? It could be said that without Uncle Ale, Diane would still be scratching and clawing for a place here. Diane smiled. I think I've done enough array theory for now. I can help you de-seed those plants, Eli. I need to get a better feel for herbs. Eli clapped, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Diane felt that his excitement was almost a little too great, but it was already too late for him to take his words back. Finally, some help. There's so many. By the way, where's your garden? Diane thought he would ask. Since he decided to learn a bit more about alchemy, he might as well dive headfirst and experience this garden along with Eli as well. Oh, it's actually at Patieniva Peak. Later we can go. If we're lucky, we might see the Prin. Eli's face flushed red as he cut off his last words. He had actually almost let his inner thoughts slip through. Unfortunately for him, Diane had guessed what he wanted to say. The princess. Diane blinked before he grinned slyly. Having been caught, Eli blushed even deeper. What am I afraid of? Isn't this what men talk about when they're alone? Eli tried to hype himself up in his mind. He was just talking about a crush of his. What was the big deal? Eli hadn't really ever had any male friends. He was the youngest of two and his elder sibling was his big sister. So, all his life, he had been surrounded by his sister and her friends. You would think that this would give him some immunity to women, but he was just as bumbling and nervous around them as well. Well, around one in particular, anyway. Puffing out his chest to gain some confidence, Eli began to explain as his hands moved from plant to plant. You might not have known, but Academy head Paishaniva has only one daughter. She lives on Paishaniva Peak. Usually, direct descendants of the pillar families live at their own peaks too. But the Paishaniv family is only the pair of father and daughter. So, she was nice enough to allow us to use a portion of her territory to garden some common plants. Actually, she gave us quite a large clearance in her forest. She's much nicer than the other pillar family descendants. By the end of his words, Eli was practically sprinting through them, trying to hide his embarrassment when he spoke of the young girl Diane knew all so well. Diane grinned. Oh? You like her? Huh. Who else could it be if not Delia? Diane didn't mind very much. He didn't have feelings for Delia, he just thought she was hot. Was he not allowed to flirt with beautiful women? Even when it came to Ava, he didn't have those sort of feelings for her either. In truth, he just had a habit of teasing women he found attractive. He didn't really think too deeply about it. His mother had always told Diane that he would feel something special when he finally met the woman he wanted to be with. Maybe it was a bit naive of him to trust so much in this, but he hadn't felt that sort of special feeling from either of those two. In fact, Diane had never experienced such a feeling before. Well, not in full, anyway. His mind didn't even let him complete this thought without the image of a fiery-tempered beauty appearing in his mind. Diane shook his head. Those matters were too complicated, he didn't even want to think about it. Since Eli had feelings for Delia, Diane didn't even hesitate to cross her off the beauties to be teased list. He didn't think twice about it. Diane chuckled. I guess the princess is pretty nice. Diane had been to Paishaniva Peak before, but didn't remember seeing a clearance large enough for a garden in the forest. But, then again, he was only there for a small time and followed a straight path to the elevator. So, it wasn't too surprising that he had missed Eli's gardens. Eli sighed, his gaze becoming somewhat misty like a young girl lost in love. Yeah, she's very good with a sword. I often hear her practicing when I go to tend the garden. It seems like the first years for this pillar family class are all ridiculous geniuses. They've far surpassed their older brothers and sisters in terms of talent. I heard rumors that the pillar families have been grooming them specifically for this coming big sect tournament. Some of them have even reached the 5th layer of the foundation stage despite only being first years. Sect tournament? Diane continued picking seeds while listening to Eli intently. Sometimes I think you live under a rock, Diane. The big sect tournament is a tournament amongst us lower-level academies. A few big sects above our jurisdiction come to watch, and if they like our talents, those chosen get to study with them. It's a huge matter of prestige for us and also decides how much resources we get for the next few years. The tournament happens half a year after the start of every school year. Wait, they actually called themselves big sects? What kind of stupid naming scheme is that? So why would they groom geniuses for this one in particular? Diane asked. Well, this is apparently a 100-year mark. Every 100 years, a special treasure that the large sects share amongst each other will have been adequately recharged to open a small dimensional world left by a long-dead expert called a legacy world. Think about that. To open a dimensional world as a burial place, that expert must have, at the very least, transcended to the saint level, and their understanding of spatial will might have even evolved to the level of an intent. That's a level of expert I can't even fathom. For the first time, Diane was truly shocked by something of this world. Opening up a dimension to be your burial grounds? What kind of ridiculous concept was this? Even with all its technology, Diane's mortal world couldn't accomplish anything close to this. But why would they need kids like us to enter realms like that? Diane asked. Wouldn't it still be beneficial for elders and school heads to take a part in worlds like that? He found it ridiculous that people would actually leave something so important to teenagers like them. The mortal world government would never allow something like that to happen. Well, these worlds tend to have restrictions on cultivation or age. And those powerful enough to break those restrictions would obviously have no interest in those treasures. Think about it, if you were dying and wanted someone worthy to continue on your legacy, would you want someone who was old and had already tapped out their potential to get it? Or would you want someone who had the chance of surpassing you to get it? I see. So, these experts are looking for people to continue their legacy even after their deaths. I understand. I hear the world they found to open this time is particularly special. Actually, they had found this world many centuries ago, but it wasn't until after hundreds of years they pinpointed the exact location. But even then, the last 4 times they've tried to open it, the power in the treasure wasn't enough. This year, they hope that 500 years' worth of built-up energy will be enough to finally break into the world. Dian raised his eyebrows. Wow! Seems like we got lucky this time around. Eli, though, laughed self-deprecatingly. Don't joke around, Dian, we're first years without pillar family backing. How could we get strong enough to compete with those monsters? Maybe you have a chance if you cultivate and combine your array formation understanding. 6 months might be enough for a genius like you, but I won't progress much at all in that time. Dian smiled. We'll do this together. Eli froze, but then nodded firmly. What Eli didn't know is that Dian had no intentions of cultivating at all for the foreseeable future. If he was going to join the festivities, he'd have to find another way. The two worked in silence, a comfortable atmosphere settling in. Okay, done. Let's go see the let's go tend the garden. Dian laughed at how flustered the first friend he had made here was getting. Sure. Let's go see the princess. Eli's face burned red as he picked up the basket and turned away, not wanting to face Dian. I'll be back tomorrow, Uncle Ale, see you? Dian said, waving to the young old man. Once the door to the faction closed, Uncle Ale's eyes could be seen glistening with tears. It's good that little Eli's made a friend. Eli and Dian walked through the library, past the pond and bookshelves and through the glass doors. Stopping in front of the main elevator, Eli swiped his card. This is the only elevator that goes to Patieniva Peak. The princess gave me a card to be able to head up there. I could ask her to get you one. I don't know if she'll accept though. It's almost like giving up the keys to her house. Eli said with a blush, a hint of pride in his tone. Dian was a bit confused. When I was headed to the academy, I saw a lot of villages and stores on the other peaks. They were bustling with people too, I'm sure. Why is Patieniva Peak so restricted? The reason isn't one I'm sure about. All I know is that Patieniva Peak is the only one that is basically exclusively for Delia. No wonder she had no guards. Why would she need them in a place like that? Seems like she let me off easy. There's actually another thing we're responsible for aside from tending to the plants and planting new ones. Because of that, we'll probably have to meet with the princess today. Eli said, trying to hide the excitement in his voice. Oh? And what's that? I'm not actually sure of the details of that either, Eli said as they stepped into the elevator. But from what it seems like, someone that goes here is pretty sick, and considering they have the help of the princess, they probably have pretty high standing. Whoever it is needs a constant supply of plants we grow. I'm not entirely sure what the illness is, but some of the plants they need have suppression characteristics, and the other portion have heavy fire characteristics. Interesting, so maybe a Een-based sickness or even more specifically, a Een-based poison. Eli looked over at Dian after he pressed the peak button on the flipped control panel. You're probably right, but considering it's someone of high social standing that still can't seem to find a cure, it may not be as simple as that. Dian nodded his head in agreement, secretly impressed with Eli's analysis. As he was about to continue on, something within the wall of the elevator caught his attention. He had been in this very same elevator before with Delia, but with his now heightened senses, he noticed faint traces of gold on the glass surrounding them reminiscent of the ponds around the school. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but remember his previous close shave with death. Eli, I had a question about the school ponds. What are they exactly? Actually, I was pretty interested in this too. When I asked Uncle Ale about it, he said that they're actually made up of donated cultivation. Some alumni, for the benefit of the school, donate their cultivation after their deaths to benefit the future generation. They become an energy source and the lifeblood of the whole school. All of the ponds are connected by complex tunnels so the power supply can run through everything. I'm sure even this elevator runs on it. Diane nodded his head. Willingly donated after their deaths, huh? I also hear that this technology was brought over by the Storm family when they joined the school. If not for this, as the most recent family to join the Six, they wouldn't be able to be on equal footing so soon. Before Diane could respond, the doors to the elevator opened and they stepped into a familiar forest. Stepping out of the tree, Eli and Diane walked side by side along the path. The princess didn't want to disturb the forest too much, so this is actually the only path. To get to the field, we'll actually have to weather through the tall grass and branches, Eli said, suddenly diverging from the path and jumping over a bush. Diane nodded, following closely behind. Seems like I was right. Coming up here, you wouldn't even know the first place to look, let alone finding Delia among all these trees. Eli's probably one of the only ones who knows his way around here. Guards really wouldn't be necessary. After 20 minutes of walking, a soft melody and crisp cutting sounds invaded the ears of Diane and Eli. The rhythm of a blade cutting through air matched perfectly with the plucking sounds of the lyre, creating an odd mix of ice-cold killing intent and a soft falls breeze. Diane and Eli stood at the edge of a clearance, entranced by what they saw. Fields of medicinal plants divided into neat rows allowed gentle streams of water to flow in cleverly planned routes. A massive lake was off to its right side, filled with white lilies, slowly bobbing in the wind. A girl in a purple cheongsam that clung tightly to her body sat with her knees pressed together facing away from them, playing the lyre that rested on her lap. In front of her, a girl Diane knew all too well, danced with a blade in her hand. Faint traces of crystal-like ice rained around her as she slashed through the air with practiced movements. Beads of sweat delicately fell from her beautiful, tan skin. Spinning, a cold blast of air sliced through before stopping just before a tree, leaving it unmarked. The music slowly came to a stop, seemingly causing the lilies to tremble for more. Cherry blossom leaves slowly fell from the surrounding trees, gracing the ground. Cherry blossoms? In fall? Delia's delicate hand wiped the sweat from her brow. Taking a deep breath, she looked towards the girl in purple. "Thank you, big sister Madeline," she said with a bright smile. Just as she was about to continue, something caught her eye and she looked up to find Eli and Diane. She was a bit surprised. "What are you doing here? You're alive." Diane didn't respond, slowly walking forward. Eli panicked a bit. He hadn't had time to inform Diane about Delia's status and how he shouldn't be rude. But he was already too late. "Long time no see, Delia. Are you preying on my death? That wouldn't be very fitting for a lady such as yourself." Diane's smile almost outshone the beauty in the field they were standing in, leaving Delia breathless for a second. Eli choked on his spit, having no words to speak and no tears to cry. They know each other? How? And he called her directly by her first name. Even Eli didn't dare to do that. The girl in purple turned, and realizing it was actually the Diane she heard so much about, she also smiled. Diane's grin froze, his gaze locked onto the young girl in purple. His eyes were stuck on the gentle slope of her soft pink lips. It was an unhurried, casual smile, but it imprinted itself deeply. He had never seen anything more beautiful in his life. Wow! She was too beautiful. The most beautiful woman Diane had ever seen. Her hair was done up in an elegant bun, held together by a couple of Chinese-style hairpins with elaborate and noble three-dimensional designs attached to their ends. With her hair put up like that, it accentuated her long, slender neck and immaculate posture. Her large eyes were a pretty shade of gold, and her face was carved of delicate, perfectly sculpted features that grasped one's heart. The slope of her nose, the outline of her pink lips, the gentle point of her chin, it was all enticing to an extreme. Yet none of this even began to consider her figure. Her purple cheongsam clung to her silhouette, rounding the large peaks of her chest and chasing down the volume of her hips. Even in such a graceful, seated position, She exuded an air of charm that made birds sing. Seeing Diane's stunned look, Delia rolled her eyes fiercely. If I knew he'd be here too, I would have never asked big sister Madeline to help me train. Such a pervert. Madeline giggled, not seeming to mind. Her hair bobbed in its bun along with her gentle laughter, her bright golden eyes sparkling beneath her glasses. Diane shook his head, recovering from his blank out. I'm Diane. It's nice to meet you. Diane stretched out his hand to greet Madeline. Madeline's gentle voice greeted Diane back. I'm Madeline. I've heard of you, Diane. My uncle thinks highly of you. Madeline's soft, small hands entered Diane's, and he felt like he was in a trance once again. His heartbeat sped up and his chest slightly reddened. But, this time, he managed to keep a composed smile on his face. But before he could release Madeline's hand, he frowned. Her hand is colder than it should be. Without being able to control himself, Diane blurted out. The concern in his voice was much more than even he thought it would be. Are you okay? Madeline started for a second, slowly retracting her hand once Diane let go. Delia gave Diane a surprised look. Diane scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have asked that. Madeline somewhat bitterly smiled. She lowered her head and spoke so softly that the gentle swaying of the water almost completely drowned her out. I've been sick since I was young. But almost as if she had never been sad, she looked up and smiled. Since even my Sapientia family can't find a solution, it seems as though I'm a bit doomed, she chuckled. But with all of this beauty around me, how could I be sad all of the time? Diane's heart ached. He had never met this girl before, but her gentle soul touched him. It was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Diane sat down on a rock beside Madeline. May I see your lyre? A small smile appeared on Madeline's face as she watched Diane intently. Usually people extend apologies, not even understanding that makes me break apart inside. It seems like he wants to communicate with me through music. Madeline covered her red lips with her delicate hands as an enchanting laugh left her. I wonder where his understanding of the will of music has reached. Can he rival me? Madeline nodded lightly, passing her lyre over. Just this scene alone seemed to stun Delia. She knew how much Madeline treasured that lyre. It was the only piece of her master she had left before they were forced to separate due to Madeline's sickness. Maybe Delia and Madeline's family were the only ones who knew that Madeline was never meant to be in a place like this. Diane looked up at Madeline, entranced by her sparkling eyes. Such a smile. How nice would it be if it never faded? Madeline's eyes somehow became even gentler as she saw the look Diane was giving her. He isn't trying to impress me, and his eyes aren't clouded by lust. I've never seen such a pure look before. Madeline's heart subtly warmed. Diane waved his palms and a golden fire appeared in his hands. It blazed, larger and larger, wafting a gentle warmth onto the faces of the three who watched him. That's an innate aurora, and it's so powerful? Madeline was shocked. Although she had seen Diane's display through a monitor, she hadn't been able to feel its pressure and couldn't make an accurate judgment. Suddenly she looked down at herself. Why do I feel so much better? He isn't curing me, but this feels better than any of the medicine and elixirs I've taken. Did he know this would happen? The flame in Diane's hand slowly morphed into a golden lily as he slowly brought it to the string of the lyre. What control? The three of them thought simultaneously. The strings vibrated, radiating out a gentle song that resonated with Madeline, bringing more and more color to her face. Her beauty seemed to multiply, almost as if the golden fire was intent on bringing her to the peak of perfection. Delia looked over and noticed the changes in the girl she had called Big Sister for as long as she could remember. Tears started streaming down her face. You've been suffering for a long time. How could I, Diane Sacharo, allow such beauty in this world to wither even in the slightest? He had never played the lyre before, but the piano was only a string instrument with extra steps. With the perfect pitch Diane had honed over his years of play, he understood the notes that made up this lyre with relative ease. In that case, playing it came down to nothing more than control. Diane spoke softly, beads of sweat running down his face. His hands slid across the strings, playing a melody that radiated with heat and passion, warming up Madeline the more he played. First level, second, fourth. Diane's display of music will shot up. His tune became better and better, his hands becoming more deft and his tune becoming more beautiful. Hot blood rushed through Madeline's body like an endless stream. Sixth, eighth. Just how fierce is his understanding of the will of music. Ninth, he's already at the peak of what a martial artist below the essence-gathering stage can understand. Madeline felt like her whole world was being flipped upside down. If others knew that Diane had comprehended a ninth stage will, it would be enough to cause an uproar. No, to call it an uproar simply wouldn't do it justice. It would be enough to overturn the whole of Focus Academy. To put into perspective how ridiculous this was, even Eli and Delia, who were standing nearby, couldn't comprehend what was happening. This level of will was so far beyond them that they didn't even realize what was right in front of them. I've spent my whole life immersed in music. I even had Master to guide me, but I am only at the 7th level. Wow. Madeline closed her eyes and smiled. Her bearing didn't seem to carry even a hint of jealousy. As though a gorgeous fairy observing the world from her perch, her demeanor remained heart-gripping. Madeline's body, which had always been imperceptibly trembling for as long as she could remember, finally soothed to a stop. She took the first deep breath she had in years. The pain she felt slowly subsided, and she hardly noticed even as tears began to fall down her cheeks. Diane was playing a happy tune. The birds were chirping and the lilies were vibrating in appreciation. The heat emitting from the lyre became gentler and more refined. It filled Madeline's body, fighting fiercely against the ailments that plagued her. His delicate control over his aurora flame became more and more potent. He didn't know it, but he was already touching realms of flame control most alchemists would never see in their entire lives. All for the sake of a beauty. He's getting better as he plays. This must be the effect of an innate aurora. He's already reached the peak of the 9th level of the will of music. The only thing stopping him from evolving it into an intent is his cultivation. Wait a minute. Madeline looked over at Diane and her heart trembled. She didn't know why, but seeing him now made her feel as though a knife was being twisted into her chest. Diane clenched his jaw into what he thought looked like a smile, his face devoid of color. His lips were cracked, and his fingers were bleeding from the strain. Every time he plucked, a small bead of crimson would fall from the strings, dribbling down and reflecting beneath the high sun. Still, his smile had never faded as he watched her. Madeline's heart quaked, her gentle exterior collapsing for the first time. She rushed over to Diane's side and pulled his hands from the lyre. Are you trying to kill yourself? You have no cultivation, but you were tapping into wills for so long. Do you know what kind of strain that puts on the body? Big sister. Delia looked at her big sister. Her eyes widened in shock. She had never once seen Madeline lose her gentle smile, let alone berate someone else. She couldn't put into words what she was seeing right now. It was almost like watching your own mother suddenly shift into a completely different person right before your eyes. Diane's smile didn't fade. He kept looking at this beauty before him, feeling endlessly satisfied at that moment for reasons even he couldn't put into words. He gazed into Madeline's eyes as she was surprisingly close. He stood and lifted up her glasses, wiping her tears away before she could react to what was happening. Diane hovered over her, about half a head taller. Feeling his shadow cast over her and smelling a masculine scent she never had before, Madeline couldn't help but blush, looking down shyly. She had never felt so self-conscious in her life before. All her life, she had always exuded a gentle sort of confidence. Even when Diane's jaw practically fell to the floor when he first saw her, she took it in stride. Though his eyes were quite pure, Madeline had seen that sort of look from many men before. Those that were at least polite about it, like Diane, still received a slight courtesy from her. She couldn't kill someone just for observing beauty, right? But right now it was a completely different sort of feeling. As though he had gained confidence from being able to help her, all of Diane's flustered actions vanished. He was once again the same Diane who dared to flirt with Ava and dared to ask Delia what she thought of his naked body. And this Diane. He was a man that made Madeline's heart skip several beats. If I couldn't suffer through just a few hours of pain to help a beauty that's been suffering for years, how could I be much of a man? Diane asked. Madeline trembled. It's been hours? Not able to look Diane in the eyes, she whispered, Thank you. Don't be ridiculous. This is nothing. But if you really want to thank me, how about a date once I find a cure for you? Diane said with a grin. Surprisingly, Madeline nodded. Even Diane hadn't thought he'd receive such a response. But when he did, he burst into a fit of laughter that might have rocked the skies. Madeline flushed. She had answered almost subconsciously, as though she couldn't possibly say no. Her blush reached down to her neck as she awakened to what she had just done. Why do I believe he'll find a cure? More importantly, why did I agree to a date? I can't let Uncle find out. He'll tease me to no end. Pervert, Delia muttered under her breath. But it seemed decidedly less fierce this time. This time, Diane couldn't be bothered to respond. He was too busy laughing. As for the fact Madeline's noble family and even her powerful master hadn't been able to find a cure, Diane didn't care. Even without a date, he would find a cure for this beauty for no other reason than he wanted to. Such a smile couldn't be allowed to fade from this world before revealing all its splendor. As for why he was so confident he would succeed, well, he was Diane Xianxia. Did he need another reason? Diane walked back toward his dorm. Though his face was still pale and his fingers were still caked by his own blood, he had a bright smile hanging from his lips. Every so often, an image of Madeline would flash in his mind, making him almost burst into a fit of laughter beside himself. He had truly never seen a girl so beautiful. If he didn't tease her properly, would he even be Diane Xianxia? This kind of woman he most definitely had to make his girlfriend. He didn't care what he had to do, he'd make her his. She's probably from the Xianxia family, considering her glasses and golden eyes. A bit weird that they all have the same eye color, though. Diane shook his head. There was no way his lovely Madeline was a product of incestuous practices. How could such a beautiful woman come from such foul nonsense? Diane chalked it up to a quirk of the martial world. Who knew, maybe genetics worked differently in this place. He had heard that these cultivators could even live from hundreds to even thousands of years. Who was he to say their genetics didn't work differently? There was still too many things he didn't know about this magical world. Diane's steps froze, his eyes squinting. What bad timing! Diane took a deep breath, his back straightening. Before him, the looming figures of blue and red stood sneering. In fact, considering their smiles, they had most definitely long since called Darius over. As though the universe was reading Diane's mind, it wasn't long before the face of the blonde prick made itself known. Noticing that Diane wasn't saying anything, Darius' sneer deepened. What's wrong? You're looking a little pale? Don't tell me that you're still trying hard to remember me. Darius' sarcastic remarks made it obvious that he was still taking Diane's previous comments a bit too hard. But while Diane did look quite pale at the moment, it had nothing to do with Darius. Well, maybe it had a little bit to do with Darius. At that moment, Diane suddenly realized that his soul was completely tapped out. Diane had experienced it a bit during the opening ceremony, but never to this level. What Diane didn't know was that the wills he used during the opening ceremony were far too weak to put a dent in his soul stamina. With his soul talent, it hardly made a difference. But just now, in order to give Madeline a few hours of peace, he had touched a level of wills that was nearing the very edge of his limits. And the result? Well, he thought it was great until just this very moment. Seemingly sensing a disturbance, a small crowd turned their attention over, only to find a very interesting scene playing out. Diane looked around, but it seemed that no one was intent on meeting his gaze. Though he hadn't expected much, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. He had thought that after how many array plates he had sold and how much of a discount he had given his fellow first-years, he thought that he might have built at least a small relationship with some of them. But at this moment, none of them even wanted to look at him. Diane couldn't help but sigh. Maybe this was his first time seeing the true face of the martial world. Until now it had at least been covert, but this was so blatant that it was practically smacking his face. There's no way to run. The ceiling is too low here for me to use the hoverboard. The worst part is that it doesn't have much of a charge left. Dian clenched his jaw. He had never thought that he wouldn't be able to find a power source for his various gadgets after coming to the martial world. He had already thought of getting around to seeing if he could begin to modify them so that they could run on what the people of this world called chi or energy, but he had spent so much time mastering his array alchemy that he had never gotten around to it. Focusing his mind, Dian flicked his wrists and quickly selected black gloves and guards that extended to his elbows. This is all I have. I hope it's enough. These guards and gloves were part of his father's military uniform. After he passed, Dian always kept them with him, but he had never expected to use them like this. You've got a lot of nerve. Blue couldn't help but say. Darius and the others were surprised that Dian actually seemed to be preparing for battle. Something like this was completely outside of their expectations. It was as though they had expected Dian to just roll over. I hope you're not trying to get into a war of words with me. You can't possibly expect to win with that ugly face of yours. Dian sneered. Blue's face distorted and his eyes reddened in anger. Veins pulsed on his forehead as he lunged towards Dian, the scar running down his face looking particularly alive at the moment. Shit, too fast. Dian's eyes widened. He only had time to cross his arms before he was blasted into a wall. Dian realized at that moment that even his mind was sluggish, something that must have been a product of his tired soul. Blue's movements almost looked like a blur to his eye. He couldn't even react before a fist was already right before him. Bang! Arg! Dian slumped to the floor coughing up blood. Damn it, the bones in my back and arm are fractured. Even through the guard? What kind of power is this? Dian was shocked. Even though his soul had forced his body to strengthen to act as a better vessel for it, Dian's standard was still below average amongst first years without his amplification arrays, let alone the fact that Darius, Blue and Red were all upper year students. Before Dian could get up, he sensed a looming shadow over him. You wanted to make fun of my scar? Darius chuckled. Seems like you've angered Blue. And considering how you insulted him, Red won't let you go either. Dian felt a hand wrap around his throat and lift him up. I apologize, Dian said with a bloody smile, doing his best to squeeze out his voice. I'm sure your mother loves your FAC. Bang! Dian felt his skull almost warp as it was slammed into the wall for the second time. The whites of his eyes partially rolled back, his consciousness almost slipping away completely. Dian barely cobbled together a loose string of thoughts. The noise was starting to draw in a larger crowd. Unfortunately, much like the first batch, none seemed intent on helping. Seems like the twins are at it again. First years should learn to bow their heads. True. If he did, he probably wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state. A wave of whispers spread through the accumulating crowd. Dian could hardly hear them considering the current ringing of his ears. But had he would only be able to sigh. Maybe this was just a difference in culture between the mortal world and martial world. In the mortal world, those who tried their best and worked hard would always be praised. But in the martial world, those who tried to do things beyond their means would only be looked down upon and called foolish. But maybe this was just the way of reality in general. The only reason the mortal world could have such a culture was because the powerful built up safe and secure societies that allowed the weak to live peaceful lives. Criminals were punished by the law, women were protected by the government, orphans were taken in by the state. All of this bred a culture that praised hard work and perseverance. However, this wasn't the same in the martial world at all. This was a place where power ruled and oftentimes the law bent to the whims of whoever had the larger fist. Everything by absolute sympathy or absolute power. Ugh, how depressing, Dian said between coughs. So many pretty ladies are seeing me in such a pathetic state right now. Such a shame. Forget it. As long as my precious Madeline doesn't see me like this, I'll survive. Dian's sarcastic remarks made Blue want to pop a blood vessel. But at that moment Darius stepped forward. Let him go, Blue. Dian was dropped, causing him to almost stagger to the ground. His knees barely held himself up, his vision feeling quite blurry. At the moment, he could hardly stand straight. Clearly, he had a concussion, and a pretty bad one at that. "I could kill you, but that would be too easy," said Darius with a snicker. "So how about this? If you strip naked and kowtow to me 10 times, I'll let these matters go. What do you think? Pretty simple, right?" Dian put his hands on his knees, taking shallow breaths. After a moment, quiet laughter filled the hallway, coming from his own lips. "Ow, oh, that hurts. Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh." Dian winced. "It seems like he didn't hear me break his left arm," Darius said indifferently. "That might help him understand his situation a bit better." Snap! The ugly sound filled the hallway. Dian grunted and his breathing became even shallower. His breathing came out in shallow wheezes that almost sounded like whistles. "I'll give you 3 more seconds, or we'll snap another limb. You don't have to be so mad. I can let you in on the joke even though it would ruin it." Dian replied. "Snap. Sorry, ma boss. 3 seconds weren't up yet." "Don't worry, it was well warranted." Darius walked up to the disheveled Dian. At this point, Dian couldn't use his arms to support himself anymore. He was leaning his back against the wall, trying to catch his breath. His hair was a bloody mess, his pants and shirt were torn, and his arms hung limply to his side. However, his grin hadn't left his face. "I was only laughing, because a grown man asked a teen like me to strip naked. Don't you think that's a bit much? I don't swing that way, sir." Darius sent a kick at his chest, snapping his ribs. Dian's words left him so infuriated he forgot to hold back. Dian fell to his knees unconscious. The crowd gasped, the audible snapping of bones replaying in their ears and bringing goosebumps to their skin. Their limbs trembled as though they were hearing a fork scrap against the bottom of a pot. That's strength, at least at the peak of the 3rd layer of the foundation stage. As expected from a top-ranked 3rd year. "No, no, no, we can't end this like this. I can't let you die so easily. Wake up." Darius picked up Dian by his hair and slapped him awake. Dian's eyes fluttered, squinting as though he was trying to see the light. When he remembered the situation he was in, a bloody smile spread across his face. 5 more minutes, beautiful. Can't you see I was finally getting some rest?" Blood spilled out of Dian's mouth and arms, pooling toward the ground. Seems like you're a bit delirious," Darius said, tilting up Dian's head. "What should I do with you?" "Nah, I just thought you looked particularly womanly. So, I accidentally let it slap." Dian's words were stopped by another crisp slap. "Let's try this again. Strip naked and kowtow 10 times. Listen, man, I was joking when I said you looked womanly. I already told you, I don't swing that slap." "All right," Darius said in a calm voice. "You have 1 more chance or I kill you." At that moment, Dian's eyes widened, gaining a sharp clarity they hadn't had before. The vicious look alone made Darius feel as though he had been plunged through the gates of hell. "Didn't you hear me before?" Dian said, his voice no longer slurring. "You're just the slightly prettier monkey of the 3 of you. Kiss my ass, you overgrown mutt." Darius' face darkened. He's crazy. All he had to do was kneel and it would be over. Darius' fingers clasped harder around Dian's hair, staring daggers at him and nearly ripping it from his scalp. But all he found were eyes as calm as Focus Lake looking right back at him. "You'd better kill me right here and right now." Dian's eyes darkened and an almost demonic voice continued. "Because if you don't, soon I'll crush you beneath my feet. I'll tear your limbs from your body. I'll torture you until you have no tears left to cry. And once you've been bled dry, I'll feed your corpse to pigs." Darius had no idea why, but a cold sweat filled his back and his usually calm face furrowed into a frown. "I'd love to see your heroic rise, truly. But, unfortunately, you die today. Only trash beg for a second chance. In the martial world, you only get one." A strange energy filled Darius' right hand as the air around it seemed to be sliced as it passed through it. "That's a sword-type energy." "No, that's definitely spear-type energy. A sword is more elegant. This is more domineering than that. Darius truly is a genius." to reach the peak of the 3rd level at the start of his 3rd year and control spear chi. Wow! Darius sneered when he heard the words of the crowd. You can know that you're truly blessed to have died by my hands. Consider this as payment for offending me. The tips of Darius' fingers pierced into Diane's chest, slicing through the skin of some of his bone with absolute ease. He looked into Diane's eyes, wanting to see that final look of despair before he shot through his heart. But all he saw was the same unbreakable will, that same indifference as though it wasn't his own body being pierced through. Darius will quaked, his spear chi dispersing out of his control. He tried to form it again, but it collapsed even quicker this time, leaving him in a state of partial shock. In a rage, he formed his hand into a blade and shot forward without chi. He would pierce through by force if he had to. But, at that very moment, a whip snapped through the air, latching onto his wrist. Darius felt a whipping pain in his wrist as though he had just been burnt. He couldn't help but wince slightly, his hand hanging frozen in the air. I think that's enough, Darius. You may be able to get away with killing him, but think of all the meetings that'll be necessary. Do you really want to waste hours of time on an ant you killed just to explain yourself? Darius looked over to find Ava controlling his arm. Unfortunately, he hasn't kowtowed to me or even faked a true apology. His fate is sealed. Darius went to move forward but found that he couldn't outdo Ava's strength. What is this? She may be ranked at the top of 2nd year, but I'm ranked near the top of the 3rd. Why can she hold me in check? Fine, since you need a woman to protect you, I think that's insulting enough. Blue, red, let's go. Darius let go of Diane after wiping his bloodied hand on the latter's shirt. Ava frowned as she watched Darius, red and blue, walk away before stepping toward Diane. You idiot, if you wanted to act cool, you should have found another place to do it, Ava said, not even attempting to go and help Diane up. There are things more important than your dignity. She didn't know why, but she felt livid at this moment. Why didn't this fool just bow his head? If she hadn't been making her rounds at this moment, wouldn't he be dead right now? Was it worth it? Were all men like this? Didn't they know there were people who would rather see them alive than dead? Ava couldn't even speak any other words. She was so furious that her chest heaved out of her control, her chest flushing red. Diane didn't respond to her, struggling to sit up. Oof. This is hard with 2 broken arms. Seeing that Diane was ignoring her, Ava only became more infuriated. You. At that moment, Diane looked up, causing her words to get caught in her throat. She didn't know what happened, but this Diane felt completely different from the one she knew. There was no smile in his eyes or teasing in the curl of his lips. He looked like he might kill her where she stood if she spoke a single word more. Diane eventually managed to stand, pushing himself up against the wall and rising to his feet. Thank you, he said softly. Diane slowly walked to his dorm, seemingly not hearing any of the jeers fluttering toward his ears. As soon as he made it, the door closed, and he used his forehead to activate the shield, canceling all noise in or out. Ergrgah! Diane roared at the top of his lungs. The room vibrated and he felt something pop in his mind. His last thought before he collapsed into his tub, a bloodied mess, was, I'll make you all pay. The martial world was a cruel place. There was no such thing as ifs. Maybe if Diane had met Darius on another day, he would have been able to put up a better fight. Maybe if he hadn't used up all his soul stamina, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. Maybe if he had kept some of his array plaques rather than selling them all, he would have had a chance to find an opportunity to escape. However, none of these things happened. In the martial world, there were no shortage of individuals who had died to unfortunate circumstances, many heroes who had fallen to schemes and many strong that had lost too early. Diane could be considered to be amongst the lucky ones for surviving. Or maybe that was what others might have thought. Only Diane himself knew what he would have done had Darius' hand truly continued piercing forward. Darius walked through the hallways of Focus Academy with a gloomy expression. Clearly, he was still pissed about how things had ended. If only his spear chi hadn't wavered at the last moment like it had before. If that hadn't happened, he would have pierced through Diane long before Ava could interfere at all. But now, he had to wait for yet another opportunity. How could he not be feeling gloomy? That damned whore, spear chi or any weapon chi for that matter, was a tangible manifestation of will that came with the comprehension of said weapon. The fact that Darius had dispersed like that was for two reasons. Firstly, because he had only recently condensed his will into a chi, and second, because his will had wavered. This second reason pissed him off more than anything else. "It won't be long, master." Blue seemed to look around before he said this, addressing Darius as he always did. "You can just deal with her in the central pillar." Darius sneered. "How poetic, going out the same way her brother did." "We should throw that commoner bastard in too, master," Red interjected. He hadn't gotten a chance to vent his rage on Diane for what he said about their scars. It left him with a belly full of anger he had no way to deal with. Darius snorted. Him? With his lack of cultivation? What good would using him bring? Though Darius said this, his expression turned extremely cold not long after. "Even if he would be useless, that doesn't mean that I won't make certain that he suffers a fate worse than death. Who knows, I might let him watch as I knock that woman down a peg." Drip, drip. Diane opened his eyes, feeling the dripping cold water slide down his forehead. He stared blankly at the ceiling, remembering the events that put him in such a sorry state. Without getting up, he turned the cold water on, blasting it onto his head as he took deep breaths. His once broken arms seemed to have no effect on him. After half an hour, he finally stood and threw his clothes away from him. Turning the shower head on, he placed his forearm on the bathroom wall, letting the once dried blood pool at his feet. He stared at the drain, watching as the water became clearer and clearer. After another hour, the goosebumps from the freezing water no longer seemed to matter. His breathing had steadied under the torrent of cold. Diane stepped out of the shower. The moment he stepped through the threshold, he had practically become an entirely different person. "I'm hungry." His voice bellowed, all signs of rage and fury having vanished. Diane flipped over his wrist. "I'll have to find a new way to store all my things or figure out how to power my tech with profound stones as quickly as possible. If not, everything within my wristwatch will become inaccessible." Luckily, Diane wasn't completely out of luck. The general had given him a spatial ring along with the profound stones. The unfortunate part was that Diane used up the entire space to hold raw materials for his array plate selling business and also reserved a large area for holding his profits. So, there wasn't exactly any space left, especially considering the ring wasn't very big to begin with. Still, there was a small bit of charge left in his wristwatch, so Diane didn't risk it any longer, dumping everything out. "I should look into the chi pond they have flowing everywhere. Obviously, Focus Academy already has the technology to turn chi into electricity. I can waste less time just by snatching the technology instead of researching it all myself. I don't have too much time to waste on this." Making such a decision, Diane began to dig into pile of beast meat. From his understanding, they called this beast white-furred deer. It didn't look much different from deer from Diane's mortal world. However, they were much larger, much stronger, and their meat was packed with far more nutrition. Even for Diane, who deemed himself to be a big eater, it took him almost a week to clean just one of all its meat. This time, he had expected the result to be no different, but half an hour later, Diane sat amidst a pile of bone, his brows raised. "It seems my body grew more powerful again." Diane remembered reading in one of the fundamental knowledge books of the cultivation world that appetite often equated to strength. He hadn't thought much about the concept until this very moment. One of the crudest ways to force the body to grow more powerful is to break it down then repair it. "I guess I owe Darius a favor," Diane thought to himself, a slight cold light flashing before vanishing. Diane had no idea how long he had been asleep. He knew that the military garb he had worn had a function to aid in healing, so he simply went to sleep, expecting to fall into a coma until he healed. But he hadn't expected to gain like this. Diane shook his head. "I'm still hungry. I'll eat another one." "Libro," Diane called out, once again finding himself before the large library desk. However, when the monitors flickered awake, revealing a familiar glassed figure, All Diane saw was quite a worried expression looking back at him. "What is it? You look like you swallowed a dead rat," Diane said. Libro frowned and looked Diane up and down. "Are you really fine? Do I not look fine?" Diane raised an eyebrow. "You know, that's not a very polite thing to say, Libro." Libro shook his head. Since this kid still had the mind to be cheeky, he must really be fine. Libro had eyes all over the school. How could he not know what happened by now? However, since Diane wasn't saying anything, it was impossible for him to continue pressing and being a bother. "So what did you come to extort me out of this time?" "Extort is such a harsh word," Diane said with a grin. "It's more like a thoughtful exchange between a junior and a giving senior." Diane suddenly heard a giggle sound. He didn't need to think for more than a split moment to realize that it was Madeline's voice. "Is that Madeline? Are you trying to hold my girlfriend hostage, Libro?" Libro was speechless. "She's my niece." Libro suddenly caught him. "Wait, what? Girlfriend?" If there was one place Libro didn't have eyes, it was Patieneva Peak, for obvious reasons. After all, that was the person territory of a young lady. It would be a bit too inappropriate if he could just casually spy as he pleased. Diane nodded very seriously. "I see, so you're her relative. It's nice to meet you, uncle. We'll be a family soon." Libro's lip twitched. "This damn cheeky brat." Madeline giggle sounded again, her sweet voice drifting to Diane's ears. The moment she spoke, it seemed as though everyone in the library had been soothed. "Stop teasing my uncle, Diane. We are just friends, uncle." "Ah!" Libro's face shifted, sending a glance toward his niece. Unfortunately, Diane still couldn't see Madeline on screen, but Libro could. Those words were exactly the words Madeline would say to anyone claiming to be her boyfriend. She was just that kind of docile but firm-willed girl. She would always politely reject with an eloquence few could match and even fewer could get mad at. But there was a difference this time. Though it was slight and only for a very brief period, Libro was certain that he had seen his precious niece blush, something that he never thought would happen in such a context. Libro suddenly felt it was a good thing Madeline wasn't here to see what happened to Diane, or else who knew what kind of trouble would be stirred. Diane's grin didn't fade even after hearing Madeline's words, his confidence still seeming to be sky-high. "All right, UNC. I came here because I wanted to ask if there was any books, or if you had any information on turning chi into electricity." Libro's gaze sharpened. Unfortunately, I cannot help you with this. This is the trademark secret of the Storm family. They've kept quite a tight lid on this, even from our Sapientia family." Diane raised a brow. "Is that so?" Diane nodded, feeling that something was off. But he didn't pursue it. "That's fine then, never mind. I was a bit too greedy this time around." Diane smiled. "I'll see you later, Madeline." A soft hum tickled Diane's ears. With that, Diane waved Libro goodbye, his expression casual. Libro only watched his back for a bit before switching the monitors back to their off state. Diane strolled through the hallways, eventually making his way toward the Array Alchemy faction. But before he made it there, his feet came to a pause. Before him sat one of the many chi pools of Focus Academy. Something felt different from the last time he had stood in this same position. At that moment, Diane realized that it wasn't only his body that had grown again after his run-in with Darius, but that his soul had improved again, and by a massive margin. And now, his soul was telling him to stay as far away from these chi pools as possible. Diane walked through a field of herbs, crossing small streams of cleverly planned waterways and ensuring not to destroy any with his feet. He had been tending to this garden with Eli for a while now, so his theoretical knowledge had been slowly fusing with his real-life experience. There would always be a difference between seeing things in books and experiencing them for himself. But, by now, Diane felt as though the difference between these two forms of knowledge for him weren't much different anymore. It could be said that Diane's current foundation for concocting pills was immaculate and couldn't be better. Even if he ignored all the experience he was gaining, after several music sessions with Madeline, he found that his flame control was on a level far beyond what he needed. Diane continued to work with a smile on his face, the sound of Madeline's music bringing him an inner peace. At that moment, Delia came storming in, her momentum frightening Eli, who wasn't far away. Diane raised an eyebrow. "What are you throwing a tantrum for, little lass?" "Who's a little lass?" Delia fumed. "What happened? Don't lie to me. Tell me everything." Diane scratched his head. What was this little girl talking about now? Truthfully, he had never seen Delia act like this. In a lot of ways, Delia's demeanor was quite adorable. That was because after a while of observation, Diane realized that she had always been doing her best to copy Madeline. Delia tried to give off that same unhurried, confident and silent vibe. But it was at moments like these where she became ticked off that facade would crack a bit. Of course, Diane didn't believe that she was actually some fiery-tempered tsundere. He just thought that her true demeanor wasn't what she displayed. At least now, these enraged emotions was at least her true self, even though it was only a tiny sliver of it. "Are you still trying to hide it? What happened with Darius?" Hearing these words, Madeline and Eli both looked toward Diane as well. Diane raised his brows. "So it was actually about this? Is there a need to get so enraged? They're my matters to handle." "No, they aren't. You're the only one I've seen actually alleviate Big Sister Madeline's pain. If you die, then what will happen to her?" Diane chuckled. "So this was why this girl was so agitated. Ah, so that's why. It's a good thing you didn't fall in love with me. I've already promised you to Eli." Eli felt as though he had been hit with a random stray bullet. "Don't listen to him, princess." "Diane." Diane laughed uproariously, feeling very good about himself at the moment. However, when he looked back toward Madeline, he found her giving him back a worried look. It was clear that she seemed to realize that this was more serious than he was letting on. In all likelihood, Delia wouldn't be reacting like this had Diane's life not truly been on the line. Diane, of course, didn't feel this way. Had his stamina not been running dry back then, he wouldn't have suffered like that. And, by now, he had researched even more arrays and was even less likely to suffer. However, he couldn't very well tell Madeline that he had only suffered because of her, right? So, he just smiled and walked over. "What? Don't tell me that you're worried about me too." Madeline's expression flushed. "It's not like that. Madeline panicked slightly. It wasn't because of Diane's words, but rather because she didn't want him to think that she was only worried about him for the sake of herself. In a rush to explain, she nervously tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. But the action was so abrupt that she accidentally knocked her glasses off. Diane deftly caught them before they fell to the ground. "You look beautiful even without your glasses," Diane said, realizing her eyes were even more golden than he had given her credit for before while placing her glasses back on her face. Eli sat nearby in a daze as to what was going on. That was a girl even the princess called Big Sister. What was Diane doing? Flirting? Successfully? "That's my big brother," Eli thought with a smile. At that moment, though, the atmosphere seemingly completely shifted. Diane's eyes sharpened, his aura rising to a new level. The sudden change caught Madeline completely off guard. She could sense a deep rage within Diane that had suddenly snapped away from its chain. A gust of wind swept through the field, causing the waves of the lake to become more fierce. The shining sun was blocked out by something as a fierce voice rung down. Whoever it was that had appeared in the air locked eyes onto Diane, who was currently helping Madeline put her glasses back on, and snapped. "Who do you think you are? Step away from her." Without even waiting for a reply, a whistling sound could be heard through the air. Diane, who was standing in front of Madeline, had gold flashing through his eyes as his senses heightened. He threw his hand up in the direction of the sound, allowing tens of defensive arrays to appear, each one larger than the previous, lined up in a straight line that ascended into the skies. It was an absolute gorgeous sight, as though several illusory shields outfitted with golden gears all manifested from the heavens themselves. Bang! 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 The arrow, which was originally nothing more than a streak through the skies that was hardly perceptible, pierced through barrier after barrier, slicing through Diane's defensive arrays and shattering them one after another. but, very obviously, it slowed down with each subsequent sound of shattering glass that resonated. Finally, the arrow appeared before the final barrier in a blink. Diane's raised hand flashed with more arrays as his arm speed was amplified. With one swift movement, he caught the arrow's body between his fingers, stopping it from piercing his head. Rage fueling his gaze, Diane snapped the arrow in half in his palm. He looked up to find a massive raven in the sky. It had a wingspan that seemed to want to block out the sun and a pair of young men on its back. Madeline's eyes widened before she looked at Diane worriedly. "Are you okay?" Delia snapped her head up, infuriated as well. This was her peak. No one was allowed here without her permission. "Who?" Delia shouted. Diane smiled and nodded toward Madeline before looking away, a cold light appearing in his eyes once more. Stairs of golden defensive formations appeared before Diane, rising into the skies. They appeared one after another with a speed that made one's mind go numb. How can he form arrays so far from himself? He's a monster. Even at this moment, Eli's thoughts were exactly like this. The shock of Diane being so close to dying had yet to truly register with him. Diane's feet lit up with tens of amplification and hardening arrays, swirling around his legs as he gently pushed Madeline away from him. He stomped the ground hard, rising quickly to the peak stair. Staring at the young men who had looks of surprise on their faces, Diane's expression only grew colder and colder. "This is already the 4th time since I came to this school that someone has tried to kill me. My patience is running thin." Diane's voice was practically a growl. The stairs of gold disappeared, leaving just the one Diane stood on as he looked on. They soared at least 20 meters in the air, staring off at each other. One group on the back of a bird and Diane standing all alone on a platform of gold. However, Diane's next words made the two young men shiver uncontrollably. "No, I think I've had enough patience already. Just die." Diane's eyes were sharp. A baleful aura flooded from him. The air seemed to thicken, as if the world itself was resonating with his killing intent. The young men didn't know what to think. A boy that was probably 5 years younger than them, wearing a white t-shirt and rolled-up black sweats, such casual where they could only find on a commoner, was threatening them? When had the young masters of esteemed families ever had to suffer through such disrespect? But they couldn't find the words to respond. They felt an odd pressure coming from him, despite the youth on his face. In that moment, they realized that Diane had every intention of slaughtering the two of them where they stood. But Diane heard a shout from Delia that made him frown instead of taking action. "Draco, Akihiko, Chunglei, the Duko, Kami and Dayu family better give me a good explanation for why you're on my peak without an invitation." She called out 3 names? Where is the third person? Diane hesitated. All he saw before him were 2 young men and a bird. What was going on? It was exactly then that the massive raven became illusory. A third young man appeared with dark skin and silver hair and eyes, standing on the now illusory bird along with the ones Delia called Akihiko and Chunglei. Diane's eyes flashed in surprise before they returned to calm lakes. A hint of caution bloomed in his heart. He was still at the stage where things like this could still catch him off guard. This must be a more advanced form of the technique that Pharaoh Kid from the opening ceremony used. Considering that Akihiko character shot an arrow at me, he might be related to Mayumi. Their names both sounds Japanese, so it's very likely. That means this Chunglei is from the Dayu family. The issue with all of this was, Diane had never heard of these 3. He had already met all the genius first years from these families. That meant that these 3 were from upper years. This made them several times more dangerous. Dayu Chunglei was the first to speak, his brow unwrinkling from Diane's provocation. "Don't be angry, Sister Patieniva. I just came from visiting my fiancé when Akihiko heard Miss Sapientia's beautiful music. You know Draco isn't one to follow proper procedure, so after Akihiko mentioned visiting her on a whim, we swooped down. As for attacking this kid," Chunglei continued, throwing a glance at Diane, "wouldn't you be angry if you saw your future wife being so intimate with another man? As long as he gives a proper explanation for this, we can resolve this peacefully." Akihiko was still staring daggers at Diane, slightly perturbed that his threatening aura wasn't working despite this kid clearly having no cultivation. Plus, the matters surrounding the display of array theory they had just seen grated on his nerves. Madeline frowned. Whose future wife? Diane's face remained placid, although he had to admit that he was surprised to find his heart so moved by the thought Madeline was promised to someone else. Her response was all he needed for the feeling to disappear. If Madeline had been betrothed to someone before, considering her demeanor, it was impossible for her to agree to a date with him should he find her cure. Realizing this, and still pissed, Diane chuckled. It seems you'll be cuckolded before your imaginary wedding. You! Akihiko was about to load another arrow when his sharp features paused. His bow disappeared and his black eyes narrowed in a smirk. He was what Diane would imagine Mayumi to be in a few years. Tall, dark, and sharp. He had been just moments away from imploding again, but somehow he managed to calm himself. Ignoring Diane, he looked down toward Madeline with a smile. Madeline, you're well aware that I've already been accepted into the Infinite Arts sect along with Chunglei and Draco. Our futures are set, and with my family's power combined with your family's, how could we not find a cure for you? My father and yours have come to an agreement. As long as you agree, we can be married by the end of the year. We all know that you used to be an unprecedented genius. How could you be at this small school if not for the gods being blind? When we cure you, we can rise together through the martial world and rule as husband and wife. Since you've already said that this only happens if I agree, then I don't agree. Madeline replied. Akihiko didn't seem too surprised by this answer. In fact, his smirk became even larger. I know I spoke in maybes and ifs, but the truth is that my family has already understood what your affliction is. As you know, the Kami family you know here is only a small branch of the true main family, and we only specialize in archery. It's almost laughable that they're called a pillar family here, not much unlike your Sapientia family. Considering what your talent used to be, I'm sure you've been to the true main branch of the Sapientia family. How could they compare to this small focus academy? Because of my talent, I've been recognized by a higher branch of the Kami family affiliated with the Infinite Arms sect. As long as I continue to prove myself, I can one day make it to the main branch, much like you once did, my future wife. As you might imagine, this higher-level branch has access to much more resources. After realizing this, because of my love for you, I spent endless hours combing through records until I finally found something I believe matches your afflictions perfectly. This, of course, came along with the cure. If you don't believe me, let me explain clearly. Your sickness is not really a sickness. It's a sick joke played on us by the rulers of this world. It's called goddess disposition. Everything about you is the epitome of what a female should be. Graceful, intelligent, beautiful. However, with that comes an unyielding level of een that results in excessive cold and shivers. Days when the moon is full result in you being in a coma. And the time spent in those comas is getting longer and longer. Excuse my frankness, but your menstrual cycle occurs more and more frequently, especially compared to the norm, and on the shortest day of every year, the winter solstice, you crave for a man almost as much as if you had been given a potent aphrodisiac. Madeline's fists clenched, but her expression remained cold. Considering her silence, Diane didn't need to look to understand that everything Akihiko had said was correct. However, what Diane didn't know was that Madeline was infuriated due to more than just this. She had indeed seen the main branch of the Sapientia clan, so she knew well that the Kami family was nothing more than an ant before them. If even the Sapientia main family hadn't had a cure for her, and her master was equally at a loss, how could she possibly believe that the Kami family was able to accomplish what they couldn't? What kind of ridiculous nonsense was that? The quote-unquote sickness is actually the manifestation of a greatly body type, Akihiko continued with a bright smile, which is why you were a genius many years ago. But without the proper cure, it becomes a curse instead. However, I have the cure. In fact, I don't mind telling you what it is. After all, we'll be husband and wife fairly soon. Diane was very clear on what was going on. Akihiko didn't mind telling Madeline because he was certain that he was either the only one, or one of very few, that could help Madeline. However, something was off. Akihiko had just said that Madeline had once been a part of the main Sapientia branch and that he would one day make it to the main Kami branch. But if that was true, why would a branch of the Kami family have something the main branch of the Sapientia family didn't have? With just a simple deduction, Diane had already seen through something Madeline herself knew quite well. Since the heavens are fair, you won't need to consummate a marriage with another with a god-level body type. You only need to consummate with someone with a respectable amount of god-level blood. I'm sure you see where this is going. Although my talent is quite high, the main reason I was accepted into a higher branch is because, even within the Kami family, my god blood density is quite high. Akihiko smiled. I'm your cure, Madeline. Before Akihiko could even enjoy the moment, his heart stopped with Madeline's voice. No thank you. I'd want to save my life so I could live it. How could I live my life the way I want if I'm tied to you? What's the difference between that and being dead? Akihiko's fists clenched. But he managed to restrain himself, smiling confidently. You'll come around soon. In the meantime, his gaze turned sharp as he looked toward Diane. I'd better not see you anywhere near Madeline. If I do, I'll slaughter your whole family. Diane looked unperturbed. Before he said with a spine-tingling calmness, didn't you hear me earlier? You're a dead man. How could a dead man do anything? Akihiko had no time to react. All he saw was a shattered formation and a disappearing boy. Sparkling shards of array fell to the ground below in a sprinkle of golden rain. Akihiko felt his face deform, a massive force bending his nose out of shape as a fist collided with his face. In a flash, he was sent flying from the illusory raven. Diane looked to his left and right at the bewildered Xianxia and Draco. I could attack the two of you too. Or you could stay out of it and not get embarrassed by a 16-year-old kid. Without even waiting for their reply, another set of defensive footholds appeared beneath Diane as he accelerated towards the falling Akihiko. Delia and Madeline flashed out of their surprise. Duo and wait. Diane didn't seem to be listening. He flashed through the air, landing to sit on Akihiko's chest upon an array suspended in the air. Fist after fist flew at Akihiko's face. Each successive sound rebound resonated through the air, the sound of shattering bone and muffled groans crawling up the spine of all those who heard it. Despite all of this, Diane's face maintained an almost shocking calm. It seemed he wouldn't be satisfied until Akihiko truly died. Is this all a supposed genius has to offer? Diane threw another punch. You're 22, at the 6th layer of the foundation stage, and can do not a damn thing against me. Diane vented an endless tirade of rage. For a moment, Akihiko's face seemed to fuse with Darius. If only he hadn't been so tired back then. If only he could have fought back. That humiliation would have never occurred. Diane stood above the barely recognizable Akihiko. His fists were bleeding, and his bones were cracked in at least tens of locations. Using his amplification arrays so wantonly and even bashing in the face of someone who had tempered their bodies to the 6th layer had obviously taken a huge toll on his body. But Diane didn't seem to care. His right arm cocked back as tens of mini arrays became hundreds, each circling around his arm like miniature disc. I don't care if I have to give up this arm for an entire month. I will never let anyone trample on me again. Just as Diane was about to throw his last punch, the array below him shattered. Something had attacked it and he had just barely been able to move out of the way. Not able to grab Akihiko, Diane dissipated the formations around his arm and formed a new foothold instead. Draco and Xianxia appeared, holding Akihiko. I don't think you're fully aware of what you just did, said Xianxia, narrowing his eyes. Just let me know clearly if you want to end up in his state or not. Killing 1 or 3 dogs makes no difference to me, Diane said coldly. He has no cultivation, but somehow beat Akihiko half to death. Granted, Akihiko lost the initiative and he's an archer, not a close combat specialist, but it speaks to this kid's talent. Considering Akihiko's personality, when he wakes up, he'll go to whatever lengths possible. Whether he succeeds or fails, I don't care. As long as I don't directly offend either, I'll have no problems. Xianxia thought, let's go Draco. I'm sorry, Diane. I believe that's what the young missus called you. but I'm sure you know I can't let this friend of mine die. I'll let the two of you settle your grudge another time. Dian stared on coldly. He didn't have enough maneuverability in the air to deal with a flying bird, and clearly this Chunglei knew that. Chunglei was just about to leave with Draco and the unconscious Akihiko when he suddenly remembered something and turned back. There's actually another reason we came, Miss Sapientia and Patieniva. I almost forgot. The central pillar world is opening up soon. Because Meiying will soon marry into my Dayu family, I was given the opportunity to join. As you know, other pillar family members of the older generation who still haven't stepped into the Meridian Formation realm find the world very beneficial. And since they're a part of the Academy's pillar families, they forego the rule of having to be a part of the Academy to join in. That's why we're here. So, we'll be going to the banquet in a few days as well. Originally, Akihiko was hoping to ask Lady Sapientia to be his date, but it seems this won't be possible anymore. Sorry for the inconvenience, we'll be going now. Draco fully merged with the illusion once again, and gusts of wind took the trio away. Dian slowly walked to the ground using his golden stairs. Beads of sweat ran down Dian's face as he caught his breath. He knew fully well if those three hadn't been fooled by his act and decided to attack together, he would have been left in a sorry state. His soul was still in tip-top shape despite having formed so many arrays in such a short period of time, but his arms and legs had numerous fractures in them due to his body being unable to keep up. Still, if it had come down to it, if there was anything Dian was confident in, it was enduring pain. Dian sat down stiffly, feeling his soul chi spreading throughout his body. It seems like it really was more because of my soul that my injuries healed so fast before. No, it was my aurora flame specifically. But, regardless, my body is still too weak. After a few minutes, Dian looked up to find 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. He had been so caught up in catching his breath that he didn't notice when he became a zoo animal. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Dian said, touching his nose. Madeline giggled lightly while Delia rolled her eyes. You know, you just beat one of the best geniuses this academy has ever had within an inch of his life in the matter of less than a minute, Delia said. Even when she said it, she felt that it was incredulous. How had he defeated Akihiko but lost to Darius? Wasn't that a bit too ridiculous? Darius couldn't shine Akihiko's shoes. In fact, Darius would be an obedient little dog if he ever came face to face with Akihiko. The true geniuses of the Storm family were on a completely different level from him. Best geniuses? Dian looked at Delia weirdly. You all use that word too lightly. Every supposed genius I see is more inept than the last. Just look at my Madeline. She's been sick for years and has been unable to cultivate. On top of that, she's 4 years younger than him, and she's already at the peak of the formation stage. When you have an example like her, how could he be a genius? Dian said, laughing. You can see my cultivation? Madeline said in surprise. No one still in the foundation stage should be able to do that, least of all Dian, who had no cultivation to speak of. Big sister, you're that powerful? Even Delia's eyes opened wide. Clearly, she had no idea. Wow! Eli looked shell-shocked as well. Dian laughed. It seems that he had let something out of the bag that he shouldn't have. But this only made Madeline's lovely golden eyes sparkle all the more when she looked at him. He knew her cultivation, yet he didn't treat her with any sort of fear or trepidation at all. My Aurora is pretty good at deciphering cultivation. That's why I attacked him. I was pretty confident in beating him if I took him by surprise. Dian explained. You were reckless. You have no battle techniques, no movement techniques, no cultivation, and your attack methods are as good as you being a masochist. Why do you love self-harm so much? Madeline berated. Dian rubbed his nose embarrassedly. You could tell I was hurting myself? You're so attentive and caring. How could I let a scumbag like that have you for a wife? After I find you a proper cure, I'll make you mine. Dian laughed. Maybe, but if you can't beat me, how could you find something I couldn't? Madeline said teasingly. Dian chuckled, not bothered at all by Madeline's words. He was actually happy she was so strong, that way when he cured her, he could take her around the world to dominate it together. On the day he found a way to revive his parents, she would be by his side. Dian shook his head. finding his own thoughts to be weird. I just met this girl. I need to calm down. He found himself to be almost too infatuated. For someone who grew up in the mortal world, and even its western portion with countries like America and Canada, something like thinking such words about a girl he had only known for a few weeks would make him out to seem like a maniac. Although Diane thought those words, he knew that he was already captivated by her gentle nature. For a girl to have been suffering in silence all this time to still have a smile on her face, if she wasn't worth him thinking so much, there was probably no one else that was. However, what Diane didn't know was that his non-committal chuckle made Madeline's heart skip a beat. Though Diane hadn't said a word, that confident laugh to her cheeky reply spoke volumes. He didn't take offense because there was nothing to take offense to. Her defeating him? Sure, maybe for now. But how long would that last? It felt like these were the exact words he was conveying even without saying them. Even so, Madeline couldn't help but probe Diane's bottom line. Even she didn't notice that she had become like a young woman vetting her future partner. I hear you're quite a playboy though. Martial artists live for so long that it's impossible to have just one partner, so if you're too weak, won't I just have to find myself another man? There are plenty of Sapientia women with reverse harems, Madeline said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Of all the responses Madeline expected, the one that Diane gave was the last. He held his stomach, laughing so hard his face tinged with a bit of red. It may not be now, but I'll soon be strong enough to walk with you side by side. Besides, finding a woman as beautiful and heartfelt as you would be near impossible. What would be the point in me getting a second wife if she couldn't match up to you? Diane's meaning was clear. He didn't even take Madeline having to find a second husband seriously. As for him finding a second wife, in his world, such a thing wasn't the norm, so he was quite serious when he said he had no such intentions. Plus, he wasn't lying in the slightest. To find a second woman on the level of Madeline, he had lived almost 17 years just to find her. It couldn't be that he could actually find another, right? What was the point of having a wife of lesser caliber? Eli and Delia watched awkwardly to the side while Diane and Madeline were flirting with each other. Delia shook her head, exasperated. They've known each other for maybe a few weeks. How did it get to this point? She felt as though she was watching her big sister being stolen away by a big, bad wolf. Madeline and Diane didn't seem to hear her. Or maybe they really were in their own world. That's a good answer, Madeline said in partial surprise. You'll have to work hard, then, because although I want nothing to do with Akihiko's offer, my father, mother, and brothers love me very much and would be tempted to no end by it. Because of you, I can live in moderate comfort again, and they'll be very grateful for that. But it still stands that I haven't been cured. Though he knew Madeline was joking, Diane nodded his head in seriousness. I hear I'm a genius of array alchemy. There'll come a day when I'll definitely be able to. Plus, I'm very suspicious about Akihiko's claims. If you had the favor of the main branch of the Sapientia family, the literal information hub of the universe, how could they have information you all didn't? It doesn't make sense. If I can figure this out, I'm sure your family can too. Diane wasn't very worried. The Sapientia family were the scholars of the martial world. If they were fooled by something so stupid, then there'd really be a problem. Madeline nodded. This was one of the reasons she had refused so adamantly. She had fallen out of favor of the main clan because of her sickness. Considering her previous talent, why would they give up on her so easily? If it was only a matter of marrying someone with a high concentration of god blood, how could the main branch of the Sapientia family be lacking in connection to such allies? And which allies wouldn't be willing to marry a girl as talented as her into their family even if it meant giving up a talent of their own? On top of considering the fact more than one wife was a normal occurrence in the martial world, there was no reasonable answer for them to give up on her. But this led to another problem that Diane kept close to his heart. Even if he knew he was a great talent of array alchemy, how could an information-based clan like the Sapientia family have access to allies who were far more proficient than his current self? If the array alchemists had a cure, surely the Sapientia family would have been willing to pay the price for it, right? So why was Madeline here and not cured already? Diane had a bad feeling, but he suppressed it and showed Madeline a confident smile. If even the top figures of the world hadn't come up with a cure, then he would just have to make it himself. So, for the weak men in your harem, what are we allowed to do? Diane said jokingly, lightening the mood. He didn't truly expect an answer, but Madeline once again surprised him. Well, Madeline pondered for a moment with a smile. How about you take me to this banquet? Diane blinked and feigned shock. Covering his crotch with both hands, he put on a scared expression. Don't think I don't know the winter solstice is coming up. Don't tell me you're planning on stealing my innocence? Madeline flushed hearing Diane's nonsense. It was Delia, though, that sent a punch flying at his side. Crack. Diane winced, feeling his healing bones become worse. Was this really the price he had to pay for an innocent joke? Watch your mouth, pervert. Delia completely lost her cool, but judging by her flushed expression, she was more embarrassed than angry. Ooh, oh, ouch. I'm sorry. Madeline pursed her lips. Humph. Maybe I'll ask Eli to take me instead. By the way, Eli, I've never thanked you properly for taking care of this garden and my medicinal plants before. Thank you so much. You've helped me get through tough times. Eli looked down shyly. It's no big deal, Lady Madeline. I'm just doing my best for the Array Alchemist faction. Madeline smiled. You can just call me Madeline. Diane chuckled. Looks like you're better with girls than I am. Eli? Eli blushed profusely, unable to look up. The group laughed a bit before Madeline gave Diane a partially stern look. You're not allowed to wear sweatpants to the banquet, Diane, or else I won't acknowledge you. I'll meet with you at your dorm room with your clothes an hour before the banquet. Diane smiled widely. Yes, ma'am. Eli and Diane continued to work in the fields, leaping around the small streams of water, planting new seeds, and picking ripe plants. Eli passively muttered to himself the whole time, sometimes saying things even Diane himself didn't quite understand. Fawning grass has a gentle nature, and its need for water is significantly less than other plants. I should move it further from the stream and away from the more dominant devil's willow. If not, it'll end up being used as fertilizer. This'll work. Devil's willow actually needs a high supply of water, so that it doesn't dry the soil out with its fire nature. If I design this well, there'll be a nice balance each of the two could grow well in. Soft music played as they worked. Diane was actively listening to what Eli was saying. Although he could guess how to raise plants based on the characteristics he had memorized, he hadn't actually read any gardening technique books. So Eli was much more of an expert in this area than he was. Plus, these minor adjustments Eli was making made Diane feel as though he was stepping into an all-new world bit by bit. Soon they were finished up and went to the lake to wash their feet. Eli had insisted that they be barefoot in the field so they could make sure not to accidentally harm any plants. By the time Delia and Madeline waved them goodbye, the sun was already setting in the sky. Just like that, Patieneva Peak fell into a pleasant silence, the ambience between two young women blooming. Delia, however, seemed to be itching to say something, but she had no idea how exactly to put it into words. Unable to hold back anymore, she finally blurted it out. Big sister, do you love him? The moment Delia said these words, she blushed profusely. Much like any young girl budding in her youth, Delia was interested in such topics, but she never quite understood them. Now, however, her best friend, Maying, was getting married to Chung Lei very soon, and even her big sister had her name floating around in marriage talks even though she rejected. It made Delia very aware of her age. Shouldn't she also be getting married soon? Then? But to who? There were too many things she didn't understand. Madeline gave a surprised look to Delia, before letting her light laughter fill the field. She remained silent for a while, letting her dainty feet swing across the surface of the lake. Finally, she spoke. I wouldn't call it love, even I don't know what that word means. But I feel like I know him. I watched along with Uncle at Sapientia Peak when he came to the library with you for the first time. I watched his fearlessness in front of Uncle Patieneva and the other family leaders. I watched him protect his pride even with his life on the line. I watched his proud back as he fought against the best alumni Focus Academy has to offer. I even watched as he was accepted by the heavens. Madeline's voice grew softer and softer, an image of Diane's receding back playing in her mind. That was him. Delia was shocked. It was Diane who caused heaven's chimes to ring. Madeline smiled. I may not love him yet, but I think it's very well worth seeing what life would be like with him in it. If I can smile with true happiness like this every day, even if my life is cut short, wouldn't it be worth it? Diane lightly snored. Having lost himself in more study over the past few days, he managed to completely tap himself out again. However, at that moment, a gentle sound drifted into his ears. A soft melody shook Diane awake. He almost jolted up in surprise as he noticed a delicate figure sitting beside his bed. Diane blinked. Madeline? Suddenly, he jerked completely awake, slapping his own forehead. The banquet! I'm so sorry. Diane was at a loss. How had he forgotten about something so important? Madeline didn't seem too worried about it as she smiled. Even after having snuck into a boy's room, she was the picture of perfection. Her smooth, fair skin shone through a slit in her cheephao, allowing her slender leg to grace Diane's eyes. Her hair was up as usual, but it was adorned with a beautiful hair-piece comb, shining silver and gold with hints of purple. Her dress was her usual purple, but it was decidedly more elegant and refined. It clung tightly to her curves, making Diane stunned for a while. After Diane finished being stunned, he grinned so widely his lips almost split. If I show up with you, they'll really kill me for good. Madeline's gentle laughter filled the room. Go on. I left your outfit in the bathroom. It's only been half an hour since the banquet started, so I thought I'd let you sleep. Since you're awake, we might as well go. Diane jumped up and headed to the bathroom, leaving Madeline staring at the walls of drawn arrays. He really works hard. No wonder he's so tired. Let me play him a revitalizing tune. Diane walked out feeling fresh. He wore formal attire that more heavily matched the human world. Black dress pants and a tight purple dress shirt clung to him. He had on a watch he almost never wore and had rolled up his sleeves. Madeline walked to him and buttoned something he had missed. Seems like you really can be quite handsome sometimes, Madeline said with a gentle smile. How could I ever be handsome enough for you? I'll have to make up for it by being stronger. Diane was completely infatuated. He tilted up her chin, snapping her away from her focus on fixing him up properly. The two were so close that they could feel the warmth of each other's breath. Their gazes were locked onto one another, their heartbeats pumping in sync. Madeline was frozen, unable to stop looking into Diane's clear eyes for a long while. All right, she shook her head. Let's go, we're already late. No. How could I let you walk there? I might be struck down by the heavens for something like that. Diane stopped Madeline from walking out of the door in her fluster. How could he allow such a beauty to walk? Madeline turned back to Diane, a bit puzzled. How do you want to get there then? Diane smiled mysteriously. He walked towards the window and placed his hand on it. A flood of golden light started to push the water away from the glass, causing a perfect semisphere to appear on the other side. Complex symbols and gears reflected into the room, dancing with the dark blues of the night's waters and making a gorgeous sight. Diane turned back to Madeline, extending his hand. After a small hesitation, a delicate hand slipped into his, a look of curiosity on her face. This is something I've been working on for the past few days. Pushing the water away is just a sphere-form version of the defensive array I recently mastered, but this is the really cool part. Diane drew his hand back before tapping on the window. An array began to form from 8 different points, swirling with shades of gold. 10 minutes later, Diane stretched out his free hand and to Madeline's surprise, it passed right through the window. This is a small-scale space-type array. I can't speed array it yet, but it's really useful for passing through things. Diane turned and smiled at Madeline. Let's go. A small staircase into the large window formed. Diane guided Madeline through and into the dark water slowly. Madeline looked around and touched the edge of the defensive formation. Her beautiful face spilled over with joy and fascination. Wow! When she looked back at Diane, all she saw was his gaze remaining intent on her, causing her to blush a deeper shade of red. The sphere started slowly ascending through the water. The moonlight sparkled through the lake and the stars shone in the sky. Breaking through the water's surface, the sphere of gold disappeared. Madeline could only cling to Diane's arm as they soared into the sky. "I've got one more surprise." Diane smiled, lifting his free hand to cause formations of small birds, butterflies and lilies to manifest and begin to revolve around them. The defensive formation below them started to change. It grew wings and lit on fire as though it was a phoenix. A sharp call rang through the skies as Madeline's eyes glistened. Watching Madeline's face bloom with happiness, Diane felt as though he sat on top of the world. But then he thought of something quite awkward. "Where exactly is this banquet being held at?" Diane asked, coughing lightly. Madeline giggled and pointed in a certain direction. That night, a phoenix soared through the skies accompanied by beautiful fluttering creatures. It brightened the night as it gently flapped its wings. On a certain peak, festivities were already underway. Maying clung to Delia's arm, pouting. Her violet eyes reflected with some helplessness. "Ugh, Delia, I can't stand him. I can't believe my dad agreed to this marriage. Now I can't even get rid of him. You know the Bai and Dayu family have never been on good terms. My father is such a coward, jumping on the first chance to court peace by selling off his daughter." Delia smiled bitterly. They had had this conversation a million times already this night alone. "Sometimes you just have to do things you don't want to do for the greater good, Maying. Qinglei isn't so bad. He's well-mannered and a great talent. He's handsome and, at the very least, he's not Akihiko." Maying's pout deepened. "Well, why don't you marry him then? He may not be Akihiko, but he might be even worse. Qinglei always holds his emotions in check. You can never tell what he's thinking. What if he's even more of a psychopath than Akihiko? You might never see your best friend alive again. You're being overly dramatic." Delia rolled her eyes. The friends were walking through a garden path. A massive arch appeared every few meters, lighting up the path with the shining lights that wrapped around them. Flowers littered the surroundings and the beauty under the moonlight was unspeakable. Maying could only smile bitterly toward Delia's responses. "You're so naive, Delia. I envy your straightforward, duty-bound attitude. But I don't know if I can do it. Humph. I'm hungry. Why hasn't the banquet started yet?" Maying finally found something else to complain about. "Come on now, Maying. You know our senior brothers wouldn't be able to rest until Madeline gets here. They've been itching to start competing with each other this whole time. But how could they when the girl they've been pining for isn't here yet?" Delia made a rare joke. "That's true. Big sister isn't here yet. Could her illness be acting up again?" Maying asked with a hint of worry. "You'll see." Maying looked at Delia, confused. Before Maying could ask what Delia meant, they had reached the end of the path and had entered the banquet area. Under the night sky, a long table adorned with white table wares and patterns was striking. Candle lights flickered and young men and women walked into and out of groups, socializing merrily in the large open space. Maying, "Miss Patieniva, have you heard anything from Miss Sapientia? Her elder brother and Akihiko are getting a bit restless. They're talking about going to find her. They're a bit worried that something might be wrong." Qinglei, noticing the two girls, came over. "Sorry, Qinglei, we haven't. But how about you spend some time with Maying? I'm sure she'd appreciate it." Maying pinched her friend's arm, but Delia pretended like she didn't notice. A small smile appeared on Qinglei's face. "It would be an honor," Qinglei said, extending his hand toward Maying. Before Maying could respond, a group of young men walked over, causing Qinglei subtly lowered his hand. Many of this group would be easily recognizable by Diane. Even Darius was among the group, although his demeanor was much more reserved and respectful, as though he was scared to offend anyone with his breathing. A young man with golden eyes shining through his crystal-framed glasses walked up and stood beside Qinglei before Akihiko made his way to the girls as well. He had a refined temperament and a powerful momentum. There were no small number of beautiful women stealing glances at him from all corners of the banquet. He was none other than Madeline's eldest brother, Oliver. "We're thinking of going to find my little sister," spoke Oliver. "But it wouldn't be all right if we entered a lady's room, so we were hoping you'd come with us." The young man's voice was gentle and amiable. It made it difficult for anyone to say no to his request. Big brother Oliver, about the—" Before Delia could finish speak, a sharp bird cry sounded through the sky. The night clouds above seemed to be on fire as a young man and woman swarmed by golden light and flames stood majestically in the sky. Many couldn't help but look up in shock. Just who came with such grand entrance? Ava looked up from her chat with Tammy. Much like everyone else, she was shocked by the sudden change. "Who?" Tammy was stunned as well before chuckling lightly. "It seems he's more skilled than you gave him credit for, Ava." The young men looked up and into the sky. Of them all, Darius was definitely the most surprised. He couldn't wrap his mind around how Diane could have been beneath his feet just days ago, only to suddenly be so far above him. Why is he here? And with her? They know each other? They're together? What's going on here? A taller and older-looking version of Hawk from the opening ceremony looked over to Darius. "You know him, Darius?" The anger in his voice was clear. Unfortunately, Darius was so stunned that he didn't completely register the question at all. Akihiko's face was burning with rage. "That's my wife." Madeline didn't seem to hear the commotion below. She was clinging to Diane as though she was afraid to fall, looking up at him with her eyes sparkling. "You really know how to give a girl exactly what she wants." Diane chuckled. "If they're all going to want to kill me anyway, I might as well make an event out of it." Madeline giggled and leaned her head onto Diane. Oblivious to the fumes of anger and jealousy she was setting off in the crowd below. "How the hell did he win her heart? And why the hell is he flirting with me if he has?" That? Ava didn't know what to think anymore. She had just been telling Diane how he wasn't strong or good enough for her, then he shows up with the most beautiful woman in the history of Focus Academy. Not to mention the fact there was no way that Madeline was weak. The look Diane had given her on that day was still seared into her soul. Even though he had still thanked her afterward, there was a distance in his voice and look that sometimes still woke her up from her dreams. "I guess my words fell on deaf ears," Tammy said, chuckling. A robust laughter filled the rooftop. "It seems like my little sister has found someone she likes. He must be a great man." Mei was looking on in disbelief. "Is that really Big Sister? She looks so healthy. Maybe I should give this Chunglei character a try if boys can really have that effect on you," Mei thought to herself. Delia was looking up at the sky and smiling, watching them slowly descend. She had never seen her big sister so happy. The reactions of everyone came like an endless flood. Finally snapping out of his stupor, Darius finally realized he had been asked a question. "Elder cousin Cadell, this is the boy I nearly killed the other day. I was telling you about his idiocy earlier." "Him? What gives him the right to be with Lady Sapientia and be so weak?" The young men around Darius and Cadell seemed to hear their conversation. Soon the entire banquet knew, while Diane hadn't even stepped off the formation yet. Oblivious to it all, he was happily chatting with Madeline. They seemed lost in another world. Oliver frowned when he heard the talks, but quickly got over it. He knew his sister better than any of them. Even if the man she chose was that weak, he made her happy, and that was all he cared about. Pertinacious, though, wasn't of the same opinion as his elder brother, but he decided to wait on the results instead of jumping to conclusions. He wouldn't allow his elder sister to be with a weakling, but he was also intelligent. He knew that the phoenix they rode here on wasn't within his sister's abilities, which means this Diane had more secrets than they knew. Also, he had personally witnessed his talent at the opening ceremony, so he was well aware of the potential. Since his sister was sick anyway, the family wouldn't have too many objections even if she were to marry someone from the human world, even if they were a weakling. Thinking to this point, he let it go and smiled. "Elder brother, this is actually the student from the human world I was telling you about earlier. He caused quite a stir at the opening ceremony. He's actually quite talented." "Oh." Oliver looked on thoughtfully. It seemed like his sister appreciated that potential as well. By now, Diane and Madeline had already stepped onto the ground, the phoenix dissipating. But instead of allowing the floating flower and birds go as well, Dian grasped the air, pulling them into his fist. He lightly squeezed, and a beautiful flower flickering with aurora flames appeared. This is actually something I've been studying the most for the past few days. I can't be with you all the time, so I thought I'd make something that could alleviate your illness. It partially incorporates an array and also has part of my aurora flame. It should leave you in comfort for as long as I live. Madeline smiled, tears glistening in her eyes as she placed the flower onto her hair bun. It perfectly complemented her hairpin, magnifying her beauty even more. Although they weren't paying attention to everyone, it didn't mean that they weren't paying attention to them. Such a scene left it feeling as though the world revolved around them. Akihiko has blood dripping down the corner of his lips as he bit the inside of his mouth. It was one thing for him to get beat up, but it was an entirely different matter to find out it was the same person who had, just a few days prior, almost lost their life to someone who could barely be considered a member of the Pillar families, and to then show up with the girl he had loved for most of his life? Akihiko was as close to blowing up as a human could possibly be. Oliver was the first to go greet them. A wide smile was on his face. When were you going to tell me you found a husband, little sister? And to make us wait so long for you to come here? You worried us to death. Why don't you introduce me? Madeline blushed, not able to look her brother in the eye. Dian had a smile on his face as he looked at the tall young man. He's strong, thought Dian. Just as Dian was about to extend his hand to greet Madeline's elder brother, a booming voice radiated through the roof. I've seen a lot of things in my day, but to see such shit stuck to a pure flower is a first for me. It was Darius. He was sneering in Dian's direction, brimming with confidence. He was even excited, realizing that he could do a favor for his seniors by getting rid of this eyesore, and it would be easy. Although many of the seniors here were a bit apprehensive about his story because they thought there was no way their goddess could be with such a weakling, he was the most certain about this truth behind it. Oliver faintly smiled. It would be easy for him to protect Dian as a favor to his little sister, but even if Dian was weak, he still had to have the disposition of a man. If Dian was a coward, even he wouldn't allow his little sister to be with him. He had heard the stories from his uncle Libro and his little brother Pertinacis, but seeing was believing, and this was the perfect opportunity. Dian understood Oliver's intentions and didn't seem to mind in the slightest. Even if Oliver wanted to interfere, he wouldn't allow it. I'll be right back, he smiled faintly at Madeline. Madeline, understanding Dian's personality, nodded and let go of his arm. Dian slowly walked past Oliver. His every step seemed to dictate the beating hearts of those around him. A dense, killing intent permeated the air as he found Akihiko blocking his way. His voice was faint, but it carried throughout the whole banquet. Are you going to move aside yourself, or should I help you? Oliver was a bit stunned by what Dian said. He was at most a first year, and from what he could see, he had no cultivation. Was he ignorant to Akihiko's strength? But before he could step forward to mediate the situation, his eyes widened as he saw Akihiko tremble. It was almost imperceptible, but it was there. Akihiko's afraid? Why isn't Akihiko saying anything with his temper? He would have flown into a rage already, said Maying faintly. Akihiko steadied himself with great struggles. Don't joke around, Brother Dian. I just happened to be here when you came. I don't mind moving. This is a friendly event after all. The banquet went silent with shock. Ava's mouth was hanging open, and even the playful Tammy didn't know what to think. Was this really the Akihiko they knew? I can't risk getting beat again. I have to find out the limit of his strength first. Akihiko shifted to the side and Dian continued to walk, their shoulders barely touching. Dian didn't spare Akihiko another glance, causing Akihiko to go red. Dian walked up to Darius, whose sneer was frozen. Cousin. Darius pleaded. He was sure he had beaten Dian to an inch of death before, but something was different today. Don't worry, with me here, what could he do? Cadell said with a sneer. This seemed to give Darius renewed confidence. Although Akihiko was talented, Cadell was much older and therefore much stronger. Even if Akihiko was afraid, it didn't mean Cadell was too. Dian ignored Cadell and stood half a meter in front of Darius. It seems we meet again. I'm sure you remember what I said last time, Dian said faintly. I've actually been working on this new array. I used it earlier today to glide through water, but I think it might have another purpose too. Waving his hand, A sphere of golden light with complex symbols appeared around Darius. What is this? Darius trembled. Cousin! Save me! Cadell smirked and sent a punch at the sphere, packing the full might of a practitioner at the 7th layer of the foundation stage. Bang! Small ripples filled the sphere, but other than that, there was nothing. This is a 4th common level array. How could it be so easy to disperse after being layered 10 times over? Cadell was fuming in anger and embarrassment. How could he not destroy something made on a whim by a brat without cultivation? At that moment, the situation changed again. Diane reached out a palm and began to slowly form a fist. Darius was inside the sphere as it slowly shrank. He cried out, slamming against the walls. But if a 7th layer could do nothing, how could he at the 3rd? Darius was already on his knees by the time people started to understand what was going on. I think if you want to survive, you'll have to strip naked and kowtow to me 10 times. I think that's about the going rate on your life. Darius trembled as he remembered those were words he had once spoken to Diane. Okay. I'll do it. Darius started ripping his clothes off. You coward. You disgrace the Storm family. And you. I'll kill you. Cadell's fury spilled over. As Cadell was charging at Diane, Darius was already kowtowing. I'm sorry. But before Cadell could reach Diane and Diane could retaliate, a graceful figure appeared before him, blasting him away. Madeline. Diane shook his head, chuckling. I could handle him, you know. The crowd was even more shocked. Madeline is so powerful? I've never seen her fight, neither have I. She's definitely way stronger than me, muttered Ava, who was in a constant state of surprise since the Diane had arrived. He was annoying me. What right does he have to comment on a man I chose? Diane turned a gaze of humor towards Madeline. She says she wants me to be stronger, but she isn't willing to let me get bullied. What a woman. Diane waved his hand and released the now naked Darius, who refused to raise his head due to embarrassment. The next time you cross my path, I'll kill you. In light of today's festivities, I'll let you live for now. But you'd better understand that I don't speak my words lightly. As much as Diane's fingers trembled with the will to kill Darius, the truth was that he had never killed someone before. How could he have such a chance growing up in the mortal world? That, combined with the current surroundings, not to mention his lacking of backing in this academy, made him realize that his killing Darius wasn't a decision he could make lightly. Diane took Madeline's delicate hand and walked back towards the shocked Oliver. On his way, he smiled towards Maying and Delia. Do you want to stay here? Diane whispered to Madeline. Not really, I just wanted to see my big brother. I haven't seen him in a long time. Let's go, Madeline said with a gentle smile, leaning into Diane. Diane walked to Oliver before putting his hand out. I'm Diane Sacharo, nice to meet you. Oliver's hearty laugh filled the rooftop again. Good man, he said, grasping Diane's hand. You two can go, I'm sure you don't want to be here anyway. I'll see you when the world of the Central Tower opens. I'm sure you'll make great gains there. Uncle Libro was adamant on getting you a spot, and considering your talent, there should be no problems. Diane smiled and nodded. Waving his hands, the crowd looked on in awe as another phoenix appeared. Diane and Madeline faded into the distance, the cries of the phoenix filling the skies. Back on the ground, Akihiko's expression was dark and twisted. You can enjoy this victory for now. But I'm coming for you. The Central Pillar open world isn't a joke. Once news spreads of you and Madeline, it won't be hard to get hundreds of people attacking you together. I wonder what you'd do then? Madeline will be mine. Her potential will be mine. I'll rise up the ranks of the martial world and conquer everything. Akihiko's chest heaved before he suddenly calmed. No, I have something far better in mind. Akihiko turned and walked away. Tammy was scanning the people remaining in the banquet with intelligent eyes. The Central Pillar open world. Huh? That brings back memories. The rest of the guests were still in a daze when Oliver's claps filled the silence again. All right, this is supposed to be a happy occasion. Let's work hard and motivate each other. If something isn't the way you want it to be, fight for it. You just may win. Oliver smiled a bright smile, his handsome face making it impossible for the crowd to stop nodding at his words. Everything by absolute power or absolute sympathy. Oliver roared. His charisma took hold of the banquet, causing many eyes to shine. Everything by absolute power or absolute sympathy. Everything by absolute power or absolute sympathy. Madeline laid on Diane's chest as they hovered in the air, reclined to enjoy the night sky. You're quite bold for a girl who's almost been recluse for her whole life, you know, Diane said, chuckling. Little sister Delia and Maying probably thinks so too, but you've been in my heart since the opening ceremony. Maybe not exactly in this way, but sometimes a foot in the door for a long time leads to a fully open one, no. Diane smiled. It seems like she's been watching from afar for a long time. It must be lonely being in that room with Libro all the time. Diane felt slender fingers playing with his collar. The truth is that I'm always playing the gentle big sister role. Mostly because I have no idea how much longer I'll have the chance to. The vulnerability in her voice made Diane tremble. Madeline was so strong, yet it seemed even martial artists had their weaknesses too. Forget about me, tell me about your life, Diane, Madeline said gently. Diane smiled, steadying his heart as Madeline rested her hands on his chest. Don't get a boner, don't get a boner. She's laying her heart bare and you're thinking about sex. Stop it. Madeline chuckled, almost as though she could hear Diane's thoughts. Diane took a deep breath. In the human world, I guess you could say I have high standing, not that that means anything at all here. My dad was a general, but he died when I was 10. My mom was a gentlewoman, and she's actually the one who wanted me to join this academy. Although she died when I was 8, I found some letters from her that my dad left in his will to be given to me when I turned 16. Diane felt Madeline trembling by his side, but he simply wrapped the arm that was pinned under her around her waist and pulled her closer, causing her to blush. This was the first time he had ever been so close to a woman. It made his heart beat erratically. He couldn't help but greedily take in her fragrance. There's no need to feel sad. They're the reason I must stay strong and live a good life. I invented so many things and succeeded in the human world so I could have them look down on me with smiles on their faces. Now, I'll do the same with the martial world. Madeline stayed silent for a moment, before removing the pin for her hair and letting her beautiful brunette hair fall. She held the fiery golden lily that Diane had gave her in her hand as she lay on Diane's chest, trying to hide her tears. Diane gently moved the hair from her eyes and wiped her cheek. Now you've given me another reason to be strong, right? Diane smiled brightly as Madeline looked up at him. Madeline nodded while smiling through her tears. Forget all that stuff, let's talk about something else. You're much stronger than me. What do you think I should choose as a weapon? Madeline was a bit off-put by the question, but she still answered enthusiastically. It was clear that Diane had been thinking about this for a very long time, ever since he witnessed Darius spear Chi, in fact. Well, my big brother always said that swords are the king of all weapons. But I think he's a bit biased, Madeline said with a chuckle. Your will of music is so strong, but finding music techniques, especially ones that resonate with a man's more innate yang characteristics, is beyond difficult. With your talent, I don't doubt that any weapon would be mastered if put into your hands. But, since the sword is so popular, it's the easiest to find techniques in and probably the cheapest to start off with. Madeline giggled. I saw you con the general out of 10,000 profound stones. You're probably richer than even my father right now. Con? I'm innocent of all charges. I only took advantage of a situation shown to me. Plus, he deserved it. Madeline could only roll her eyes toward Diane's antics. There's a bit of a warning, though. Since sword techniques are so easy to find, there's a lot of fluff to it too. Be careful in choosing so you don't start with a shaky foundation. Diane nodded in agreement. What Madeline said made perfect sense. The two chatted into the night, completely oblivious to the time they were spending together. Hours went by and soon the gentle sound of Madeline's breathing let Diane know it was probably time to bring her back. Just as he was about to retract the thick blanket he had brought out hours earlier, his keen senses noticed that Madeline was back to imperceptibly trembling. The movements were so minute he hadn't even felt when she was right up against him. But what really made Diane's heart ache was the smile on her face hadn't faded. Even feeling so cold, her smile bloomed with happiness. Somewhere deep within Diane's heart, he decided to ensure that the smile never faded. At the beginning, he was captivated by Madeline's beauty. He had never in his life seen a girl so beautiful. But what won his heart was her strength, charisma, and the hardships she had gone through. Diane's flirting was simply a part of his personality. His mother always taught him to say what he meant and mean what he said. To say whatever you thought because you may never get a chance later. To treat a woman's confidence like the light you needed to fuel. To understand that when you found something good, and when that something good just fit, there was no change needed. His mother had always said that when he met the woman he wanted to be with, he would just know. And right now, he felt like he knew. Madeline was willing to live a short life the way she wanted rather than a long one she had no control over. She even despised the days she was lauded as a genius, preferring her more quiet days. Her beauty was only secondary to the strength of her heart. She was a right fit that required no change. Diane picked Madeline up gently. She felt like a feather in his arms as he kept the blanket tightly wrapped around her. Madeline shifted adorably in her sleep, falling perfectly into Diane's chest. Diane leaned down and kissed her forehead. "I won't let you suffer for long. I promise. This sickness, I'll burn it to ash for you." They soared through the sky towards Paishaniva Peak. Diane had never been to Madeline's home, so all he could do was bring her to Delia. He was sure she'd have a place to rest there. After scanning the forest through the air, Diane finally spotted a small but elegant home. Swooping down, he used his foot to knock lightly. A few minutes later, Maying and Delia came to the door, surprised to find Diane. "You two were still together this late at night?" "How scandalous," Maying said while giggling. Diane let off a beaming smile, not the least bit embarrassed. "I wasn't sure where her house was, so I thought I'd bring her here." Delia wiped the sleep from her eyes and nodded. "You can bring her in," she said with a light smile. After settling Madeline down, Maying and Delia walked Diane to the door. Before they could bid him goodbye, though, Diane suddenly spoke. "You've all been following me for a while. Since Madeline is gone now, you might as well come out." Delia and Maying looked confused. But then, tens of shadows started popping out of the forest. "You don't deserve her," Akihiko said sinisterly. "To think a worm like you would think you'd have the right to be with such a goddess. I wonder what you'll do now that she isn't here to protect you." Cadell walked out. Diane ignored them. "I can't be bothered with clowns like you. Why don't you come out too?" "Oliver." "Oliver?" said Delia softly, before she could explain to Diane that he must be mistaken. A figure they all knew walked out, golden eyes shining behind his crystal-framed glasses. "Your senses are keen," Oliver said faintly. "There are about 20 of them. The weakest are at the 3rd layer. Oliver is the strongest at the 9th. How do I get out of this?" Diane's gaze narrowed. Dealing with Oliver alone felt impossible, let alone all of them at once. Despite the raging storm of plans forming and deforming in Diane's mind, his face was calm and placid. Turning back to Delia and Maying, who looked worried for him. "No matter what happens tonight, never tell Madeline her brother was involved." But Delia and Maying tried to protest. "No," Diane said firmly, not leaving any room for negotiation. "She's suffered through enough pain. How could I make her choose between a brother she loves so dearly and me?" Diane remembered all the things the two had spoken of this night. Though he didn't know what had made Oliver suddenly turn coat like this, it didn't matter. Madeline was a girl who loved her family dearly. Diane could tell by how she treated Maying and Delia like her own little sisters that she even wanted to grow that family larger. He didn't want to see a day where she had to make such a choice. Oliver trembled when he heard what Diane said. He was already prepared to be hated by his little sister for life. After Diane and Madeline left, his father and pillar Elder Kami, as well as Akihiko, had explained the possibility of a cure to him. How could he not give his sister this chance? If his sister really could be cured, he didn't want her life to be cut short. If it meant being hated, he would take such a burden on his shoulders. Am I doing the right thing? Oliver shook his head and regained his resolve. Diane leaped onto a defensive formation and slowly flew into the air. "Well, let's go. If we fought here, you'd only wake Madeline. And wouldn't that ruin all of your waiting? Diane, I let you and my sister have a night of peace together. I needed to make sure her virginity stayed intact. That's the only reason we did this tonight." "I don't particularly care about your reasons," Diane said coldly. "Save the bullshit and let's go." "Oliver, don't do this," cried Delia. "I'll go and get Madeline right now," Maying harumphed. Diane's voice rang out. I've put a silencing and defensive array around her room. It won't disperse until she wakes up on her own. Let her sleep. She's been through enough. Delia had tears streaming down her face. Why can't I protect anyone? My big sister finally found happiness, and it's going to be snatched away just like that. Delia was about to charge when two sixth-layer foundation stage boys appeared before her, sneering. Sorry, princess, but you know your big sister better than anyone. How could a nobody like him be worthy? Draco turned into a raven, swooping up Chile, Akihiko, Oliver, and Cadell. Delia and Maying shuddered in despair. From Akihiko's boiling aura they could tell he had broken into the 7th layer. 5 peak-level foundation stage experts against a 16-year-old boy with no cultivation? Diane was dead. Even if they could break through the formation that Diane had set. Even if Madeline wasn't sick. She wouldn't be able to deal with them all even with Diane's help. Delia and Maying watched a proud, unyielding back get further and further away. Once they were out of sight, the figures that were in front of them bowed in apology before disappearing. In the sky above the dark lake, 5 figures and a bird stood in the air. At least by fighting in the air, I'll have reduced the number of enemies. I wish it didn't have to be this way, Diane. But if you love my sister, you have 2 choices. You either leave and never come back, or I kill you here. Brother-in-law, that wasn't the plan. We must kill him, Akihiko said in agitation. Clearly, they hadn't discussed the possibility of letting Diane go. Silence. The only reason I'm allowing my sister to marry you is because I am sure that your talent is wholly inferior to hers. Once she's cured, you'll never be able to bully her. You'll be husband and wife, but you will never hold a dominant role. Do you understand me? Your goal has already been fulfilled. Now stand there quietly. Oliver's voice boomed through the night sky. Akihiko gripped his fists in silence, smiling coldly on the inside. Diane snickered. Are you saying that for my sake? Or are you saying that to make yourself feel better because you're weak and pathetic? You trust the word of sewer rat that wants your little sister as nothing more than a trophy in his case, yet you want to appear noble. Save me the spiel. Oliver turned a cold gaze towards Diane. I'll give you one more chance. Because of my sister, I am willing to allow you to. Let's get one thing straight. No one allows me to do anything. What I do is what I want to do. And what I want to do is be with Madeline. If you want to kill me for that, go ahead and try, Diane said coldly. At that moment, his back was straight and his stance unyielding. His momentum dwarfed them all. Oliver's face steeled. You see, brother-in-law? He has no idea what's good for himself. How could he know what's good for my fiancée? I find this a bit funny, honestly. There's a misguided brother, a wishful thinker, 2 bitches who wanted nothing to do with me while I was kicking the shit out of their wishful thinker of a friend. And then there's the guy who got one shot by a girl. Is this an attempted murder? Or a comedy sketch? Diane's deriding comments only became more and more venom-laced. Their faces turned red with fury. The crow's call rang out through the night. You've lost all your chances, Diane. It seems like you don't want my kindness. How about you kiss my ass, you weak bitch? Diane's sneer deepened, his gaze never leaving Oliver. Before Diane could react, Oliver was already in the air. He pushed off with such force that Draco fell almost 50 meters before regaining his balance. Too fast. Diane sighed inwardly. His senses could keep up and even made Oliver seem somewhat slow. But his body had no chance. If he tried to amplify himself to this level, he would liquefy his bones. He could only shake his head. You know a girl for less than a year and she's already getting you killed. Is this what they call femme fatale? Diane chuckled to himself before Diane could even finish his thought. He felt a cold blade pierce through his heart, causing him to cough up blood. He looked down, seeing a sword pierce hilt deep right through his chest. You could have lived, but you were foolish. I'll make sure that Madeline lives a good life, Oliver said coldly. Diane chuckled, looking down at the blade. Oh. Diane wheezed in a breath, coughing violently. You mean like how you've been protecting her from suffering until now? Oliver shuddered. 2 men stood looking at each other with unyielding eyes. Slowly, Diane's began to dim. The array beneath started to slowly fade. As they dropped through the sky, Draco circled around and caught Oliver. Akihiko watched as Dian fell into the lake with a sinister glow in his eyes. Even if the sword through the heart hadn't killed him already, a fall from that high, even into water, with no cultivation, would be enough to kill anyone. Chile looked on at the scene. He was the only one who seemed truly unaffected by what was happening around him. I guess I was a bit too paranoid before. Oliver calmly wiped the blood from his blade. After one last look at Dian's sinking figure, he spoke. Let's go. Back on Patieneva Peak. Madeline shuddered awake. Looking out the window, she saw the night sky and realized Dian had brought her to Delia's. Humph, a man should take some initiative, you know? I was there all vulnerable and you didn't even give me a proper kiss. Although Madeline thought this, she suddenly felt a dull pain in her heart for reasons she couldn't quite understand. But, not understanding what it was, she went back to sleep, thinking of Dian. Madeline woke up in the morning in high spirits, looking down at the flower Dian had given her. A bright smile bloomed on her face. Getting up, she went to the bathroom and fixed herself up, changing into something more casual. She put her hair up and slipped her glasses back on before almost bouncing into the living room to find Maying, Delia, and Oliver. The three of them looked up, and although they had a bit of an unnatural look on their faces, Madeline didn't pay much attention to it. Oh? What are you doing here, Oliver? You know it's not polite to come to a lady's home like this, Madeline said, teasing her elder brother. Oliver sighed. Little sister, I came to tell you that father has decided on a wedding date. 2 months from now you'll marry Akihiko. Madeline's smile froze, her bubbly personality turning stone cold. No. I absolutely will not. Oliver shook his head. You don't have much of a choice. Considering the date father's chosen, you won't be in full control of yourself regardless. Madeline paled, coming to a sudden realization. 2 months from now? The winter solstice? Usually during that time of year, in fact, even during the entire month. Madeline closed herself off from the world, unwilling to lose her most precious thing or to disgrace herself while not being in control. But now, her supposed father was using that against her to consummate a marriage she wanted no part of. Dian can't fight against two-pillar families like this, and I wouldn't even be able to help him. That month is not only the one I'm in the most pain for, I'll have the least amount of control. I'll have no cultivation, and even if I did, how could I fight against the Kami and Sapientia family elders? Madeline buried the pain in her heart. It seemed like her family was giving her no choice. Ignoring her brother, she looked over to Maying and Delia. Where's Dian? I need to talk to him. Such a thing had to be explained face to face. She couldn't allow him to learn about this from someone else, no matter how much it hurt. Delia stuttered, not knowing what to say. Madeline looked intently at Delia's face, but all she saw was endless hesitation. Tell me, Madeline said with a shaking voice. Her heart was trembling as she looked down at the flower in her hands. It's too dim. Her tears began to spill over. She had very clearly remembered what Dian said that night. This flower was connected to his life, so why was it so dim now? Beneath the shining morning sun, she hadn't noticed. But in her state of agitation, she was picking up on all the details she had missed previously. Oliver got up, walking over to comfort his sister. He's dead, Oliver said softly, reaching a hand forward to hug her. Get away from me. Oliver paled, before his face steeled. Madeline fell to the ground, unable to stop her shivering. She clutched the flower stem in her hands, trying to feel some warmth from it. A layer of frost started to cover the ground, coating Madeline's skin and hair. Big sister. Delia ran to Madeline, ignoring the cold and holding her tightly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Maying stepped forward and blocked Oliver's path. Her carefree expression was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was rage. Leave, and tell that Chunglei he'd better never come see me again. Oliver looked over at Maying's cold eyes before nodding and leaving the house. The sound of a lonely door closing resonated with Madeline's endless sobbing. Maying, her illness has never acted up like this before. Dian's flame isn't working. Delia was delirious. She had no idea what to do. The pillar she had always held onto was breaking apart, and she couldn't help. Maying rubbed Delia's back while holding on to Madeline with her. How could it work? She said softly. It's tied to his life. You heard what he said at the banquet. He said it would leave her in comfort for as long as he... Mei choked on her last words, unable to finish. Though the reality was harsh, she knew she had to say it. Madeline needed to hear it. Madeline's shivering only got worse. The three girls sat on the floor of the living room, holding each other in helplessness, doing whatever they could to find some warmth. Several hours ago, Diane looked toward the expanse of blackness around him, slowly sinking to the bottom of the lake. Well, this sucks now, doesn't it? After 10 minutes of holding his breath, Diane had sunk far enough that he believed the lights from his array formation wouldn't be seen from the surface. Unwilling to see if the same trick would work on Oliver twice, he chose to be cautious. Diane smirked to himself as he thought of the events. Although Oliver's sword had in fact pierced his chest and even went through his heart, Diane had distracted him long enough to draw the spatial array he had used to pass through the window with Madeline earlier that night on his heart. He would have done so with his entire chest, but that would have meant a whole host of problems. First, Oliver would have noticed a lack of resistance. Secondly, there would have been a lack of blood. And finally, and most obviously, there was no way Oliver would miss the shimmering arrays attached directly onto his chest. For all these reasons, Diane only covered his heart and lungs, leaving his skin and bone to be run through. Luckily, Oliver just barely missed his spin and he hadn't used any chi to disrupt his array, or else Diane would have no idea if he'd still be here. Pushing out a spherical defensive array from him, Diane formed an air bubble, finally allowing himself to take a deep breath. He still cracked my ribs though. Fuck, that hurt. I'm real tired of all these people trying to kill me. I should head back to my room. That way Libro will see me on the monitor as long as I take down the metal plate. At least that way I can disappear for a while without Madeline thinking I'm dead. That girl's suffered enough. Diane laughed to himself, shaking his head knowing that he was a fool. It seemed he had really fallen for this girl. He almost died, but he was still thinking about her well-being despite the fact he didn't even know if he could trust Libro. After all, Libro was Madeline's uncle. What if he was a part of all of this too? I need to be back within 2 months no matter what. I know they'll try and use the fact Madeline loses control on the winter solstice to force her to do something she doesn't want to. But how do I get strong enough in 2 months to say no to 2 powerful families? I can't even beat Oliver. Oliver wasn't even in the meridian formation stage, he was only at the peak foundation stage. Yet, Diane couldn't even react to his speed. To make matters worse, Oliver had been at a disadvantage in the air and he was still that fast. Diane sat in meditation, allowing himself to slowly sink through the lake and his wounds to heal. Suddenly, Diane felt a sinister aura. Startling himself awake, he looked down, but he saw nothing but pitch black. This same feeling, again. Diane was certain. This was already the 3rd time he had sensed something coming from this lake. In fact, now that he thought about it, there was definitely more than just 3 times, it was just that he had subconsciously ignored it before. Diane shook his head. Although he was curious, he knew that his best bet at getting stronger was probably the center pillar library. Whatever was down there was beyond him. Over the past weeks, Diane had taken out all book relevant to him on all 6 of the 600-level libraries in the outer pillar. Libro had never tried to restrict him. Everything from cultivation techniques to battle techniques and array alchemy. But he had practiced none of them. He hadn't done all of that to find techniques. He just wanted to get an understanding of what was good and what was bad. Yet, despite this, even Libro didn't give him access to the central pillar library. So he knew that was where the truly good stuff was. But there was the problem of getting there. However, Diane had an idea for that too, one that had been brewing for a long while. He would use the energy ponds. From his understanding, all the energy ponds were connected in a large network so that they could properly fuel the technology of the school. In that case, there should theoretically be a path from any single pond to the central pillar. Right? It's the dead of night, and from what I understand, people rarely go to the central pillar library. Also, considering how everyone's scared of the pond energy, they'll never think I'd be crazy enough to enter it. That makes it perfect. Earlier, Diane had done a test and found that his arrays could block out the pond's energy. Which made sense. If it couldn't block energy from cultivation, how would it work as a proper defensive array? Speeding forward, Diane headed for the central pillar. Although now that I have the rudimentary spatial array, I could probably just fly up and directly enter the library through the walls. But I'd have no way of knowing if anyone saw me, too many damned windows. Soon, Diane reached the very bottom of the center pillar and was looking into the now empty room that he had once been to for the opening ceremony. Slowly, Diane passed through the window and touched down on the red carpets. Diane wasn't here to reminisce, though. He looked up and saw the creation array they had used to call upon things for their performances. Such a large and complex array must need plenty of power, right? Although Diane wondered how a school without any real array alchemists could have such an array, he had no choice but to push it to the back of his mind. Diane lifted himself up and touched the ceiling above the center stage. His sixth sense reached out. As I thought, there's a massive power supply up here. It runs up and should be connected to ponds they have upstairs. If I check them diligently, I should eventually find the library. Diane coated himself in layer after layer of defensive formations, ensuring that they wouldn't allow the energy through. Since this array is able to convert this energy into a usable form, maybe I can make an array like that too in the future. Diane mused. He passed through the ceiling and found himself in a sea of energy. Just as Diane was about to randomly choose a direction to move in, but that was when the situation suddenly changed. A strong gripping sense of rage, animosity, and hatred bombarded Diane from all sides. It felt as though someone was trying to drag him toward death along with them. He even faintly felt his emotions being twisted and darkened. What the hell is going on here? Why do I sense such hatred? Shit. Diane felt a flicker in his aurora as it dimmed under the oppressive energy. At that moment, Diane knew that his connection to the flower he left to Madeline had been cut off. He couldn't believe what was happening around him. What the hell was wrong with this energy? It looked so beautiful. So how could it be so sinister? I can't allow this to continue. It's already cut off the connection I have with Madeline's flower. If this continues, the next thing that will be cut off is me. Why is there aura like this here? I thought this sea of energy was taken voluntarily. What is going on? Diane didn't have too much time to think about it. He was already speeding through the sea of energy, checking pond after pond and room after room. Although it would have been smarter to get out, he knew he couldn't give up. If he did, there would be very few other avenues for him to save Madeline, and he might very well be caught. I'm so sorry, Madeline. Just hold on for 2 months. Just 2 months. A palpable fury rose up in Diane's heart. He was disgusted with himself and disgusted with this world. How easy would it be for him to just turn around and go home? Pretend like he never read his mother's letter? Why was everything here covered beneath a pile of sinister intention? The death chi was starting to wither away at Diane, when finally, Diane saw a library through one of the ponds he was swimming towards. Unfortunately, just before he could leap out, the sound of 2 voices speaking in hushed tones brought him to a grinding halt. This is the best place to speak. No one comes here. Only the Pillar family heads have access, and they spend most of their time away from the academy. I need to leave soon as well, so we need to hurry this up. That's Elder Cammy, thought Diane. I wonder what's going on. First, I'd like to say congratulations, Pillar family leader Cammy. I hear your son has found a suitable wife. Diane's gaze went cold, his fists clenching. He didn't expect the first thing he heard to piss him off like this. It also seemed that it wasn't a coincidence that he had run into this conversation. This was the safest place to talk, and they just so happened to be speaking about matters related to his attempted murder. Diane bet that these two never expected for the dead man's grave they were celebrating over to still have movement. It's all thanks to your Dayu family. How else would we have found the cure? The elder from the Dayu family chuckled. You're quite sinister to call such a thing a cure. Diane's nails dug into his palms as his irises grayed, affected by the death chi that was slowly seeping through his arrays. It's a form of a cure, is it not? Cammy chuckled. I guess it is a matter of perspective. But about the matter of payment. Not only has my Dayu family mended your younger son's soul, we've also helped your elder son get something he's always wanted while massively improving his future prospects. Of course, Elder Dayu, I always repay my debts. Although Meiying hasn't been receptive to Chenglei, I'll ensure he retains his spot to enter the center pillar world. We've also been ensuring that the power supply is enough by fueling the school's energy system for the past 2 years. Fueling, huh? You seem to have an uncanny ability to make such evil things seem so normal. Elder Dayu chuckled. Sometimes some sacrifices are necessary. This is the martial world. If they expected an easy road here, they were mistaken. Ho ho, how cold-hearted. They came here to learn, not die. I suspect this also has to do with that boy's disappearance, no? Elder Kami froze, before speaking quickly. Don't speak of this. Not even here. That matter is far more dangerous than we initially believed. Elder Daya clicked his tongue, apparently not taking the warning very seriously. And to think, his poor little sister has been stifling her talent in this godforsaken place just to look for a dead man. You'd best not let her find out the truth, or else there'll be endless trouble. Diane froze. Who's he talking about? Diane's mind couldn't help but think back to Ava's face when he mentioned an elder brother. But it couldn't be this coincidental, right? But then Diane remembered the odd feeling he had gotten from Ava's whip. Could it really be her they were talking about? Elder, please, Cammy said, feeling slightly uncomfortable. How else could we pay our debt? If we didn't sacrifice a few of the elder students, we'd never power the formation properly. If we could have used nothing by first-layer students, we would have. But their cultivation is so shallow, it wouldn't be possible to get enough without raising suspicion. We would have liked to save his talent and have him be one of our alumni, but who knew he couldn't see the bigger picture? He even threatened to get his family involved. The Sicarius family, they're connected to a much bigger problem. Sicarius? Diane shivered, definitely Ava. Elder Dayu chuckled, you don't have to explain it to me. You know what our family deals in. I've seen plenty of bad. This can be considered child's play. All I know is that for even members of the Sicarius family to come here for your central pillar world, it must be quite a place. Quite impressive for such a small school. So I thought I'd get a place for Chenlei. What I'm more interested in, though, is the technology you use to harvest the energy. The amount of death chi contained in the pond should be an astronomical amount. How do you stop it from corroding the things that use it as a power source? Actually, only the Storm and Kami family know about this. If the other families knew, they would directly oppose us. Storm? What do they have to do with this? Diane suddenly had a thought, but he didn't dare complete it. The Storm family stole this technique from the Ragnar family after they had stolen it from the Pakel family during their famous war. It's why the Storm family ran all the way to the edge of the continent instead of staying a branch family of theirs. Storm used this as payment to join the pillar families, then we built the school. One technique was worth losing the protection of such a strong family? We haven't perfected the technique yet because we're missing some items, which is actually why we want to open up the central pillar world. That world was actually left behind by the previous sect housed in this area. I haven't looked too deeply into that sect, but from my understanding, the crescent-shaped island used to be whole. After a major war, they were wiped off the face of the planet, leaving a huge hole. We built the academy on this lake because although the old sect is gone, it still has a pretty dense center of energy which is good for cultivating. I see. So the books in this library must be ones you found from that sect, right? Right. Since I can't afford to repay your kindness in helping my younger son, what we can do is once Maying has been married into the Dayu family, you can stop being a secluded family. Now that the wars between you and the Bai family will cease, you can join our academy and enjoy the spoils of the Storm family with us. Which is the only reason I've told you all of this. Elder Dayu shivered in anticipation. So, what is the true secret of what the Storm family stole? Well, you've probably figured out that their true family name isn't Storm, it's Ragor. Only the Pillar family heads know this. They changed their name to hide from the main branch of their clan. So, just like the Ragnar family, they undergo much more intense lightning tribulations as their cultivation increases because of their inherent affinity for lightning due to their special bodies. As such, only the very top talents of the Ragnar family can reach high levels of cultivation without dying. To circumvent their decline, the Ragnar family warred with the Pakel family for centuries to steal their blood sacrifice technique. It essentially allowed you, with enough preparation, to steal the cultivation of others. Once we find the items we need, we can soar greatly as an academy. Diane's face contorted in disgust, shivering in the pond as his skin grayed. The true patriarch of the Storm family and their true geniuses don't show up at the academy because they are so far and away from the so-called geniuses we have here that it would cause an uproar. Aside from Tammy, who I have suspicions is a true genius of the Storm family. Maybe only Madeline can compete with them, if she wasn't so sick, that is. We have to keep control on this information as much as we can so that the Ragnar family doesn't track us down. We'll only truly reveal ourselves once we've used the technique adequately to be able to compete for a place at the center of the continent. A smile appeared on Dayu's face. He had thought of stealing the technique for himself, but Cammy very cleverly mentioned the power the Storm family had. But this was nowhere near the most fear-inducing part about this conspiracy. The Ragnar family was a god clan of the martial world. To dare steal something like this from right under their noses, for a mere branch family like the Storms to dare do such a thing, were they brave or stupid? Of course, Cammy had no idea that Elder Dayu was so clear on these matters. How could such a small place like theirs be aware of things related to the Ragnar clan? Or even the Sicarius clan, for that matter? But Cammy seemed to think that he was the only one in the know because the main branch of the Cammy family was also a god clan. However, how could he know anything about the true strength the Dayu clan was withholding? For that matter, Cammy was also severely underestimating the Bai clan their Dayu ancestors had been warring with for so long. It was safe to say that for such a small school, Focus Academy had too many crouching tigers and slumbering dragons. But Elder Dayu would allow Cammy to believe he had the upper hand for now. The only person in the school he truly needed to be careful of was Pei Shaniva. Of them all, this mysterious father-daughter pair was the only one he couldn't get a true understanding of. So, what's stopping them from getting rid of you after they've become strong enough? Elder Dayu's words seemed to be laced with meaning, though he seemed to be asking about the Storm family's feelings toward the Cammy family. His true meaning was quite clear. Cammy smiled. The reason is simple. Many of us are connected to larger families who understand the importance of such a technique too. To be able to circumvent lightning tribulations and directly enter the next level of cultivation? Which one of our higher branches wouldn't want that? If the Cammy God clan knew about this, they'd go to war too. Same with the Sapientia God clan. If suddenly one of your branches was wiped out, wouldn't you investigate regardless of how little you cared for them? So they don't dare to wipe us out. Such a thing would lead to investigation by our main clans, which would put the Storm family directly in the line of fire. Elder Dayu nodded his head in agreement. This made sense. But he was also still sneering inwardly. Of all those participating, wasn't his Dayu clan the only one that seemed to not have the backing of a main clan? Was this supposed to be a disguised threat? Still, he maintained his amiable smile. Very true. I'm satisfied with this, very much so. This payment is more than enough for what the Dayu family has done for your sons. Welcome to the Pillar families. The two men shook hands. Dian was nearly entirely gray at this point, but his anger was keeping him together. These so-called clans really treated lives like weeds. They killed Ava's brother for speaking out. They sacrificed so many students, all for the benefit of their families. They claim the other family leaders don't know, but how couldn't they know? They must be turning a blind eye. What kind of idiot wouldn't understand what kind of sacrifice was needed for such a powerful technique? The Storm family must be keeping the side effects of this technique under wraps. If the Pakel family truly had access to such a technique, how could any family rival them if there were no drawbacks? Dian didn't know if he was angrier with their immorality or their stupidity. He had just stepped foot into the martial world and he already understood this much, but these experts were letting their greed cloud their judgment. Worst of all, the price was innocent human lives. Who knew what they planned to do once the central pilar opened? Was Ava in danger? What about the others? And Tammy. They mentioned that she was a genius that could rival the hidden geniuses of the Storm family. What was her goal exactly? Wasn't she Ava's best friend? The door to the library finally sealed. Numerous locks sounded as the meter-thick doors locked everything off. Dian jumped out of the pond, immediately circulating his aurora flames to get rid of the death chi around him. Once he finally opened his eyes, a beeping sound rang from his wrists, causing his expression to change. They're in my room? Damn it. If my connection has been cut off from Madeline's flower and I can't go to my room, she's really going to think I'm dead. Dian clutched his fists in agitation. These bastards really wouldn't let go of any opportunity. 2 more months. Dian's expression turned stone cold. Wait for me. Madeline sat on her bed staring out of the window into a massive backyard, gently holding a dull flower in her hands. She was dressed in a black nightgown, her eyes red and swollen. She weakly pulled her covers around herself, trying to hold her shivering back just a small bit more. Sapientia Peak was unlike Patieniva Peak. Students often visited for the Sapientia family businesses and bookstores, so a specific residence was cornered off from the lively atmosphere. Madeline's room happened to face the back of the peak. If she looked far enough, she could see over the rooftop barrier and into the endless blue. The crescent-shaped island was so far away from here that it was impossible to see even with peak foundation stage cultivation. Still, even if one could, Madeline's cultivation was slowly declining again. Her world was darkening with every passing day. Diane had helped her feel power she hadn't felt in a long time, but now her illness was angry at having been suppressed and was raging even more. Now, her family was even more adamant about marrying her off, seeing her decline day after day, seemingly not realizing that it was their fault. A creaking noise sounded through the silent room as the door opened, but Madeline didn't even bother looking. Her eyes remained dull as she continued looking towards the lake. You had reasons to remain strong, but where are mine? She thought to herself. Little Maddie, you must eat. A handsome man walked in with a beautiful woman. They were Madeline's parents, but they got no response. Towards such a thing, they could only look at each other helplessly. Although Elder Sapientia had met Diane before, he had no way of knowing he'd have such an impact on his daughter. The beautiful woman stomped her feet in anger. This is what happens when you men think you know the best way to deal with a situation. How could you allow Oliver to kill him? Did you think this family would be the same after that? Do you think I like seeing my daughter like this any more than I would like seeing her dead? The woman walked to Madeline and sat beside her. But Madeline didn't seem to notice as her mother gently stroked her hair. I'm so sorry, my little Maddie. Mom's not strong enough to deal with this for you. I wouldn't have wanted him dead. But now that he is, you must still marry Akihiko. Maybe over time, the pain will dull. Madeline's mother understood her daughter's heart the most. She had been restricting herself for so long, and finally a hero came to lighten her load, and her family responded by killing him. She felt alone, heartbroken, like she had the power to do nothing. Elder Sapientia stood stiffly by the door, having no idea what to do with himself. Every time Madeline saw Oliver, she would scream in anger, doing everything in her power to vent her feelings. But that only made her illness worse and worse. He had no choice but to send Oliver away to live on another peak until the wedding. He had no idea that killing a boy his daughter had only known for a small while would result in such a big reaction. Maybe he didn't understand her as much as he should. A gentle knock came from the door. Master, young Master Kami is here to see the young mistress again. Tell him to go away. Elder Sapientia could only smile bitterly as his wife responded for him. You heard her. Tell him I don't want him here again until the day of the wedding. If not, he'll have to marry a corpse. The servant scurried away. Elder Sapientia looked towards his wife and daughter, sighing. The truth was that both parents had made this decision together. But if they wanted a chance to get through to Madeline, they had to at least pretend that one of them had nothing to do with it. Right? However, considering how completely unresponsive Madeline was to her own mother's pleadings, it was clear that she was probably aware of this already. Madeline was simply too intelligent to believe that her father wouldn't have spoken to her mother before making such a decision. It could be said that the fact she wasn't lashing out at them like she had against Oliver was just the small modicum of respect she had for them as parents coming into play. Madeline knew before that Oliver was involved, and that was enough for her to hate him, but on Akihiko's last attempted visit, he blurted out how Oliver had done it personally. This sent Madeline into a whole new spiral of emotions. After that, Madeline's fury toward her own brother had reached the point she didn't even want to be in the same space as him. 2 weeks had passed since that night, and Madeline wasn't getting any better. It seemed like they had painted themselves into a corner they couldn't get out of. Don't blame me too much, little Maddie. What father wants to watch their kids die before they do? Diane breathed out a shaky breath. He had just finished going through all of the books in the central library, and his eyes were red with fatigue. It only took me a few days to read so many books in the Outer Pillars, but it took me such a long time to read less than 1,000 books here. I guess the more complex the will of a book and the more profound the teachings, the longer the speed reading technique takes. Diane smiled. He had gotten a lot of gains. But his main surprise were the practitioner-level array alchemy books. The outer pillars only had books to the 5th common level, but the books here had up to the peak of practitioner. Although Diane's soul strength couldn't form arrays past the 9th common level, what he had learned here was good for future reference and deepened his foundational understanding. And if he could upgrade his aurora past the foundation stage and into the blooming stage, and access the 1st practitioner level, he'd have access to a weapons array that would have his battle power soar. Instead of relying on amplifying and harming his body, he would finally have strength separate from his own weak flesh. All this said, Diane was well aware of his problems. He had seen a myriad of movement techniques in the library, but all of them had ridiculous cultivation requirements. However, he wanted to wait until he could temper his physical body to maturity before beginning. The problem was that without movement techniques, the situation that happened last night would occur again and again. His senses were more than powerful enough to see Oliver's movements. In fact, Oliver was slow to him. The problem was having fast enough speed to dodge. If he had used enough amplification arrays to do that, he would have turned his legs into paste. Which brought him back to the idea of tempering his body. Diane was about to stand to see if he could sneak out of the academy and head to the outside world, when an idea suddenly came to mind. That night, they were talking about how a sect used to be here. A massive hole ended up in the place they used to be. I keep feeling something coming from that lake. Maybe the ruins of that ancient sect are still there. Diane hesitated. He had been trying to ignore this idea during this whole time. But up to now, he had already run through a quarter of his 2-month time frame, and there was nothing else for him to benefit from here. He felt like whatever was down below the lake was beyond him. But if he didn't take any risks, would it even be possible for him to accomplish his goals? Diane looked up toward the ceiling, steeling himself. Now that he had reaffirmed the foundations of his array alchemy, maybe it was time to take a chance? If not now, then when? Diane jumped up, heading towards books classified as geography. He had ignored them before, but now he was very interested. He imprinted a map of the ancient sect in his mind. The Celestial Deer Sect? Interesting, it seems like they specialize in array alchemy, yet their books are so profound. It's either this sect was ridiculously powerful, or Focus Academy is just that weak. What Diane didn't know was that he was very naive in his statement. The truth was, the Celestial Deer Sect was probably the most advanced sect in terms of array alchemy due to their beast protector, the Celestial Deer. Because of Diane's innate aurora, he never needed a medium to imprint arrays. However, those who forcibly awakened their auroras had no choice but to use these mediums, of which the crystals created by the Celestial Deer was the best. Grandmaster-level array alchemists, a level of expert 3 steps higher than the current Diane and beyond, relied on these crystals to power their most powerful arrays and forge their most potent pills. These crystals also had an amplification effect even for those who had innate auroras. But the techniques had long been lost along with the destruction of the sect. So, Diane continued on in ignorance. Aside from my boost in array alchemy, I scanned through all of the sword cultivation techniques I could in addition to books about sensing wills and intents. It looks like my path to increasing my power will be through understanding wills. But I'll have to increase the power of my body first so I can use my more powerful soul as a medium. Using my level 9 music will for just 5 hours almost put me on the brink of death before and even made me suffer at the hands of that jackass. If I want to use multiple wills at a time or am in battle, the stress will be even worse. All in all, strengthening my body is my top priority. Then I'll focus on movement techniques. After that, I'll master arrays up to the 9th common level. If I'm talented enough and still have time, I'll start my path on the way of the sword. Diane took a deep breath, imprinting this map into his mind. It seems it's time to visit the bottom of this lake. If things were so easy, wouldn't the experts of Focus Academy have already found something? That said, since the very beginning, Diane had felt something calling out to him. In the dead of night, Diane peeked his head down through the ceiling of the bottom level of the central pillar to ensure no one was there. After confirming, he made his way through the window, slipping through and slowly making his way down. Although they called this body of water Focus Lake, Diane was well aware that its depths were at the very least comparable to the ocean. He wasn't sure if his usual defensive array could withstand the pressure, so he spent an extra 2 days learning a peak common level defensive array that just might save his life. It took him hours to finish drawing it, and he ensured there was a slight imperfection so that the heavens chimes wouldn't ring. Although this might have let Madeline know he was alive, if he was caught in the central tower because of something like this, it wouldn't be good. After a few hours, the sinister aura Diane had felt before was becoming more and more prevalent. But Diane steeled his resolve. If an ancient clan really had ruins that lay here, it would be too beneficial for him to pass up. There could never be benefits without risk, so he was willing to take the risks in order to save Madeline. Every time he thought about the helplessness she must be feeling right now, his eyes became colder. Soon, an astonishing sight appeared in front of Diane's eyes. It was a massive domed formation, covering hundreds of miles in every direction. Diane was stunned. Couldn't be this easy, right? How could a massive formation like this be missed by the elders of Focus Academy? No, that wasn't right. When Diane first came here, the waters were clear as glass. Even with its depth, he felt like he could see all the way to the bottom, but this formation dome was definitely not here before. What was happening? Diane choked. What level of array alchemy must you reach to make something like this? Can I even pass through this? My spatial array is a joke in front a defensive array like this, if it even is a defensive array. My only chance is if I use a spatial array blessed by heaven's chimes. Hopefully, after so many years, the formation has weakened enough for it to work. Just as Diane was about to try his 5th common level spatial array, he touched the massive defensive array and seemed to slip right through. In one instant, he was floating in water, but in the next he was falling through the air, his eyes widened with shock. Without a choice, he could only use a few defensive arrays to quickly break his fall. It must be an array that blocks threats. I guess I'm not powerful enough to be a threat. Diane chuckled bitterly, landing on the ground with a thud. This was the only conclusion Diane could come to with the information he had. Just then, a flash of black light zipped by Diane, surprising him. What was that? Diane got up cautiously. Bang! Something knocked into Diane's chest, making him fall on the ground. He had expected a sharp pain, but, surprisingly, there was hardly any pain at all. What the hell is going on? Just as Diane was getting up again, another black light hit him on his back, causing him to fall face first. What the hell? Diane's eyes flashed with golden lights as he prepared to instantly cast a defensive spatial array combination to trap the black light in with him. The black light came again, but this time Diane was ready. A sphere appeared around him just as the black light rammed into him, knocking him to the other side of the array. But, as the black light tried to escape, what sounded like a whimper sounded off as it realized it was trapped. Not willing to give up, it bounced around the array, causing cracks to form. Oh no, you don't. Diane grasped towards the black light, but to no avail. I'll have to shrink the array. This was a manipulation technique he had learned before even the banquet. It was what allowed Diane to change the shape of his arrays into a more convenient form. It had also allowed him to form the phoenix to fly Madeline to the banquet. But the flames themselves were from his aurora. Soon, Diane was crouching down looking at an adorably pouting puppy-like creature. He was stunned that such a creature could even survive down here all alone. It looked like a deer, but it had paws instead of hooves. Its black fur actually had patches of jet black scales on it. Its tiny head had what looked like bumps where horns would eventually grow in. However, this was heavily contrasted by majestic swirls of white fur and a single white pearl-like scale on its forehead. It looked like a beautiful breed of puppy, a sort of gorgeous exotic creature, though it had speed that threw Diane for a loop. You're adorable? Diane said with a chuckle. Did you want to play? Diane reached out to pat on the little guy's head. It didn't seem to protest as it looked on in interest, seemingly still surprised that it had been caught. Diane picked him up and held him in his arms, dispersing the array. What are you doing here alone, little guy? Diane continued to look around, content with the fact his new little friend didn't seem to want to leave his arms. Although Diane seemed nonchalant about this encounter, his mind was actually racing. All he saw around him were ruined and aged buildings. The area seemed completely desolate. Yet, there was clearly a living creature in his arms. Were there others? Has someone been raising him this whole time? Diane decided to walk to the absolute center where he saw a massive building. Although it wasn't as tall as the center pillar, it looked about as wide as the pillar was tall, so there might be clues there. After a few hours, the building was finally right in front of Diane, but the sinister aura was the thickest he'd felt yet. He was absolutely certain that the danger he had felt from this place before was coming from here. As he was about to go in, the little guy in his arms started to squirm, causing Diane's heart to seize. "You have a lot of nerve. Treating my child like a pet?" A voice boomed, but it seemed to be transmitted directly into Diane's head. Diane looked around, shivering as he saw the massive silhouette of a pure white majestic deer, with swirls of gold on its fur appear in the skies. Its eyes were an endless void of white and its aura was suffocating. Diane looked down to see innocent black eyes looking back up at him. "You really got me into some trouble, huh?" Diane said, chuckling bitterly. He really didn't know what to say to such a thing. He only thought the little guy was adorable. Now its mother was angry. The illusory deer seemed surprised by Diane's calmness. Her cultivation far surpassed this boy, but he seemed at peace. At that moment, her oppressive aura retracted, and she even seemed to smile. "I'm sorry, Senior. I was only playing around with Little Black. I'd never disrespect the deity-like celestial deers," Diane said politely. The illusion remained silent for a while before nodding. Then she shrunk into a woman so beautiful even Madeline couldn't compare. Diane had never seen a woman so beautiful to the point where she was almost suffocatingly so. It could only be said that her husband was a very lucky man. It seems like the martial world really does increase beauty. But it's best I don't offend such a powerhouse. For the first time, Diane kept his flirtatious comments to himself. This wasn't because he was scared for him, but if he died, then who would help Madeline? But this didn't stop Diane from being mesmerized. The illusory lady in front of Diane had white flowing hair. Her cheepa matched her previous fur, white with swirling patterns of gold. She walked slowly to Diane, seemingly sizing him up. Even within the celestial deer sex prime, those with innate auroras were rare to the point that we only had a handful ever in our long history, she muttered. She doesn't seem to be in peak condition, thought Diane. Of course, he didn't say this either. Who knew if this expert would take offense to such a thing? Finally, she looked up from her analysis. "Don't move," Diane saw an delicate illusory hand touch his forehead. Even if he wanted to move, he was powerless to stop it. He felt as though his whole life was being laid bare. His memories flashed through his eyes, and after but a moment, it seemed like this woman knew everything about him. "It seems like your sect is dealing in quite some darkness. But to be able to form 9th common level arrays with such little practice, you would be a peak genius even lined up against our whole lineage." The lady nodded in satisfaction. "It seems like my wait wasn't for naught. I know what you need. Just come with me. I'm willing to bestow what you need to save your woman as long as you promise to take care of my child like your own little brother after I fade. I'll be leaving an imprint on your heart. If you ever dare treat him like a tool, the sliver of my soul will kill you in an instant." A cold sweat appeared on Diane's back, but he was relaxed. He had no intentions of abusing Little Black, so he was content with the arrangement. But wasn't this all a little too fast? What had this woman been waiting for? And she seemed to be a soul, but how did she have such a young child? Had she only recently died? Beyond that, did she really have a way to cure Madeline? Was she trustworthy? "Wait, Senior, you know about goddess disposition?" Still, Don couldn't help but ask this. AI, it's among the top 3 innate god-level body constitutions a female can have. The celestial lady began to walk into the building, but it's also among the most troublesome. Although the way this Akihiko noted is indeed a way to cure it, it also means draining your woman of all her potential. Her lifespan would be that of a normal human, and all of her talent would then belong to him. It's a method only Dark Clan members would use. I suspect this Dayu clan has affiliations with them. I believe I heard about a Dayu clan many millennia ago, but they were wiped out during the war my Celestial Deer clan had with their allies against our enemies. I'm not sure if they're related or not, but it's important for you to not underestimate them in the future. The woman's mood seemed complicated when she spoke of these events. Diane's expression turned serious. "So, is there a way to cure her without draining her potential?" "There are a few ways. The crudest way is to drain all of her blood and replace it with blood from another god-level constitution. Another way is for her to unite with someone who has the god's disposition body type, the symptoms of which are much the same, but within a male. But I don't think either of these are routes you can or want to take. Another option is a Grandmaster-level pill called the Constitution Awakening Pill. It seems counterintuitive to awaken a constitution that's plaguing her. But the constitution is actually only acting up like this because it needs a catalyst to be fully awakened. Does the Celestial Deer clan have those pills on hand? Of course we do. Such a monstrous sect would have hundreds of disciples with constitutions that needed to be awakened. However, these pills have lost their potency over the thousands of years it has been since the sect was destroyed. The Celestial Lady sighed as she came to massive black doors. It almost looked like a tomb. Diane's determination steeled. What level of array alchemist must I be to forge the pill? The Celestial Lady had already said that it was a Grandmaster-level pill. Obviously, then one had to be a Grandmaster to forge it. But since this woman also said she had a solution, she must have another way. As of now, Diane was nowhere close to this level. The Celestial Lady turned and smiled in satisfaction. Determination is exactly what you need on the path of cultivation. That girl is lucky to have you, and my son will learn well under you. Normally, you'd need to be a peak-level Grandmaster Array Alchemist to form the pill, so your Aurora would have to be at the Saint stage. But there's another way. If your Aurora reaches the blooming stage, a step beyond your current foundation stage, and you use the pill condensation technique of my Celestial Deer sect, then you can combine the pills that have lost their potency together to form a super pill of sorts. In fact, considering your talent, you might be able to awaken 100% of her constitution if you combine enough pills. Usually, the pills only awaken about 60 to 70%. Diane's hands clenched. I can do this. The only reason I even bring this up as an option is because I trust in your comprehension abilities. This technique may not have high requirements for cultivation because you're using already made pills, but it requires a comprehension level even higher than the understanding of the person who made the pill. I'll transfer the technique to you soon. As for your soul strength, I think I have a solution. The path of cultivation you want to take is, in fact, something many geniuses have done before you. To wait until your body matures is a path only those of absolute confidence take. In fact, if your woman hadn't been born into such a low level of the Sapientia clan, she probably would have taken this path as well. It's unfortunate that they wasted her potential like that. But if you take a cultivation cleansing pill with you as well, you can give it to her before you awaken her constitution completely. Then she can start cultivating immediately. This is the benefit of having a god-grade constitution. Anyone with such a constitution can begin cultivating immediately as long as it's fully awakened. The loud sound of shifting gears sounded. The doors slowly opened and the sight before Diane had him nearly drop Little Black. Sad whimpers started coming from Diane's arms. He looked down to see Little Black hiding in his chest, trying to turn away from the scene. That was when Diane saw it. Two massive creatures hundreds of meters long and wide. One was exactly like the illusory deer he had seen in the sky. A picture of perfection. It rested quietly as its head rested against the forehead of another massive creature. This other was covered in black scales. Its horns were massive, at least a quarter of the length of its body. They branched in elaborate and elegant patterns, and had jet-black ancient marks etched directly onto them. That's a Qilin. Diane sucked in a cold breath. The celestial woman sighed. This is my husband and I. We died in the war and he gave up his soul to nourish mine so I could stay alive long enough to birth Little Black. I had been suppressing my pregnancy with the strength my husband left me, but when I sensed you a few weeks ago, I had already assumed that you'd come eventually. So I was finally able to rest. Little Black. I hadn't had the heart to name him until now, but since you seem to like that name, my child, I'll allow you to have it. I'm sure you will give him another when he matures and enters his human form. Diane couldn't imagine how powerful this celestial deer in Qilin had to be to become so big. But what was clear was that Little Black's bloodline was extraordinary. Qilins are prideful and solitary creatures. If it wasn't for me, he would have never died like he did. To protect a sect of humans of all things, he became the laughingstock of his clan and Little Black was disowned. Diane clenched his fists. The martial world truly is cruel. The celestial woman sighed again. Come with me. They stepped into the tomb, letting a heavenly fragrance waft past them. The celestial woman walked to her husband's forehead and placed her hand on the center scale after raising up into the air. A light flashed, causing a shudder in the body of the massive dark Qilin as an enormous pitch-black drop of blood was pulled out by the woman. She silently moved onto her forehead before pausing. After I pull out my essence blood, I won't be able to stay much longer. I'll properly fade away. So, first, I'll pass to you the legacy of the Celestial Deer Clan. I don't ask you to get revenge for us, nor do I ask you to put your life on the line. Enough blood has been shed. I won't even tell you the story behind our war. I only ask that you take care of my child, and once you're powerful enough, pass on the legacy of the Celestial Deer Sect. Once Little Black is able to make his own decisions, allow him to decide whether to return to his father's clan or not. I owe my husband to not let our child die for the same reasons we did, she said faintly. Diane could feel the sadness in her voice as a stream of memories invaded Diane's consciousness. Not able to withstand it, he fell to the ground as a gentle wind carried him there. As he was losing consciousness, a soft voice rang in his mind. The essence blood of a demon Qilin and a celestial deer will give you a body strength few can match. It will take a few years to absorb all of it fully, but it will be just in time for your body to start cultivating. Then you can choose from the celestial deer sect's whole collection. Since you don't have time right now, I'll help you forcefully ingratiate 5% of each with the last of my strength. In the future, you'll need high-level body-tempering fruits and medicines to continue. The demon Qilin will help you have a high affinity for fire, wind, darkness, and demonic wills. However, my blood will allow you to better understand celestial, light, and crystal wills. This is my thank you to you. I've seen your life and I understand what kind of person you are. I don't believe it's wrong to entrust you with this much. The last thing Diane saw before passing out were two massive drops of blood, one black and one silver, shrinking and condensing before flying into his chest. He blacked out with a shudder. A last voice rang out. Thank you. Delia practiced her sword skills under the high sun with Madeline's melody as her backdrop. It had been a month since Diane's death, and though Madeline still hurt every day, she had insisted on helping Delia train so she could find a purpose again. Although she felt running away would be easy, she also knew that Diane must have died fighting for her right to live a life she wanted to live. A part of her wanted to give up, to end her own life in one of the many opportunities she had already had, but the thoughts of a young man with a beaming smile was firmly imprinted onto her mind. Even if this was something she didn't want to do, she would marry Akihiko so she could live on for Diane. His parents were dead, he had no family, he had come to this world completely alone. Maybe she was the only one in the world who still truly remembered him. A part of her refused to allow his memory to die. You're my reason to stay strong. While Madeline's smile was decidedly sadder, it had once again begun to appear on her face. You're improving, Delia. It's all thanks to you. Your will of music makes it much easier to focus. I can feel the intent of my ice sword technique much better with you around. Delia thanks Madeline sincerely. Delia walked to Madeline and took a seat on the stone beside her. Ever since my mom disappeared, I've wanted to keep Patieniva Peak the exact same. Dad always said she loved nature and hated disturbing it, so I followed her path as best I could, Delia said softly. The blossoms from the trees fell around them, lightly gracing the wind. Madeline listened silently. It wasn't often Delia opened up, let alone talked about her mom. Even while she's not here, I want to do my best to do right by her. She may be somewhere far off or she may be dead. But what I know is what's in front of me. My will is to get stronger, so I don't lose anyone else that important to me. Delia took a deep breath before continuing. I admire your strength, big sister. What you've gone through since your youth. Being treated like a valuable chess piece instead of a human being. Then being tossed aside the moment you were no longer useful. Finding peace after years of struggle. Then finally settling into a little bit of happiness. Just to have the people you trusted the most take it away from you. And yet you sit here smiling. Yes, it's a smile from pain, but it's a smile nonetheless. You do this, while I can't even get over a woman I call mother that probably left on her own. Madeline looked over to Delia, shocked. Delia smiled bitterly. I know you all tried to hide it from me, but if you think about it, the answer is obvious. She isn't dead. She was taken and forced to marry into the Clight God clan. Father wasn't strong enough to protect her after his power was sealed. Delia's voice was faint. But then she continued firmly, "But I will be, no matter how hard I have to work. I'll build up my power, find allies, and bring my family back together." Madeline watched Delia mature before her eyes with a smile on her face. "It seems we doted you a bit too much," Madeline nodded firmly. "After I'm cured, I'll grow stronger with you, little sister. I'll stand against a god clan with you, even if we have to fight them alone." The two girls hugged each other, finding comfort in each other's weakness and strength. After the two girls collected their emotions, Delia stood ready to begin practicing again. Madeline grabbed her lyre, prepared to support her little sister. Delia's sword swung in an arc. "You know, the Central Pillar world is opening tomorrow. The quota is actually much larger this year." There seemed to be a lot of new Storm family members. Storm family? Well, I'm not entirely sure if they're from the Storm family, but they're all blonde and blue-eyed, so I kind of just made the assumption. Really? That's odd. Although, I did hear once from my father that the Storm family is actually a large clan branch that decided to break from the main branch for some reason or another. I heard my father say much the same thing after I was wondering why we allowed them to join the Pillar Family Alliance. He made it seem like he didn't really have much of a choice but to accept. Also, while you were dealing with your illness flaring up, Delia said tactfully, they moved up the date of the Big Sect tournament. It seems they found a way to power up the dimension-opening treasure much faster. They're planning on using your wedding as an opening ceremony for the tournament. Oh? You'd think the bride would get to choose things like this, Madeline said bitterly. Delia giggled, since Akihiko is so much weaker than you could have that harem you always wanted. Then you can have as many more weddings as you want to get it right. Madeline laughed genuinely for the first time in what seemed like forever. Don't joke around so much. Why would I waste a wedding on a concubine? Madeline said mischievously. Ha, Akihiko should feel honored being the first husband. But those seniors from the big sects are going to be very angry when they get here. I'll be surprised if he isn't beaten half to death during the tournament. Isn't Akihiko already part of the big sects? I believe it was one under the jurisdiction of a higher-tier Kami branch family. Why would he be in the tournament? Yeah, but the world opening is quite different this year. Because the world they're opening is so much more powerful than the others, the treasure can only support a limited amount of people entering at one time, even with the new power supply they found. So, instead of all the big sect disciples entering, they have to actually limit it this time. Oh? Seems like none of our students will get a chance to go this time. Yeah, to think they groomed us first-year Pillar family members for this, just to be disappointed in the end. Don't look down on yourself so much. Your will of the sword has already reached the 3rd level. Don't think I forgot that you only picked up the sword at the beginning of the school year. Just 2 months and you're already this great. How could I compare to Diane? He reached the 9th level of the will of music, and we're the same age. Madeline sighed. Diane has been playing music for more than a decade. It was easy for him to transition his understanding into a will. If he picked up the sword, he might be even slower than you in comprehending it. Oh? So it's like this, Delia said as she continued to swing her sword. She was secretly relieved. Diane's speed of progress could really hurt someone's pride. So, little sister Delia, you and Maying will be my maids of honor, right? Delia smiled, of course. Whatever I can do to make this easier for you. Madeline smiled as she continued to play a sweet tone. The sound of the melody and a sharp sword filled the afternoon sky. On Kami Peak, a dark mansion stood stoically. It was eerily reminiscent of a Gothic church, with large and narrow windows. However, the atmosphere was ruined by the booming voice of an expert. What do you mean you lost the profound stones in a bet? Elder Kami was enraged. The general stood before him, trying his best not to pass out. The general was shaking under the voice of the Pillar family leader. I have no excuse. I lost it to the commoner brat. But, from what I hear, he's dead. I tried to find his body, but it must have sunk to the bottom of the lake already. There's no way for us to retrieve the money. I broke into his room about a month ago, but I couldn't find the money there. It must have been on him. If Diane had known that the one who set the alarms off in his room was the general, it was truly hard to say how he'd react. Cammy, though, felt like pulling his hair out. Those were the stones he had set aside to sustain the betting pool for the tournament and possibly bribe the big sex if his younger son Mayumi wasn't good enough to gain a spot on his own. These stones were especially important since he had been bedridden for so long due to the injury to his soul. But now it was all gone because of the same brat he had stomped out like an ant. The school is going to be a laughingstock because you can't control your fucking gambling addiction. I really didn't think I'd lose Grand Elder Cammy. How could I know a kid with no cultivation could punch with 1,500 pounds of force? I don't want to hear your sorry excuses. I want you to find a way to give me back 30,000 profound stones. How can we host a tournament and not have a betting ring? What the fuck is wrong with you? I actually have an idea about that, Sir Grand Elder. That day, the kids sold array plates for 2 profound stones each. He was even planning on selling them to senior students for more. What we could do is confiscate those plates under the guise of it not being conducive to proper training. Then we can sell them in a market. That way we can make back even more than 30,000 profound stones. Even if some of the students have used their plates, as long as we sell them for 5 or even 10 profound stones apiece, we'll more than make up for the missing ones. It was only after hearing this that Cammy's brows loosened somewhat. His fingers had been itching to simply kill this so-called general, but he made a lot of things convenient for him. If not for this, how could such a bastard still be under him? What are you still standing here for? Get it done. The tournament starts in a month and a half. I expect it to be done well before then. Cammy watched the general run away. What a pathetic excuse for a teacher. Although, a kid with no cultivation being able to punch with 1,500 pounds of force is fairly surprising. We could probably sell these plates as an aid to the Big Sect disciples during the Big Sect tournament. I'll also save a few for little Mayumi for when he's recovered. It'll make up for his not cultivating for 2 months. Thinking up to this point, Cammy walked away from the scene. You Ugheg. Senior brother Lahabam, please. You've been roaring in rage for the whole ride. We can't represent the Flamesword sect like this. The Focus Academy students look up to us. How could I calm down? They think they can appease me with some garbage Central Pillar world quota. My goddess is getting married. And it's not to me. Senior brother, please. I hear that if she doesn't do this, she'll die. Would you rather your goddess die than be with someone other than you? Hearing this, the one they called Senior Brother Lahabam finally calmed himself a bit. You're right. But I swear to do whatever I can to join her harem. How could this weak Akihiko character be strong enough to make her stay committed to him? I'll crush him in the trial world. Then I'll crush him in the tournament. How dare he? Ugh, hey. Lahabam's junior brothers and sisters shook their heads helplessly as they continued riding a bright red bird in the direction of Focus Academy. Unsurprisingly, similar scenes were happening as more and more people found out about Madeline's wedding. Secluded geniuses who had their spots reserved already awoke in agitation, getting ready to make their way to the tournament just to show that they were the only ones worthy of Madeline. In fact, there was even a certain senior sister mixed in. How could a man be worthy of my Madeline? She needs a woman who understands her. A girl with jet black hair and blue eyes stood on the head of an odd bird. It seemed to be illusory, but if you looked closely, it was more accurate to say that it was made of wind. Yes. Senior Sister Notan, the Windblade sect will support you all the way. A bald dark-skinned boy opened his eyes. Is what you said true? Yes, Senior Brother Hashim. Lady Sapientia is getting married as the opening act of the tournament. I know your spot was guaranteed, but I think you might want to go this time. Good. You want to take my woman? We'll see how that works for you. Tell the Destruction Sect elders that I'll be going. Senior Brother Orbis. What is it? Lady Sapientia is getting married as the opening act of the Big Sect tournament. A fat round boy chuckled. Those guys must be up in arms. But I've already found the love of my life. Lady Notan is the only one for me. If I can't marry her, the path of cultivation will be my wife. Senior brother. We've heard reports that all the seated geniuses are headed towards Focus Academy, including Lady Notan. Not only will you get to see her, you'll get to fight against all the strongest they have to offer in the Big Sect. Well, why the hell didn't you start with that? I'm coming, my love. Orbis junior brothers and sisters laughed bitterly. And here we thought he was in it for the competition. Our earthbound sect really is lucky to have him as our top disciple. They thought bitterly. The seeded geniuses are headed to the big sect tournament? Oh, and the center pillar world too? I hear that's a teleportation array to the elven realm. I'm surprised the big sects let them have a monopoly over it. But I guess if a big sects controlled it, a war would break out. I guess I might as well go visit my little brother. Also, senior sister Verity, senior sister Sapientia is getting married. Oh? She used to be my highest goal. It's unfortunate that she's sick. Why is she getting married? And to who? I hear it's Akihiko from the Kami clan. He was found to have a decent percentage of god-level blood from the main Kami clan, so he was accepted into the Kami sect of the big sects. I hear god-level blood is the cure for senior sister Sapientia, so her family decided to marry her off. So that's how it is. Sci Madeline is really pitiable. I'm sure she doesn't want to do this. The elven world should be really good for our plant cultivation, so we should go. It would be good to support senior sister Madeline too. It seems she'll soon be cured and able to rise again. The girl with dark blonde hair and brown eyes spoke faintly, getting up from her cultivation to prepare for the long journey. It's been a long time since you left, little brother. I know you wanted to support Uncle Ale, but you should know that array alchemy isn't for everyone. The clan couldn't support Aurora Awakening, and my status in the Green Blade sect wasn't this high at the time. I hope you'll come home now. Dian was oblivious to all that was happening in the outside world. If he had known, he probably would have coughed up blood in anger. How could a single girl mobilize the geniuses of so many big sects? Wasn't this too exaggerated? What he didn't know was that Madeline's charm was far beyond just this little bit. The only reason the big sects seemed to be the only involved party was because that was as far as the information had spread. It could be said that as far as the information went, would be exactly how far those who reacted to it would travel. The only reason these big sect geniuses even felt they had a chance was because Madeline was sick. That aside, Dian's mind was slowly acclimating to the new energy. The strain on his soul because of it was causing it to grow stronger. Dian's aurora, as a result, was slowly encroaching upon the blossoming stage. At the same time, Dian's body was getting stronger as well, but not due to his soul. The demon Chelan blood and celestial deer blood were really working wonders. Little Black watched, lying on Dian's chest, as black scales covered in crystals flashed into and out of existence on Dian's chest and arms. His aura was sometimes light and pure and other times dark and heavy, creating a domineering dichotomy. Dian's body bulged, growing taller and more muscular. Without him knowing, his 17th birthday had passed and he had grown to almost 2 meters tall due to the essence blood. His lean body was slightly more defined and bulkier, but he still retained a slim, powerful appearance. His features increased in a sort of devilish handsomeness. His skin became fairer as his body became stronger and stronger, acclimating to the 5% of both blood drops that had fused with it. Roar. The roar of a dragon emitted from Dian's mouth as the last of the blood and memories fused with him. His eyes slowly opened as the scales and crystals faded and checked to find that 2 more weeks had passed. 1 month and a half left. 1 month and a half of struggle left. Then, I'll never let you struggle again. Eli? Eli? Oh, huh? Sorry, Uncle Ale. I wasn't paying attention, Uncle Ale sighed. I know you're thinking about Dian, but the martial world is cruel. Without backing, or without willingness to bow your head, it's almost impossible to survive. It's just a shame that such a genius died, but we have to move on. I've decided that you'll return to the clan. You've allowed yourself to be bullied here for too long for the sake of this old man. Eli was listening to Uncle Ale solemnly, but he couldn't help but laugh at the last line. Old man? You're not even 30, Uncle. If the elders here knew they were treating such a genius so disrespectfully, they'd cough up blood with regret. Uncle Ale laughed lightly. That Dian boy had sharp eyes. It seemed he could tell I was younger than I looked, but don't try to change the subject. The uproar from Lady Madeline's wedding has caused all the seeded geniuses out of their preparation for the legacy world. In addition, the elven world will be opening up soon. How could your elder sister miss any of those 2 things? You'll go back with her once everything is finished. Your cultivation is being stifled in this small place. Your talent in alchemy and herbology is much more than mine. Don't drag yourself down because I have useless dreams. Uncle Ale, I'll go back, but you're coming with me.
How could you expect to become an array alchemist here of all places? They may have needed a top-notch alchemist like you, but so do many other places. Also, I think the Veriti clan is short-sighted. They choose to focus on only half of the mysteries of array alchemy because they're cowards.
I respect you more than any of them, Uncle. Uncle Ale sighed. It's not that they're cowards. It's that the alchemy divisions are starting to suppress the array alchemists. No one thinks there's a future in it anymore. Ever since the Celestial Deer clan was annihilated, the world began to lose more and more methods of producing top expert array alchemists. So, they tore apart the one occupation into two, completely destroying the deeper meaning behind the ancient profession. Uncle Ale shook his head. The truth behind the fall of array alchemy was far deeper than he stated and far more dangerous as well. But he had burdened his little nephew enough with his dreams.
Uncle Ale sighed. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to continue.
Though he didn't want to say too much, he at least wanted to leave some breadcrumbs for his little nephew. If one day he was old and strong enough to grasp a chance for himself, then he could.
The meaning behind array alchemy is elusive, but from my studies, I've come to understand that understanding of life and plants and the understanding of arrays and formations are inextricably connected. How can one build a proper array without being in line with the environment around them?
The goal of an array is to literally create a new law and order in a limited space. How could you do that without understanding the laws to begin with?
And what about alchemy? Your goal is to create new life in the form of grafting plants or godlike pills, some of which even have souls of their own. How can you do that without understanding the way of manipulating the laws of the world? Eli had heard this speech a million times, but he was captivated by it just the same. And yet these so-called novel experts seem to think that separation is the way to go about it.
In my opinion, even the rotting main array alchemy branch stands head and shoulders above any formation or alchemy branch. Eli smiled. It's a shame the clan didn't agree with you, Uncle. We're stuck in the ways of alchemy, but it bottlenecks our future. Without understanding of arrays and the manipulation of laws, transcending to Grandmaster alchemy is impossible. It's okay though, Uncle. Before dying, Eli took a deep breath. He left us something. He didn't forget our little faction. With these array plates he left, we can not only try and comprehend the other half of array alchemy, we can sell them to fund awakening your aurora to 20%. That way, you can truly become an array alchemist. Don't be silly, little Eli. Opening it to 10% will be enough for me. We'll open yours up to 15%. Your potential is much higher than mine is. Eli was about to protest when he saw the resoluteness in his uncle's eyes.
He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. That aside, Eli, you should also focus on your cultivation. The elven world opens tomorrow, and your sister should be here by then. Go on with her. For some reason, they've removed the usual quota system this year.
It seems they want to find some items and want the most people looking. Really? I haven't seen Big Sister in forever. I miss her. Okay, I'll go. Oliver, you weak fuck. Get out here. The robust laughter of a fiery red head filled the center pillar roof. Oliver sighed. Junior Lahabam, it's nice to see you. TSK, already 21 and still in the foundation stage. Isn't it embarrassing to be of equal strength with your little sister? I would thank you for killing the guy she was in love with, but you're letting her marry another loser.
I need an explanation. Why is my woman not marrying me? Oliver's expression darkened, but before he could respond, a deep and resounding voice interrupted him. You have a lot of nerve, Sparky, to claim my goddess as your woman. You want to fight, you bald fuck?
This Oliver pussy wouldn't even if I challenged him, but I'm sure you've at least opened 9 meridians, right? If not, this wouldn't be any fun. Lahabam cracked his knuckles. A vein began to pop on the dark-skinned teen's shining head. Say that one more time, you half-cocked fire imp. Lahabam's fiery red hair seemed to get brighter as he stormed up to Hashim. He had a smile that wasn't a smile on his face. It seems that balding at such an early age made you senile. You think you can speak that way to just anyone? Oliver smiled bitterly, trying to intervene. Guys, please. You're valued guests of our Focus Academy. You can't fight here. They both turned to Oliver, eyes burning with fury. Shut the hell up, Oliver. The only reason I haven't beaten you to a pulp is because of your sister. But, considering you killed that impotent fuck, I guess she might not protect you so fervently anymore, right? Does that mean I can kick your ass without worrying about her hating me? Boomed Hashem. Oliver's fists clenched. His relationship with his little sister had been his sore spot for the last month. But he was still a genius in his own right. So what if they'd already broken into the meridian formation stage?
He was tempering his wills first to stabilize his foundation. We'll see who tramples on who during the big sect tournament, said Oliver through gritted teeth. I'm not like you weak so-called geniuses. I want to temper my meridians with 3 wills, not just 1 or 2. After I find a wind-intent fruit in the elven world, I'll properly step into the meridian formation stage. Lahabam and Hashem looked at Oliver with a slight surprise. It seems he's already understood 2 wills, and wants to understand a 3rd. The truth was, the meridian formation stage was a realm of opening 108 meridians. To do so, you had to temper the closed meridians with your understanding of wills. This increased your affinity with your chosen wills and increased your chances of understanding their respective intents later on in cultivation, not to mention making your meridians more durable for higher levels of cultivation. Usually, regular cultivators only understand a single will before using it to temper their meridian openings. A genius would use 2. It seemed like Oliver wanted to use 3 to do so, but his cultivation had slowed down because of it. With my current level of understanding of wills, don't believe that I can't slice you 2 in half where you stand. Oliver's eyes sharpened as swirls of sword chi flew around him. That's 5th level sword will. A feminine giggle sounded off in the distance. Don't be so dramatic, brother-in-law. You know those 2 can't control themselves. If you were as beautiful as you were handsome, maybe I'd take a chance with you instead of my goddess Madeline. A bird made of wind swooped down, dispersing to reveal a tall girl with jet black hair and blue eyes. I see the 2 of you are still fond of not wearing shirts. Notan shook her beautiful head after casting a look toward Hashem and Lahabim, barbarians. Oliver's lip twitched. Brother-in-law? Who's your brother-in-law? So, it's Lady Jessica Notan. It's a pleasure, Oliver still replied politely. Jessica nodded towards Oliver before turning a look of disdain towards Hashem and Lahabim. Did you think my Madeline would be impressed by your testosterone-filled heads? You 2 disgust me. There are 1,000,000,000,000,000 men in this world more muscular than the 2 of you, so how about you go take a shower and put on a shirt? You're stinking up the night air. Oliver almost slapped his own forehead. Weren't you just trying to get them to stop fighting? Now you're adding fuel to the flames. Lahabim and Hashem turned their heated gazes towards Jessica, their eyes roaming over her tight black training suit. It's a shame her temperament isn't as elegant or graceful as Madeline's. Hashem nodded in agreement. She's not as beautiful either. Lahabim and Hashem nodded together like they had suddenly become the best of friends. Who said my love isn't as beautiful? A round boy bounded over to the group just as sparks were about to ignite. Jessica's lip twitched. Who's your love? I don't need you to protect me, Orbis. You can either be silent, or you can taste my wind blades like these 2. Oliver, seeing a fight was about to break out, jumped out again to try and mediate. Brothers, sister, please. The central pillar world opens up tomorrow morning. I know you all don't want to risk injury before that. Let's just talk about martial arts like the old days. A girl with dirty blonde hair and brown eyes walked slowly to the group. Brother Sapientia is right. How about you bring out the other Focus Academy geniuses, Oliver? It might help water down the situation. Oliver sighed in relief, seeing the young woman of the Veriti clan. His heart pounded slightly faster, but he did his best to maintain a calm smile. Since Sister Venus wants to see the Focus Academy alumni, I'll call them over. Changlei and Akihiko are currently trying their best to win over their fiancés. But there's still Draco and the top from the 6th years. I can call over a few other promising geniuses as well. Remember Avius? Although he most likely passed away, his little sister is quite a genius too. Just recently turned 17 during the spring. Yet she recently broke into the 6th foundation layer. Also, there's Tammy from the Storm family. It seems like she's their top genius. She's about to turn 19 yet is already at the 8th layer. I'll bring them over. Lahabim looked excited. Ava? She's a redhead too, right? Can't even focus on one girl yet you think you have the right to seek out my goddess? Spoke Hashim in disdain. You're one to talk. You can't even speak cordially with the Duco family senior sisters without stuttering a blushing. I swear the shine on your head amplifies tenfold when they're around. It's called a healthy respect. Healthy. Respect. Hashim said defiantly. Disgusting. Jessica said in disdain. Would you like some water, my love? Orbis didn't wait for an answer as he brought over a pitcher of water and poured a cup for Jessica. Jessica took the cup with a harumph. If only I knew where my Madeline was staying, then I wouldn't have to be here, she muttered. Come. Sit at the banquet table. The geniuses of Focus Academy will be here shortly. In the meantime, we can just talk. I actually had questions I wanted to ask you about the Will of Wind. Jessica, Oliver said with a smile. The next morning, hundreds of young men and women stood on the top floor below the roof of the central pillar. The pillar family heads stood in front of the crowd before Paishaniva took a step forward to speak. As you all know, our Focus Academy is built in the wreckage of what used to be the Celestial Deer Sect. Although what we found was minimal and could only be stored in the small library in our center pillar, there was one thing that was left in the best of conditions: the center pillar world. This is actually a teleportation array to what we believe is an elven forest. We aren't even certain of the grade of array it is, so we can't be certain of how far it teleports you and can definitely not protect you. We've found over the years that while the elven government may allow younger cultivators in, they kill cultivators above 25 with no hesitation. We believe this might have to do with a pact the elven kingdoms had with the Celestial Deer Sect. Although we cannot be certain, the information we have cost the lives of many elders. Take this very seriously. Although there is no cap on the amount of times we can use this array, it still takes tens of thousands of profound stones to activate. So this is a heavy investment for our school. Make sure to grasp this opportunity. The array will automatically teleport you back in 1 month. Good luck. And be careful. You must stay within the designated areas. Once Paishaniva's voice finished calling out, the sound of excited chatter filled the floor. Do you know anything about the elven world, big sister? Venus ruffled her little brother's dirty blonde hair with a gentle expression in her eyes. Not much, but I do know that there are what they call intent fruits there in addition to cultivation fruits. The intent fruits make it easier to understand wills and, if they're of good enough quality, intents. The cultivation fruits make body tempering and meridian formation more gentle as smooth. In addition, with the atmosphere of nature in their kingdom, it's very good for us of the Viridi clan. Eli nodded obediently. Uncle Ale agreed to come back, big sister. That's good, right? Venus smiled. Of course, father misses him very much. He misses you more, though. You were so stubborn to come all the way here. Eli smiled like a child proud of his deeds. Venus could only giggle and turn towards the flashing array. At that moment, a tall and delicate-faced blonde hair and blue-eyed young man walked towards the back of 2 girls before catching them by surprise and putting his arms around both. Ava jumped forward, trying to dodge the arm, but it seemed to be an immovable mountain. Tammy, a domineering voice rang through Ava's ear. How about you introduce me to your friend? Tammy froze, looking back and up at the young man who was holding them in place. This is my friend Ava, elder cousin. We'll be traveling together in the elven world. Well, you must have space for one more, right? Although it was phrased like a question, it didn't seem to be. Tammy smiled bitterly, looking over at Ava's questioning gaze. She feigned ignorance and shrugged her shoulders. But on the inside, she felt like she was falling apart. So not only did you make me kill the man I love, you plan on making my best friend hate me for life too. Well done, Storm family. Well done indeed. A cold light flashed in Tammy's eyes as she pretended to be her normal bubbly self. Well, let's go then, elder cousin. The sooner we get there, the more resources will be available to us. Oh, so you're Tammy's cousin? It's nice to meet you, Ava said with a smile. She was a bit confused as to why she had never seen him before. All members of the Storm family attended the academy, right? But she didn't bother asking. It didn't seem too important to her. Ball, it's nice to meet such a beautiful girl too. I'm looking forward to the next month, he said with a smile. Although there seemed nothing wrong with the smile on the surface, and he was actually quite handsome, Ava felt like something was off. But she trusted her best friend wouldn't get her into any irredeemable situations. So
She pushed the feeling aside, smiling back.
In the back, a group of 4 blonde-hair and blue-eyed Storm family members looked on at Bal. Poor girl, looks like Bal has set his sights on another one. Does he really have to pick on Tammy so much? Said a girl with a bow strapped across her ample chest.
You don't even mean that, so I don't know why you try and sound empathetic. Autumn, said another girl with a connectable spear broken in 2 along her back. Maybe if she was strong enough, she wouldn't have to deal with all of this. Since she's the weakest, of course she'll be bullied and be sent to this trash can of a school to control the situation. Autumn retorted. You're well aware that she may be the weakest, but she's also the youngest and has talent in her own right.
Not to mention the fact her big brother isn't a joke. If you keep bullying her, the future might not be so bright for you, said a particularly bulky and stoic man. He was almost too tall, standing at 2.5 meters tall. In fact, many of the crowd couldn't stop looking at him.
It only made it worse that there was a massive arm-thick 4-meter-long spear graced his back. His aura was domineering despite the lazy look in his eyes. Don't be such a spoiler, Dagon. I've never directly bullied her. But I'm also not strong enough to stop Bal from bullying her, only you are.
So, why haven't you done anything? Dagon looked over at his cousin. You know me, Calidora, how can I improve if I never have any pressure?
The thought of her catching up one day and trampling on my pride really gets my blood boiling. Dagon's lazy look transformed as his blue eyes darkened. Electricity started bouncing around his bulky muscles as arcs of gold, red and blue emanated from him. It seemed that even though this Dagon sounded like a voice of reason, he was just as much of a scourge on society as the other Storm family youths. You all need to calm down. You can do whatever you want in the elven world, but we still need to keep a low profile here. Even Tammy keeps her cultivation secret. Don't fuck it up. A faint voice stifled Dagon's aura. Dagon chuckled. It seems I'll have to keep an eye on you too, Blade. Do whatever you want as long as you don't ruin the plan. And remember not to touch the big sect geniuses. That's part of the deal. A faint light of spear chi circled around Blade as he walked towards the array. Let's go. Didn't this guy just say to keep a low profile? They'll drive us to an early death. The 2 girls looked at each other helplessly, before following their respective elder brothers.
Dian sat up, shivering as he watched death chi escape in a wisp from his body. It seems like I underestimated this death chi, thank you. Dian didn't realize how lucky he was to have this death chi taken out of him so cleanly.
Without the intervention of the celestial lady, the adverse effects would have followed him for a lifetime. Dian held Little Black in his arms as the little one licked his face. Looking into Little Black's adorable big black eyes, he patted his head. From today on, you are my little brother. Your mother is now my one and only master in this life. A master for one day, a mother for life. At least that's what those books said about the culture in this martial world. Once we get strong enough, we'll raise hell at your old man's clan. Then, we'll revive the celestial deer sect, Dian said gently. Little Black snuggled into Dian's dress shirt.